Chapter 922. Interesting, interesting. This young lady is indeed interesting. Her heart is extraordinarily big, and she has the boldness to achieve great things without bothering about trifles. This young lady does not have a family background, but in terms of character, she is definitely worthy of Xia Jinyuan. After getting into the car, Yi Qian relayed the message from Ho Zi to Xia Jinyuan. It seems like Brother Zi is starting to make preparations. I wonder if there are any movements in the city? Do you want to contact him? No. He will confirm if there are any movements. He will contact me after he confirms. After getting into the car, Xia Jinyuan was no longer Xia Jinyuan's boyfriend, but a soldier who fought for the country. His gaze was piercingly cold and carried a murderous intent. There are some goods in the travel bag in the back. G3, take a look. The travel bag containing the guns was placed in the back seat. G3 unzipped it, and his eyes lit up. Good heavens, there are a total of 9 pistols, 2 Desert Eagles, 2 M9s, 3 Colt M2000 pistols, and 2 HKP 7M8s. They were all top-notch pistols. They're all good stuff. Q King, your friend has good taste, but there is also a big problem. Illegal possession and illegal possession of firearms and ammunition is a violation of firearms regulations. A prison term of 3 to 7 years is inevitable. G3's voice sounded like gravel grinding on gravel from the back seat, and there was a hint of coldness in his voice. Xia Jinyuan turned around and looked at G3, who obviously had very satisfied written on his face and was secretly warning him. He smiled and said, "It is indeed a big problem for him to risk his life to get the guns for the 3 of us. Even the military knows about it. I don't care if the military knows about it or not. I only care about you." G3 fiddled with each gun before putting them back into the travel bag. He stared coldly at Xia Jinyuan. "I only care about you. I don't care about anyone else. I only care about you because you are my comrade. Knowing but not reporting is also a crime." Yi Qian tightened her grip on the steering wheel. What was G3 worried about? She had been worried about it before. Knowing and not reporting it was also a crime. Xia Jinyuan knew that Ho Zi had a gun, but he concealed it. This was a crime. The few tails that I left in Honko City yesterday should have already entered the southern province. Check their tracks first. You can have a good rest now. I will take care of things that have nothing to do with our mission. Xia Jinyuan knew what his comrade was worried about. He did not need to deal with these things. Ho Zi would naturally take care of it. Yi Jian's straightened back gradually relaxed. She knew that Ho Zi would deal with it, but she was afraid that G3 would mention in the report that they were carrying out a mission in the southern province and the source of the guns and ammunition. Xia Jinyuan would definitely be brought in for questioning. Now that even the military knew about it, there was no such thing as Xia Jinyuan. G3, who was no longer worried about the source of the guns, got into the car and closed his eyes. The tracks are easy to check. Check the provincial records. I will take a nap. Looking at King Q's refreshed appearance, it was obvious that he had slept soundly last night. But he didn't. Last night, he had walked for half the night before sitting in the county minibus that was still making clanking sounds. He had to take a nap to recover his energy. Yi Qian glanced at him. G3's skin was a healthy wheat color. The dark circles under his eyes were not as obvious as Xia Jinyuan's, but the tiredness on his face was obvious after he got into the car. Just like Xia Jinyuan, he did not have a good rest. Go to sleep. Yi Qian and I will watch over you. K7 was missing and J5 was recovering. Although the mission was successful, they had paid a high price. Chapter 923. The Snowfield Brigade members who were scattered all over the country reported their situation after their condition stabilized. The military also received their reports and knew that there was a problem with K7's whereabouts. But the military did not take any action because they could not take any action. The foreign snake had entered the country, and there were also people monitoring the movements of the military. The spies operating underground could also appear at any time. For the sake of caution, the military decided to wait and see. With the Shuiyu Regiment, a sharp sword that could both attack and defend, the Central Army believed in their abilities. This special unit was responsible for all the special forces. They were the country's shield and spear. If there was an accident, they had enough ability to deal with it. Yi Qian drove towards the city center. Bureau Chief Yang, who had been looking for her, had sent a few groups of people to look for her. The school had sent people to every place Yi Qian usually went to, such as the library, etc. They even sent people to the single-player arcade on the streets to look for her. Yang Heng, see where else she goes. Go and look for her personally. Bureau Chief Yang had already called home to look for Yi Qian. He needed her to go to the Transportation Bureau again. Yang Heng, who was helping Mother Yang prepare dinner at home, frowned. He thought for a while and said, "Dad, Yi Qian and I see each other most often in school. Our relationship is not as deep as you think. I really can't tell you." His son did not know. Bureau Chief Yang immediately hung up the phone and called Principal Chow. He could only ask the principal if he could find Yi Qian. Yang Heng hung up the phone and looked up. He saw his aunt frowning and looking at him with a serious expression. "Aunt, what happened to you? What happened? Isn't Chi still not awake?" Angie, President Song's daughter, had been suffering from jet lag since she got off the plane. She couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep after lunch. "Why is your dad looking for Yi Qian? Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Yi Qian is my savior now. I have to protect her." President Song was still afraid that his brother-in-law would call to make trouble. As he spoke, he picked up the phone and was about to call back. Yang Heng quickly hung up the phone and said with a smile, "No, the Bureau is facing a problem, and they need Yi Qian to help them. She has a good memory, and my dad knows that. Even if they ask her for help, there won't be any trouble." The Yang family and the Song family all found out that Yi Qian had saved President Song's life. Yang Heng's grandmother patted her chest, her heart racing. She took her daughter's hand and said, "He's your lucky star. He saved you from disaster. Tinglan, you have to thank him properly. You have to thank him properly, okay?" Old people tended to be a little superstitious. Yi Qian had snatched the steering wheel and saved CEO Song. The old man thought that he was his daughter's lucky star and their family's lucky star. "You're not lying to me, are you? Why would your father need Yi Qian's help? What does she do to help? This won't do. I have to call your father." President Song was a man of his word. He was used to being a man of his word. If he was worried, he could not just listen to others. He had to find out for himself. Yang Heng knew his aunt's temper. He took his hand away from the phone and said, "Go ahead, but the line might be busy." Chapter 924. He was looking for Yi Qian everywhere. Was his father planning to treat Yi Qian as a non-staff member? He should at least pay Yi Qian a salary. He couldn't let Yi Qian work for him for free. "Auntie, can you tell my father that he always asks Yi Qian to do things for him and ask him to pay her a salary?" Director Song, who was on the other end of the call, immediately smiled. "You really know how to help your classmate. Okay, I'll pass the message to you." He dialed back. Just as Yang Heng said, the line was busy. Director Song could only call back later. Director Yang was on the phone with Principal Chow. After explaining his intentions, Principal Chow laughed heartily. "You can only look for me if you want to find Yi Qian. Otherwise, you might not be able to find her even if you turn the entire southern province upside down." He had sent a few groups of people to look for her, but all the hotel receptionists said they didn't see her. Yi Qian hadn't checked out of her room either. There were still people guarding her room to see if she would return to the hotel. Finding Yi Qian was harder than finding the governor, mayor, or principal. There was no other way. She didn't have a communication device with her and was always elusive. It was indeed difficult. Principal Chow couldn't find Yi Qian directly either. He just knew how to find Yi Qian. It wasn't until 4 p.m. that Yi Qian found out from Regiment Commander Liu that Principal Chun was looking for her. She had promised Regiment Commander Liu that she would go for training this afternoon, but she didn't go. She should at least give him a call. From Principal Chow to Uncle Chun to Regiment Commander Liu, Yi Qian finally called Director Yang. "Xiao Yi, can you come to the Transportation Bureau right now? There's an emergency and I need your help. A car accident isn't a simple one. I'm afraid the driver saw someone he shouldn't have seen." Director Yang was still worried that Yi Qian would have to think twice before coming over. He simply told Yi Qian the results of the investigation so that she could be prepared. Yi Qian looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was taking off his suit jacket and putting it on the coat rack. She raised her eyebrows and whispered, "How's old Guan? Did you get any confirmation from him?" He stopped breathing when he was rescued. His wife also fainted. She hasn't woken up yet. None of old Guan's friends dared to call old Guan's parents back in Hunan. They only called old Guan's two brothers and his eldest daughter who is still in high school. Speaking of old Guan, Director Yang's tone became heavier. "We'll deal with it when his family comes. The most important thing now is to find out if it's a man-made disaster. We didn't find the silver gray car, so we wanted you to come over and confirm it. Yi Qian would definitely not let it go if it was just a simple car accident. Now that it had become a man-made accident, Yi Qian only muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll come over now. What's so urgent that you need to go out now?" Xia Jinyuan, who had taken off his coat, was about to put it back on. He had talked for more than half an hour with G3, who had just woken up after resting for 2 hours. His voice was still deep. The curtains were not drawn, and the light in the room was dim. His elegant eyebrows were tinged with coldness. "I'll go with you. It was best if they didn't separate." The snakes, lured from Hongkou City, were confirmed to have entered Nan Province yesterday morning. These snakes were not ordinary people. They were all well-trained mercenaries. They were good at reconnaissance, killing, and assassination. How could Xia Jinyuan let Yi Qian go out alone? Chapter 925. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qian didn't answer immediately. Instead, she thought for a while and said, "I suddenly feel that the car accident I encountered in the wee hours of the morning is not as simple as it seems. Those guys came to Nan Province from Hongkou City in the wee hours of the morning, and the accident happened at the entrances of 2 highways. One is the airport highway, and the other is the highway to Hongkou City." Xia Jinyuan, who had put on his black suit jacket again, had a slight movement in his dark eyes. His handsome face, which did not reveal any emotions, was not only cold in the dimly lit room, but also looked more unpredictable. "Do you suspect that the car accident last night had something to do with them? I didn't connect the two before, but Director Yang just said that the driver, old Guan, probably saw someone he shouldn't have, and that's why the accident happened. The wee hours of the morning, car accident. Hongkou City, mercenaries, death. If we look at the incidents separately, they are not connected, but if we string them together." Before Yi Qian finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan suddenly grabbed her hand. "Let's go and take a look. I trust your intuition. Bring a gun, just in case." Of course, he trusted her intuition. A woman's sixth sense had always been much sharper than a man's, and Yi Qian had been trained as a special forces soldier, so her intuition was more accurate. When he saw her bloodied school uniform in the morning, he naturally wondered if a foreign snake had bitten Yi Qian. The incidents that seemed like they wouldn't be connected, but if they were really separated and thought about it carefully, they would be connected. "Looks like we don't have to wait. I'm afraid they've already found us." Yi Qian quickly opened a paper bag and took out a set of pure cotton sportswear. "1 minute, I'll change." On the way to the hotel, Yi Qian bought a set of sportswear from a clothing store on the street so that it would be easier for him to fight. After changing out of the skirt, Yi Qian put on the sportswear that could be used as a boxer, and when he walked out of the bathroom, he didn't look as stunning as he did in the skirt. Instead, he looked clean and valiant. Compared to wearing a skirt, Yi Qian preferred the sportswear that was convenient for him to move around. G3 was also staying at the Caesar Hotel. He, who was in the dark, did not need to go over for the time being. Instead, he rested in the hotel first and took a hot bath. Now that Ho Zi would not come up to the 23rd floor of the Caesar Hotel, Xia Jinyuan had the final say. G3 said to the two of them, "Be careful." Without saying anything else, he turned around to take care of his personal hygiene. From the hotel to the traffic bureau, it only took about 40 minutes. In 1997, the Southern Province's provincial capital was not as busy as it would be 10 years later. There were very few private cars, and the roads were mostly filled with motorcycles and bicycles. There was no need to worry about traffic jams, and they soon arrived at the traffic bureau. Chief Yang was already waiting at the guard booth. When he saw a white car stop in front of the police station, he saw Yi Qian get out of the car. Chief Yang immediately went over to greet him personally. "Someone from the Public Security Bureau is here too. You've seen him before. It was all from last time. Isn't this?" Secretary Xia's brother? Xiao Yi, you two. How did you meet each other? Xia Jinyuan, who got out of the car one step later, smiled at the chief of the traffic bureau who recognized him and said, "Hello, Chief Yang. I'm Secretary Xia's cousin. I know you. I know you. Last time you and Xiao Yi." Chief Yang looked back and forth between the two of them. He slapped his forehead and laughed. That's right, that's right. Last time, Secretary Xia looked for you first, and then you brought Xiao Yi over. Look at me, I got confused. You two know each other. Chapter 926. The three of them chatted as they entered the police station. They headed in the direction of the surveillance room that Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan had gone to last time. Yi Qian said that he saw a silver-gray car, but there was no silver-gray car on the highway or at any of the intersections where the accident happened. There were no surveillance cameras installed at the scene of the accident, so the only person who could find the car that was acting strangely last night was Yi Qian. The workers at the repair shop were very sure that every wheel of the car was carefully checked. There was not a single nail in it, and the nails used in the wheels were the most common ones on the market. Even repair shops used them, so there was no way to trace where the nails came from. Old Guan's friend said that Old Guan is usually kind and never quarrels with others, so he doesn't have any enemies. Yi Qian carefully watched the video on the surveillance camera. The officers at the police station reported their findings to Xia Jinyuan, and Yi Qian could also hear them. The video switched very quickly, starting from the moment Old Guan's car appeared in Hongkou City. This video was sent by the Hongkou City Transportation Bureau. Director Yang was not present when Yi Qian watched the video last time. Now that she saw it, her eyes were filled with surprise. This kid is watching the video at a fast-forward speed? Can he see anything? Yi Qian stared at the video and asked Xia Jinyuan, "Is there a paint that can quickly repaint the color of the car? If there are no silver-gray cars passing by on the highway or at the intersection where the accident happened, is there a possibility of repaint?" "Why do you say that?" Xia Jinyuan looked up at Yi Qian, who had been staring at the screen. The video played very quickly, and all he could see was the light flashing on her face. The cold light on the screen made her expression look hostile. Yi Qian paused the video 5 minutes after Old Guan's truck passed by the highway. A milky white car appeared on the screen. Director Yang, who had been watching Yi Qian the whole time, took a deep breath. Not only was she watching, but she was also really paying attention to it. She even remembered the time when each image appeared very clearly. That was why she could freeze the image and enter the time accurately to the second. This wasn't called having a strong memory. It was more like having a super strong memory in reaction time. Yi Qian didn't notice Bureau Chief Yang's reaction. He started to talk about what he had discovered. This car followed Old Guan's car after he had lunch. Old Guan's car got on the highway at 3:12 p.m. yesterday, and this car also got on the highway at 3:22 p.m. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Old Guan drove the car to the service area to rest for 2 hours. This car also entered the service area to rest for 2 hours. At 12 o'clock, Old Guan continued driving. At 3 o'clock in the morning, he got off the highway and entered the auto repair shop. At 3:45 o'clock, he started driving again. At 4:21 o'clock, he got into an accident. Yi Jin pointed at the 4 images and said, "This white car can be seen at all the exits and exits of the highway. However, this white car disappeared after a while. I've looked at the electronic cameras at all the intersections, and this white car has disappeared." The staff at the Public Security Bureau quickly recorded what Yi Qian said and gave detailed instructions. See if there was any white car that entered the nearby auto repair shop to be painted. Then ask. No, there's no need to ask. The car didn't enter the auto repair shop to be painted. They painted it themselves. Yi Qian said with certainty, "When I got out of the car to check the scene, I smelled gasoline and paint." Then, a gray car appeared. Chapter 927. Spray paint the white car into a gray one. Change the license plate. Change the exterior and leave without anyone noticing. Now there are 3 questions. First, who did Old Guan run into at lunch? Second, why did this car follow Old Guan's car all the way and suddenly spray paint it? Third, where's the car? Where are the people in the car? The investigation had to be handed over to the Public Security Department. The traffic department mainly cooperated. Fortunately, I asked you to come over. Otherwise, everyone would still be looking for clues. If you say so, the public security department will be much more efficient. After walking out of the surveillance room, Director Yang sighed deeply. If it was really done by someone, this is murder. It was not as simple as murder. It was murder. Yi Jian nodded slightly and agreed. That's true. Let's ask Old Guan's friends first and see if they know who Old Guan met at lunch. Yi Qian, come here for a moment. Xia Jinyuan, who was talking to the police, was standing at the entrance of the traffic department. Yang Yin asked her to come over. I have something to do here. Director Yang, who originally wanted to ask Yi Jian if she had time to go to his house for dinner, immediately said, I'm afraid the public security department wants you to help them again. After all, you're the first witness at the scene. Go now. You can contact me anytime if you need anything. Then, he added, don't feel burdened. Just take it as a walk in the traffic bureau. Director Yang admired Yi Qian more and more. Acknowledging her as his goddaughter was a good idea. He would be happy to have such an outstanding daughter. Looking at Yi Jian's back as she strode towards the police, Director Yang sighed softly. It was a pity that Yi Jian's parents were no longer around. With such an excellent daughter, if they were still around, they would be very proud. When the time came and they really recognized Yi Jian as their daughter, their family would have to go to her parents' graves to pay their respects. If the underworld knew, they could be at ease. In the future, Yi Jian would be taken care of by the Yang family, and she would have a home. The white Mercedes-Benz started up. Yi Qian got in the car and immediately contacted G3. G3, go to the provincial hospital on Zhongshan Road now. It's very likely that they came in 2 batches. The first batch entered Nan province at around 4:20 a.m. G3, who had taken a hot bath in the hotel and shaved his beard, immediately jumped up from the bed with 2 pistols in his hands. I'll be right there. Okay, Q King, and I will rush over as well. The patient's room is room 07 on the 5th floor of the inpatient building. Who exactly did Old Guan meet at noon yesterday? He had to ask Old Guan's wife and friends, and they were all in the hospital now. On the way from the traffic bureau to the hospital, Yi Jian told G3 about the car accident she had encountered in the early morning, as well as the results of her analysis. If Old Guan saw someone he shouldn't have seen, and it was really them, being silenced is something the mercenaries would do. The 4 mercenaries were originally here to kill people. In order to hide their whereabouts and their ill intentions, they did not feel any guilt in killing civilians. It was almost 6 o'clock when they left the transportation station. The sky was still a little light. When the car was halfway to the hospital, the street lamps lit up. It was already night. Chapter 928. The mercenaries who were lured into the mountains must still be searching the mountains. They won't dare to attack the hospital so brazenly. I'll get out of the car, and you and G3 will keep watch. In the car, Yi Qian's brain was working at full speed. But we can't rule out the possibility that they left someone in the hospital waiting for us to arrive, since they dared to do such a thing. If it were me, I wouldn't leave immediately after making sure it was safe. I'll send someone to keep watch and see if I can lure you in. While waiting for the traffic light to turn green, Xia Jinyuan turned his head and looked over. His gaze was dark and cold as an arrow. You want to say that we can't rule out the possibility that they deliberately caused a car accident to lure us out? That's right. He lowered his eyebrows. The sharpness in his handsome face was just like the Xia Jinyuan that Yi Qian first saw in the depths of the mountains. He was calm, cold, and exuded the aura of a Mei sect. He couldn't hide his coldness. He couldn't hide his sharpness. When he looked up, there was an overwhelming murderous intent. That's right, it's possible. They're mercenaries, real mercenaries, mercenaries who work for the government. We can't rule out such an arrangement. He really didn't think of this possibility, but after her reminder, the possibility of it being true was very high. The police car arrived at the hospital a few minutes before Yi Qian and his men. After Yi Qian entered the hospital with them, Xia Jinyuan got out of the car. G3 waited in the hospital for 5 minutes. Did anything happen? Stepping into the hospital, Xia Jinyuan stood in the corridor and contacted G3. He hid in the darkness and adjusted his breathing and voice to be inaudible. Yi Qian is here. G3 was downstairs in the inpatient department. Yi Qian's figure came into sight with 2 police officers. Yes, I saw him. I didn't find anything on my side. Look at Yi. Before he could finish speaking, he saw G3's eyes turn cold. There's a situation. Someone is following Yi Qian. Someone is following Yi Qian. They're quite smart. Keep an eye out for a few. I'll go into the inpatient department and block them. There was nothing unusual at the entrance of the hospital. The inpatient department only had a front door and a back door. The front door faced the main entrance of the hospital, and the back door faced the street. It was very likely that they escaped through the back door. Xia Jinyuan observed the situation outside. His long, slender legs, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, walked elegantly into the hospital. At night, the hospital seemed to be almost the same as during the day. It was noisy, but it was much better after they came out of the outpatient department. When they arrived at the inpatient department, it was quiet and they could still hear the crickets chirping. She was wearing a hospital nurse's tail. However, she had only taken a few steps when a cold light flashed in Yi Jian's dark eyes. She had already sensed that someone was following her. After the interrogation, there's nothing else to do. There's no need to go to the bureau. Are you hungry? Do you want me to pack some fast food for you? There were 2 police officers accompanying Yi Qian. The police officer on her right was about 34 or 35 years old. He was thin, but had a pair of sharp eyes. He spoke at a fast pace and had a strong sense of rhythm. He was the team leader of this operation. He was the first person they met at the traffic station. Having worked together before, they felt less unfamiliar. The team leader who spoke to Yi Qian was very polite. When he spoke, it was as if he was negotiating with her. He didn't mean what he said. This was the charm of Yi Qian's personality. In her previous life, Yi Qian suddenly woke up from her muddle-headed days. She endured the hardships life gave her and gritted her teeth to survive. She was like a tenacious cattail. No matter how tough the environment was, she would live on with determination. Chapter 929. After a long time, even if her face was beautiful, it wasn't dazzling and resplendent. Instead, it was like a flower blooming in the morning dew, swaying with the wind, causing people to feel relaxed and happy. The charm left behind in her previous life settled in the charm of this life. In this life, she lived a colorful life, with a dazzling splendor to compete with the world. The 2 different kinds of charm poured out at different times, and the result was completely different. Just like now, her calm and leisurely aura made the police officers around her feel her calmness. They would be infected by her calmness and involuntarily put her in an equal position. They would discuss, and treat her as one of their own. Captain Feng, you're too polite. I'll go to the restaurant after I'm done with the questioning. Yi Qian quietly walked closer to the captain who was talking to her and said, Don't look back. Someone is behind you. Think of a way to contact the higher-ups to protect old Guan's wife and friends. Captain Feng's gaze suddenly stopped. He said to his colleague beside him, I'll go over and pay for their hospitalization fees. You go up with her first. Why is it still our side paying? We paid 5,000 during the rescue, and now we're paying again. The other police officer did not notice and said helplessly, Okay, go. It's a matter of life and death. Don't talk about money. The family members should be here soon. We still need to arrange for the manpower. Yi Qian listened to the 2 police officers talk and did not say anything. She did not need to say anything. She just quietly followed them. The inpatient building was not high. It was only 10 floors. There were 2 elevators, and they moved slowly. She said to the police officer, It's too slow. Uncle, let's take the stairs. Taking the stairs was more convenient to deal with Tail, who was wearing the hospital's uniform. These foreign mercenaries were really patient. They waited for her in the hospital. Not only were they patient, but they were also very cautious. They would not let go of anyone or anything that was disadvantageous to them. Yi Qian was not surprised that a Tail had appeared in the hospital. The reason why he paid attention to her was probably because he was the first one who rushed to the driver when the accident happened. They were afraid that the driver would say something wrong, so they were so cautious that they would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one person go. The younger policeman was very patient with Yi Qian. When he heard that, he even smiled and said, "Sometimes it's indeed faster to climb the stairs than to take the elevator. But the stairs in the hospital are dark, and some of the lights are not on yet. You have to be careful when you walk. Don't bump into anything." The little girl had really helped them. She had made the whole case progress very quickly. Later, as long as they could ask Old Guan's friends about who Old Guan had met at noon and whether he had noticed the white car, the whole case could be considered to have made real progress. The tail behind them obviously understood Chinese. As Yi Qian and the others walked towards the stairs, the tail quietly followed them with a lunchbox in her hand. There were not many people in the inpatient building, and there were even fewer people climbing the stairs at night. When they entered the stairwell, their vision suddenly turned dark. Yi Qian, who had deliberately walked behind them, immediately closed the fire door. She said to the police officer who sensed something strange about Yi Qian, "Someone is following me. Be careful of guns. Go upstairs and guard. Don't come down." These words really made one's scalp tense. They were not afraid of knives, but they were afraid of guns. The closed door opened less than 3 seconds after Yi Qian finished speaking. A black shadow followed closely behind. The shadow quickly reached out to the wall, trying to turn on the lights in the corridor. Chapter 9:30. Yi Qian, who had been hiding in the dark and concealing her presence, immediately made her move when a man raised his hand to close the door. The moment the door was closed, the light reflected off the door reflected a trace of coldness in her eyes. Her target was the gun in the man's right hand. His right hand, which had been holding the lunchbox, was now holding the gun. A gun was not a good thing. It was a dangerous and bad thing in the hands of the enemy. She had to either snatch it or kick it away. Yi Qian did not intend to snatch the gun. She intended to kick it away. Kicking a gun away was a boxing skill. She would fight with whatever she could win until her opponent was dead. Yi Qian could be so ruthless when facing her enemies. These mercenaries who had chased Xia Jinyuan back to China would not be able to get anything out of them. And Xia Jinyuan did not expect to get anything out of them either. She was not joking when she said she would kill without mercy. She had to do it. The silver wire in her hand was like an agile snake. It wrapped around the man's right wrist at lightning speed. The man had been very vigilant, but no matter how vigilant he was, he did not expect someone to suddenly attack him from behind the fire door. "You're asking for death." The South Asian man spoke in stiff Chinese. He gave up on turning on the lights and raised his right hand, which was bound by the silver wire, in an attempt to break the thing around his wrist. As soon as he exerted force, the South Asian man felt a sharp pain in his right wrist. He realized that the thing around his wrist could not be broken, and he did not need to exert force. If he exerted force, the thing would cut into his flesh even faster, as if it could break his wrist. The pain made him involuntarily release the strength in his right arm. However, Yi Qian's reaction was faster. She straightened the entire silver wire and kicked the man's right elbow. She did not kick him from the front, but from the back. She straightened the man's right arm and kicked his right elbow hard. Yi Qian held the silver wire tightly in her hand. She was not afraid that the man would be strong enough to drag her over with the silver wire. The best thing about the silver wire was that the harder it was wrapped around the person, the tighter it would become. "Who are you people?" she asked in stiff Chinese. "You are all Chinese soldiers, right?" Chinese soldiers. Seeing that they were suspecting that it was Chinese soldiers who had assassinated the religious leader, Yi Qian smiled coldly and replied in perfect English, "It's useless for you to know who I am. However, I can admit that I'm a Chinese soldier." "That's right. You can think that she's a Chinese soldier. As for whether she is or not, and whether you believe it or not, that's your own business." Yi Qian answered the question honestly and did not lie. But this direct admission made the South Asian men suspicious. They suspected that the assassin was a Chinese soldier, and they also suspected that there were other countries involved. For example, the powerful countries in Europe and America. After all, China's military power was inferior to Europe and America's in every aspect, and the soldiers they trained were also inferior to Europe and America's. Their suspicions were more inclined towards Europe and America. You're not Chinese soldiers. No, Chinese soldiers are weak. You're strong. After the East Asian man finished speaking, his fist flew towards Yi Qian's body. The previous attack made the East Asian man realize that he had been careless, thinking that the girl he had targeted was just an ordinary student. Now that he knew that this seemingly ordinary girl had such powerful skills, it made him even more suspicious that she was not a Chinese soldier. It was impossible for China to train a student to be so powerful. Chapter 9:31. The Chinese soldiers are weak? The Chinese soldiers are weak? How dare a mercenary say that the Chinese soldiers are weak? Yi Qian was instantly filled with anger. G3 knocked on the fire door. 3 quick, 3 light, 2 quick, 2 quick, 2 light, using rhythm to scout the way. Yi Qian had been standing at the fire door the whole time. When he heard the knock, he quickly tapped the door with the tip of his foot and replied, "I'm fine here. I don't need backup." This was the first time that Yi Qian was going up against a real mercenary. Instead of being afraid, she was excited. She wanted to fight a real mercenary who didn't care about their lives and only cared about money. She wanted to step on the edge of death and fight for her country. After G3 heard the response, he said to Xia Jinyuan, who had been on the phone the whole time, "First floor of the inpatient department, West Corridor, 1-on-1. There's nothing going on here. It seems like they only sent one person to guard the door. They're just waiting for Yi Qian to come over." Xia Jinyuan, who was standing at the back door of the inpatient department, had a cold expression on his face. He said in a deep voice, "Take care of them. The real mercenaries are at least 5 times more aggressive than the mercenaries we faced in the no man's land." Afraid that Yi Qian would be at a disadvantage, Xia Jinyuan didn't want G3 to help her too early. He chose the safe and stable way to deal with it. He asked G3 to guard the door first, just in case. The voices inside stopped for a moment. Then a man shouted fiercely. He was probably going to attack Yi Qian again. "There's a problem with the door here. Wait for the maintenance staff to come over. Take the elevator." Someone wanted to go up the stairs, but G3 stopped him and politely asked him to leave. He also guarded the entrance to prevent anyone from entering recklessly and getting into trouble. The South Asian man's expression changed drastically after being attacked by Yi Qian. The pain from his wrist didn't make him let go of the gun in his hand. Instead, he used his right leg to attack fiercely. His desperate close-range attacks made Yi Qian's eyes freeze slightly. She quickly leaned her body outward and bent a little. A gust of wind like a razor blade brushed past her ear, and then she kicked the fire door with a bang. This time, the close combat was much more dangerous than before. The fire door was kicked up by him. Yi Qian's eyes darkened even more when he kicked it. Yi Qian, who had dodged twice in a row, clasped the opponent's ankle with both hands and twisted it fiercely as if she was twisting a fried dough twist. The South Asian man groaned in pain in the dark. A strong gust of wind came from the darkness. The South Asian man endured the immense pain and lifted his left leg to kick Yi Qian in the chest. He seemed to have pressed one hand against the wall. The mercenaries sent from overseas to infiltrate the Chinese side were all quite skilled. They had rich combat experience and were very capable. They were also paid to do things, so they fought with a fight-or-die mentality. The South Asian man's right leg was twisted so hard by Yi Qian that it felt like it was going to break. He quickly made a move to win. Yi Qian sensed that he was going to kick him with his left leg, so he quickly let go of his opponent's right leg and dodged to the side to avoid the attack that was aimed at his chest. Even though Yi Qian's reaction was fast, the South Asian man's left leg missed his chest, but it still kicked his shoulder. His entire right shoulder was kicked to the side. Yi Qian, who felt a sharp pain in his bones, clenched his teeth and didn't let himself make a sound of pain. This was the first strong opponent that Yi Qian had encountered. The immense pain in his shoulder constantly reminded him that his opponent was a mercenary whose hands were stained with the blood of countless people. They only did things for money. It didn't matter if the people who died in their hands were civilians. As long as they were a target, as long as they thought they were disadvantageous to them, even if they were civilians, they would still kill them. Chapter 9:32. Yi Qian's muffled voice could be heard clearly in the narrow stairwell. This kick did not make the other party relax. When his left leg was clasped by Yi Qian's hands again, the South Asian man's expression was like that of a ferocious beast that wanted to eat people. His expression was cruel and cold. Upstairs, the young police officer wanted to rush down to get his colleagues, but when he heard the sound of fighting, he quickly rushed back. The fire door on the second floor opened, and two people came in while talking. Chengdu hasn't done a skin test yet. Remember it clearly when you're changing shifts. The temperature of the patient in bed 6 has been abnormal since this afternoon. You have to report it to the night shift. These two nurses were preparing to change shifts. The young police officer who rushed down the stairs had no choice but to turn back. I'm a police officer. Take the elevator. As he spoke, he stopped the two nurses with his left hand and opened the fire door with his right hand. He pushed the two nurses, who were confused, back to the safe zone. There couldn't be anyone here. They had a guard. Yi Qian had just said, "Guard upstairs." Guard upstairs for no other reason than to be afraid that someone would enter or leave. They were afraid of being accidentally injured. The other party was a dangerous person with a gun. The young police officer heard the sound of fighting and wanted to rush down several times, but because the fire door was not bolted, he had no choice but to stay and wait. He did not have a pager with him, so he could not ask his colleagues for help. He could only wait anxiously. Interesting. You're not from the Chinese side. You've been following us, but you can understand Chinese. Stiff Chinese came out of the other party's mouth. It was ruthless, cold, and playful. Yi Qian smiled thinly and said in fluent Chinese, "I said I'm Chinese. Of course, Chinese citizens can understand what you're saying." Ha ha ha. Chinese citizen? Me too. The South Asian man wiped away the blood on his face that had been cut by something. He stared at the figure that blended into the darkness with a playful smile. The other party's fists and legs did not stop attacking even when he was talking. He could not shoot. Yi Qian did not give him a chance to shoot. In a battle of life and death, whoever had the upper hand would survive. Using words to distract her was really a useless method. The iron railing of the stairs clanged. Yi Qian used the silver wire to cut the man's wrist again. He then grabbed the man's left leg and slammed it against the railing. Then Yi Qian heard the sound of the gun's safety being released. The other party was planning to shoot. There was a soft sound. Yi Qian did not have the chance to think at all. She grabbed the man's left leg tightly with both hands and twisted it in the opposite direction. She raised her leg and attacked the South Asian man's crotch. She could not give him a chance to shoot. For any man, the crotch was the most sensitive part of his nerve endings. Even if the man was as strong as King Kong, he was still kicked by Yi Qian. His facial features were all twisted, and the safety of his pistol was off. It was so painful that his fingertips reacted half a beat slower. Bang! The sound of a balloon exploding in a sealed box came from the dark corridor. After the first sound, there was a second sound. He aimed at the man's right hand. Based on the sound of the man pulling the safety bolt, he knew where he was going to shoot. Chapter 9:33. With the second shot, based on the man's groaning in pain, the second shot accurately hit the man's head. The smell of blood gradually filled the air. Yi Qian didn't leave immediately. Instead, he pressed his body against the wall of the staircase. His breathing went from ragged to stiff as he pressed down. "I told you, I'm Chinese. Unfortunately, you didn't believe me. You're in my country, so why would I lie to you?" Amidst the ragged breathing, Yi Qian smiled faintly and told the mercenary in all seriousness, "Our country won't allow you to enter like this. Since you're here, naturally, you won't be allowed to leave. What's the harm in telling you that I'm Chinese? Do I need to lie? Do I need to be afraid of you? Do I need to change my identity? No, I don't need to lie. I'm a Chinese citizen. I don't need to be afraid of you. The country you're standing on is Chinese territory. I don't need to change my identity. You won't leave my country alive." The mercenary on the ground had his eyes wide open. He had been shot in the head, but his central nervous system hadn't been completely cut off. His heart was still beating slightly. As for whether he could hear Yi Qian's words, it was unknown. The police officers upstairs were about to come down when they heard the gunshot. The unbolted fire door on the second floor was suddenly pushed open. Another nurse rushed in with hurried steps. The police officers, who had already taken 2 steps down, had no choice but to go back for the second time. Without another word, they pushed the nurse out. "The police are working on a case. Go back." As he warned in a low voice, a second gunshot rang out. The nurse was somewhat displeased. "What are you doing? Why are you working on a case in the dark? Are you playing with balloons?" Yi Qian's KP-7M8 was equipped with a silencer. The sound it made was indeed similar to the sound of a balloon exploding. The young police officer's expression changed when he heard the nurse's dissatisfied mutterings. He glared at her and warned, "Don't come this way again. Take the elevator down." Because the elevator was too slow, the nurse who took the stairs wanted to say a few words. However, when she saw that the policeman in uniform had a very cold expression, she couldn't help but panic. She muttered, "Why are you so fierce?" Then, she turned around and went into the hall on the second floor. After the fire escape door closed, the second floor returned to normal. Yi Qian closed his eyes slightly and took a long breath before he said to the police upstairs, "Turn on the lights upstairs." "It's been resolved." The smell of blood permeated the corridor. The body of the fallen mercenary was still twitching at first, but now it was completely motionless. The dim lights came on. Yi Qian glanced at the wall and turned on the corridor lights on the first floor. In the dim light, the South Asian man who was leaning on the stairs was hit in the forehead by a 9mm parabellum bullet. The bullet pierced through his brain, causing blood to continuously flow out from the back of his head. There was the sound of hurried footsteps coming down from above. When a young police officer saw this, he gasped softly. He then jerked his head up to look at Yi Qian. His eyes were filled with shock. This scene was completely unexpected to the police officer. When he heard the gunshot, his expression changed drastically. However, because of the nurse's appearance, he had no choice but to turn back. When he heard the second gunshot, his heart sank. He thought Yi Qian had been shot. Yi Qian looked up and saw the young police officer who was standing there in shock. He smiled and said, "The local police won't be involved here. Someone will come and take care of it. You go back first. Don't worry about this." Chapter 934. He raised his hand and knocked on the fire door to inform them that the cleanup was complete. A second later, G3 pushed the door open and entered. He lowered his head and came in. When he saw the scene in front of him, he raised his hand and gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. "Well done. You flatter me. Think of a way to clean it up first." Yi Qian gently twisted his right shoulder that was in pain from the kick. Fortunately, other than the dull pain, there wasn't any severe pain. He could move his joints flexibly, so there was no problem with the fracture. G3 didn't even look at the young policeman standing above. He nodded and said, "Just throw him into the crematorium. It's not a big deal." "Just throw him into the crematorium? It's not a big deal? How can not be a big deal? Murder. This is murder. Murder, and it's not a big deal. How big of a deal is that?" "Ching Ching, how's the situation?" someone on the third floor asked in a low voice. Captain Feng, who was in charge of the car accident case, had brought his men over. They didn't realize how dangerous it was to follow Yi Qian, so they came down with their guns close to the wall. Ching Ching, the young policeman who had been at the scene, heard this and immediately said in a low voice, "Someone died. Captain, come down quickly." When Captain Feng and his colleagues heard Ching Ching's words, they quickly ran down the stairs. "What do you plan to show your face? Wait until Yi Qian leaves before you show your face?" G3 said calmly into the phone, then turned to Yi Qian and said, "Some people always like to show up last. You have to teach him a lesson when we get back." He looked like he was very pleased with himself. He really deserved a beating. If he didn't do it, he would leave it to Yi Qian to do it. Getting beaten up by his girlfriend. Didn't they say that beating was a sign of affection and scolding was a sign of love? Let Yi Qian properly kiss and love. Yi Qian had always thought that this way of getting along with comrades was very good. The more they frustrated and hurt each other, the deeper their relationship would be. Hearing this, he chuckled and said, "Yes, I'll definitely teach him a lesson when we get back." Major Xia, who needed to be taught a lesson, pushed the door open and entered. He closed the door with a smile on his handsome face. His gaze first swept past Yi Qian. After confirming that he was unharmed on the surface, he raised his head and said to Captain Feng, "Captain Feng, we will handle this matter here. The bureau chief will contact Captain Feng about the specific reason. Can I trouble Captain Feng to bring Yi Qian to the ward first? I'll come over later." Captain Feng knew Xia Jinyuan's identity. He looked at the man with a bullet hole in the middle of his forehead and right palm and frowned. "This man is... The people we kill without mercy will not have anything to do with the local public security, nor can they have anything to do with it." Xia Jinyuan interrupted him calmly and added in a firm tone, "Only we can handle this. Please forgive us, Captain Feng." The staircase that was filled with the smell of blood was very quiet. Both sides looked at each other with a hint of not backing down. Yi Qian walked out and said, "Captain Feng, can we go up now?" "Okay." In the end, Captain Feng gave in. He had no choice but to give in. How could he interfere when he couldn't? However, seeing that there was a murder case in front of him, he couldn't just leave because of his professionalism. Captain Feng glanced at the young soldier who was talking to him and asked worriedly, "Is he a citizen of our country?" He didn't look like he was, so it was better to ask for more assurance. "He's a foreigner who will cause trouble in any country he goes to." Xia Jinyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness and murderous intent as he said, "He has been waiting in the hospital for someone." Chapter 9:35. When his gaze landed on Yi Qian, Captain Feng's expression changed. "You mean the car accident? Yes, we still need to ask more questions. So, Captain Feng, please take Yi Qian upstairs as soon as possible. We will take care of this." Xia Jinyuan's cold expression told Captain Feng that this matter was not over yet. "These bastards!" Captain Feng gritted his teeth and cursed. He did not question Xia Jinyuan's words and whispered to Yi Qian, "Xiao Yi this way. We won't take up too much of your time." No wonder Xiao Yi appeared with Secretary Xia's cousin from time to time. It turned out that she often helped Secretary Xia's cousin. Secretary Xia's cousin was a border police officer. If he said that the person who was shot was a foreigner, it was highly credible. These bastards who dared to offend our country should be killed without mercy. After taking a few steps, Captain Feng said to his colleagues, "You two stay here and clean up the bloodstains. Don't scare people." They could help clean up the scene, but they could not do anything else. After watching Yi Qian leave, Xia Jinyuan opened the fire door and pulled an ambulance cart into the corridor. He said with a faint smile, "Someone always likes to appear at the end? Why does it sound like you're a tattletale?" "You must have heard wrong. I said someone likes to appear at the end." In order to prove his credibility, G3 nodded responsibly and said seriously, "Yi Qian will praise you very much." Xia Jinyuan patted his comrade's shoulder and said meaningfully, "I can understand. You're jealous. Don't worry, brother, I've said it before. Once my marriage is settled, none of you will be a problem." He walked up the stairs and grabbed the mercenary's jacket with both hands. He and G3 carried him to the ambulance cart and covered him with a blue cloth. They could be dragged out to solve the problem. The scene was left to two policemen. After they got water and a mop, Xia Jinyuan shook hands with them and thanked them. He then left with G3. Old Guan's wife's ward was on the 5th floor. The call from the director of the Public Security Bureau came quickly. Just as they reached the ward on the 5th floor, Captain Feng received a notice that the local police were not allowed to interfere with border matters in Nan Province. With this notification, Captain Feng was finally relieved. There were two policemen standing guard outside the ward. Yi Qian pushed the door open and saw Mr. Guan's wife lying by the bed in tears. Mr. Guan's two friends, who were his drivers, were sitting beside the bed. Seeing Yi Qian come in, old Guan's friend was first stunned. Then he stood up and said excitedly, sister-in-law, this is your daughter who saved you. Quick, sister-in-law, look, your daughter is here to see you." Old Guan's wife, whose eyes were filled with tears, looked up. When she saw Yi Qian, she struggled to get up. She recognized him. The doctor said that if the young lady had not risked her life to climb into the car to give Old Guan and 4 drip, she would not have heard Old Guan's last words. Old Guan said that he wanted to thank the young lady who saved them first, and that he would let her live a good life and raise their children. He also said that he could not take care of the family anymore, and that she would have to work hard for the rest of her life. He also said that if there was an afterlife, he would be reincarnated to repay her, from when she woke up to when she got into the ambulance. She spoke intermittently until she gradually stopped breathing. A living person was gone just like that. "Auntie, don't move." Yi Qian quickly held Old Guan's wife's shoulder and stopped her from getting up. "Don't move. Rest well." Chapter 9:36. Old Guan's wife held her hands tightly and kept saying, "Thank you." Yi Jian's eyes reddened as she thanked him through sobs. The pain of losing a loved one was the most unbearable pain. After crying for about 5 minutes, Old Guan's wife gradually calmed down. She wiped the tears on her face with her hands that were calloused from hard work and had fine wrinkles on her fingertips. "My dear daughter," Old Guan said, "we must thank you properly. I don't have much ability, so I can only kowtow to you. My daughter, our Guan family will never forget your kindness." Old Guan's wife, whose eyes were red from crying, insisted on kowtowing to Yi Qian. Yi Qian was so scared that he hugged this down-to-earth middle-aged woman and said, "Auntie, you can't kowtow to me. I'm not the only one here. There are many good people here. Please don't kowtow to me. I was just passing by and saw it. If I can help, I will." Old Guan's two friends said, "That's what we should do. That's what we should do. We can't think of any other way to thank you, so we'll kowtow to you. We'll kowtow to you on behalf of the Guan family." Yi Qian could stop one of them, but there were 3 of them at the same time. He gave Captain Feng a look and stopped Old Guan's chauffeur friends. "Auntie, Uncle, I'm here because I have something to ask of you. There's no need to thank you, but I need to know something from the 3 of you." Yi Qian could calm Old Guan's wife and 2 friends down. "What happened yesterday afternoon? It's nothing. The 3 of us were together. We had our meals together. We didn't dare to go far after loading the goods in the car." Old Guan's friend, chauffeur Tian, recalled what happened yesterday afternoon. "We had fast food during lunch break and delivered some food to the chauffeur. That's all." "Did Uncle Guan leave during the lunch break? Or did he go out alone, like fetching water? Or go to the bathroom?" Yi Qian's questioning was no worse than the police. He asked in detail, or did someone talk to him and ask for directions? "And after lunch, is there anything wrong with Uncle Guan?" Driver Tian and another driver with the same surname, Guan, shook their heads in unison. "I don't see anything wrong. It seems to be the same. Old Guan is a man of few words. We can't tell what's on his mind." Mr. Guan's wife thought about it. She was too overwhelmed by grief to remember, but she was Mr. Guan's wife, the person closest to him, so she was able to recount it more fully. "Something's not right. Something's not right with Mr. Guan." Yi Qian's spirits were lifted. He didn't rush her. He just looked at her quietly, waiting for her to break away from her sadness and recall the warmth of yesterday. Something is not right." Old Guan came out of the bathroom and pulled me into the car. Old Guan's wife tried to recall what had happened the day before and how she had spent time with her husband. Then, he recalled that something was wrong with Old Guan. He came out of the bathroom and dragged me into the car. I didn't even finish my mantou or take a jar of pickled vegetables before he dragged me into the car. The first time he said, "Drag me into the car." The second and third time he said, "Drag me into the car." The latter was more urgent, fast, and hurried than the former. It could even be said that he was panicking. Chapter 9:37. If that was the case, Old Guan had met someone in the washroom, someone who made him feel threatened, and something that could have cost him his life. Last night's car accident happened because of the person and the incident. "Auntie, did you see anything else?" "What did I see?" "He got in the car and left. I was complaining that I didn't take the pickles and that I had to get out of the car. Old Guan didn't allow it and said that he had to leave quickly." When Old Guan's wife mentioned this, Chauffeur Tian and Chauffeur Guan both thought of the same thing. Old Guan bumped into the mercenaries in the washroom and saw something he shouldn't have seen. He didn't understand what the mercenaries were talking about. Only when he saw something did he get into trouble. After leaving the hospital, Yi Qian got into the car and said coldly to Xia Jinyuan, "What do men do when they go to the washroom?" Xia Jinyuan, who was listening attentively, almost stepped on the accelerator when he heard her question. What do men do when they go to the washroom? She asked very seriously, so he had to answer seriously too. When men go to the washroom, they have to stand up. Everything else is the same as you guys. They have to stand up and take off their pants. Yi Qian analyzed seriously. What else did they have to do after taking off their pants? And what would old Guan see? What would he see? Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and scratched his eyebrows slightly. He added, sometimes they have to lift their clothes up a little, like a shirt tucked into their pants. We have to pull them out and unbuckle their belts before we start. Discussing with his little girlfriend how men go to the washroom and what they do when they go to the washroom. No matter how serious Xia Jinyuan was, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. The gun fell off. Yi Qian didn't notice Major Xia's strange expression. When she heard him say that they had to pull up their clothes and unbuckle their belts, her eyes immediately lit up. Her eyes lit up so much that Xia Jinyuan, who was driving and looking at her from the corner of his eye, held his breath and exhaled gently. Then he calmed down and said, "It's very likely." At noon, Old Guan and the others were resting at a place soon after they got on the highway. They needed to reorganize their weapons in the washroom when there were fewer people around. Old Guan suddenly barged in. This is also possible. However, the possibility of the gun falling out is high. This kind of thing had happened before, so the possibility was higher. Regardless of which possibility it was, Old Guan did run into the mercenaries who were chasing after him. Unfortunately, he was killed. The topic was always heavy. When Xia Jinyuan drove the car out of the city and rushed to the winding mountain road, he stepped on the accelerator to the maximum. The car even left a long shadow, leaving a flashing red taillight shadow. Let's go to the mountains. The informants left by the hospital are missing. They will definitely take action tonight. There was an abandoned house in the mountains. Xia Jinyuan stayed there for a few hours and left some things behind. He left some food that would bring him back, such as instant noodles, candles, a lighter, and a piece of moisture-proof cloth. The items left behind were enough for the foreign mercenaries who liked to wait for their prey. Little Fox, it's just the two of us tonight. Are you scared? The car drove out of the city and into the suburbs. Xia Jinyuan, who was driving silently, reached out and held her hand. He whispered, I don't plan to ask G3 for help. Stay in the hospital. G3 had to stay in a hospital just in case. They would not allow foreign mercenaries to hurt their citizens again. They would not let another tragedy happen. G3 had to stay in the hospital. Chapter 9:38. Yi Qian had always agreed with Xia Jinyuan's arrangements. Even G3 had agreed, so what else could she say? His arrangements were indeed very good. Protecting Old Guan's wife was also what she wanted. After the intimacy during the day, Yi Qian slowly let go of the shackles in her heart. She held his slender and strong hand and smiled lightly. Don't be afraid. We have guns and people. This is still our country. I'm not afraid. With you by my side, I really don't have to be afraid. From what I know, there are about 6 of them. After eliminating 1 in the hospital, there's still about 5 left. Our chances of winning against 5 are very high. Xia Jinyuan talked about the situation on his side and G3's side. The 5 of them don't have any heavy weapons. Like us, they mainly use pistols. We're used to fighting at night, and so are they. Little Fox, the real battle is about to begin. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. After the battle, his hot-blooded personality had already been stimulated. His raised eyebrows carried the coldness of a soldier. Even the words that came out of his mouth were tainted with gunpowder. I'm looking forward to it. I want to get rid of them even more. They harmed our country's citizens. If the lives that they lost couldn't be redeemed, then their blood would be used as a sacrifice for the lives that they lost. The mountains at night were exceptionally quiet. Even the flapping of the night bird's wings was a sign of peace. The car didn't drive into the mountains. Instead, it stopped at a spot that Xia Jinyuan had already chosen to hide the car. As the car turned off, Xia Jinyuan's phone vibrated loudly. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately picked it up. Brother Z, we've dealt with them. We cremated them and scattered their ashes in the river to feed the fish. Z was in the villa on Mount Daliang. She was playing with a lighter in her hand. Laolu, Brother Z is really going to leave with you this time. You have to come back on your own. Xia Jinyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He said calmly, Xia Yiwei is waiting for you, Brother Z. You should be able to go and snatch her back now. The location is at the usual place by the river. But Brother Z, if you're still in Mount Daliang, I wonder if you can make it in time? There was only a beeping sound from the phone. When Xia Jinyuan followed Yi Jian into the night, there was a huge explosion in the kitchen of Ho Zi's villa in Dalong Mountain. Not only was the kitchen destroyed, but there was also a huge pit under the kitchen. Half of the villa was destroyed. The huge shock caused the ground to tremble. The birds in Mount Dalong were so shocked that they flew away. The entire Mount Dalong seemed to have woken up in the middle of the night. The birds that were returning to their nests would flap their wings and fly away at the slightest movement. The pheasants in the bushes would also be disturbed by the slightest movement and would immediately make a goo-goo sound and flee. Yi Qian, who did not follow the mountain path, crouched down and followed Xia Jinyuan to the abandoned houses in the mountains. After 2 hours of climbing, they were only 2 kilometers away from their destination. The sky was dim, and the crows were cawing. Yi Jian stopped in the dark. She smelled the scent of a third person in the night. It had rained a few days ago, and it was autumn. The dense forest was filled with the smell of decaying vegetation. Yi Qian had been smelling this scent all along the way, so she was very sensitive to the sudden intrusion of a foreign scent. She gently tugged at Xia Jinyuan's clothes and gestured to him, who immediately turned around and pointed in their direction. She told him that there was someone in their direction. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the two of them exchanged hand signals and silently passed through the bushes. They stepped on the leaves as if they were stepping on a sponge. There was no sound at all. Not even the leaves and twigs made sound. Their figures were like shadows that swept in 4 directions. Chapter 9:39. Yi Qian was in charge of security, and Xia Jinyuan was in charge of eliminating the targets. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was no longer as gentle as he was during the day. He was like a beast patrolling the mountains, and he began his assassination. Seeing Xia Jinyuan's actions again, Yi Qian couldn't help but applaud his skills. His tall and slender figure arched his back, and he attacked with the grace and ferocity of a cat. He didn't have a gun in his hand, and he didn't even have a dagger as he went around to the back of the target. His movements seemed to be very light, but the speed at which he solved the problem was very fast. Like a gust of wind, Yi Jian heard the rustling sound of leaves touching each other. Only a few seconds later, everything returned to normal. Xia Jinyuan liked the simplest solution. He clasped the target's head with both hands and twisted it hard. After a click, the target's neck was bent at a strange angle, and not a single drop of blood was left on the scene. The elimination was complete. They all liked to eliminate their targets in this way during the assassination at night. Yi Qian was the same. She also preferred the method of twisting the neck so that no blood would be left on the scene and the smell of blood would not be detected. Continue, Xia Jinyuan said softly as he returned to her side. His voice was gentle and calm. Yi Qian looked at the location where the targets were eliminated, and her eyes narrowed slightly. There may be more than 5. Don't worry, they won't leave here alive. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and kissed Yi Qian's cheek. He encouraged her in an intimate way. If you and I work together, we won't be afraid of how many there are. They're not outside the borders, they're in our territory. They should be the ones worried, not us. Yi Qian took a deep breath. She was indeed worried. There were only Xia Jinyuan and her now, and there were no other reinforcements. There were more than 5 of them, and they were all mercenaries sent by the government. They were as fierce as professional soldiers, so it was normal for her to be worried that they wouldn't be eliminated in one go. With his kiss and his calm voice, the worry in her heart gradually dissipated. She looked at him and said firmly, "We can definitely do it. We definitely can. Captain Xia, if you say it's possible, then it's definitely possible." She was such a good girl. She believed him so much. That's right, we can definitely do it. Little fox, if you say we can, then we definitely won't have a problem. His deep eyes were darker than the night as he gazed at her gently. I'll protect you, and you'll protect me. We won't have any problems. How could there be a problem? We are stepping on our own land, and the foreign mercenaries are like rats hiding in the dark. As soon as they appear, they will only be beaten and killed. Candlelight flickered in the dilapidated house, and the mountain breeze carried with it the fragrance of instant noodles. Yi Qian's eyes flashed with hostility as he held his gun tightly and sneaked into the house with Xia Jinyuan. She was in charge of sneaking in, while Xia Jinyuan was in charge of eliminating the two whistles outside. The house was built with mud bricks from the 60s or 70s. It had been abandoned for a long time, and with a candle lit in the dense trees, it looked like a haunted house described in a novel. It was eerie and eerie. The wind in the mountains was strong, and it blew into the house that didn't even have a window frame. The candlelight flickered and was extinguished within a second. Yi Qian fired 2 shots into the darkness. Chapter 940. The room was in chaos. 3 sets of footsteps were heard. 5 people had been killed by Yi Qian, and only 3 were left. Someone cursed in the dark, and Whistle shouted from outside, "Get the fuck out here! Quick!" He was also speaking a South Asian language, so Yi Qian didn't understand him. However, he knew that Whistle had been deliberately alerted by Xia Jinyuan to lure the people in the house out. Yi Qian had finished shooting from the first position. He had already hidden behind a collapsed couch, and he stared coldly at the dilapidated house. As soon as someone came out, he would immediately start shooting. The ambush caused a moment of confusion among the mercenaries who had chased them to China's territory. When the whistle outside deliberately alerted them that there was only one person, the remaining 3 mercenaries came out of the house, firing randomly. In the dark, Yi Qian once again aimed at a black figure that ran out of the house. Without hesitation, he fired his 3rd bullet of the night. Every bullet had to hit a target. Uncle Chun had said that a sniper's bullet had to be fired to protect his comrades. When shooting for his comrades, there was no room for error. Bang! The muffled sound of gunfire broke the silence of the night once again. As the black figure fell to the ground, the 2 figures that came out of the house nimbly rolled into the bushes and quickly hid. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunshots were fired in the direction where Yi Qian was hiding. The remaining mercenaries had an idea of how many people had ambushed them. Xia Jinyuan didn't give the alerted Whistle a chance to speak. Yi Qian suppressed the remaining 2 mercenaries with gunfire, while he quickly finished off the target. The dagger in his hand was not a military dagger. It was a multi-purpose knife bought from a hardware store on the street. Although the blade was a little blunt compared to a military dagger, as long as it was used well, it could still become a sharp weapon. The leaves rustled. Xia Jinyuan swung his fist, which was sharp enough to scratch skin. The close combat of the Special Forces was never about hiding needles in cotton floss. Instead, it was about attacking quickly and ruthlessly, then hitting the opponent accurately. There are many parts of the human body that cause severe pain, but there is only one part that slows down the mind, the brain. Xia Jinyuan continued to attack, landing several punches on the mercenary's head. The handsome and ruthless Xia Jinyuan was like an awakened lion, so awe-inspiring that the mercenary retreated step by step and let out a blood-curdling scream. He called for reinforcements, but Yi Qian's bullets seemed to have eyes. When the vegetation moved, or when there was an unfamiliar scent in the air, the bullets would hit somewhere with a bang, preventing anyone from going to help. Damn it, what the hell? The mercenary who was hit by the bullets and had to hide again rolled under a tree. His eyes were dark as he searched for his target. The mercenary who had been hit in the head several times by Xia Jinyuan staggered. As he swayed, the leaves and shrubs around him moved. The sound of rustling could be heard at this moment, making one's heart beat faster. Yi Qian smiled slightly. Captain Xia was not only an excellent Special Forces soldier, but also an excellent commander. In terms of tactics, he had a gift that even the veterans admired. The bigger the commotion, the more nervous the other 2 mercenaries would be. This would increase their psychological pressure, and her and Xia Jinyuan's chances of winning would increase. A deep, hair-raising sound came from the darkness. The smell of blood in the wind was even stronger than before. It was so thick that it drifted into everyone's nostrils. Chapter 941. Xia Jinyuan had already killed the mercenary who was slow to react. His throat had been slit twice by Xia Jinyuan. It was not a military-grade dagger after all, so he still needed to kill the target twice. The wind was still blowing, but there was no more sound. However, the smell of blood was even stronger. Xia Jinyuan did not have time to waste in the southern province. After killing the target, he and G3 returned to the battlefield overnight. He did not have time to deal with the two mercenaries who had not shown themselves and were waiting for an opportunity to strike. Next, lure the enemy. This was the battle plan that he had discussed with Yi Qian long ago. After killing 2 or 3 targets, they would not give the mercenaries a chance to catch their breath and immediately lure the enemy. Fighting in the forest, the flowers and trees were all natural cover. They would not be easily ambushed, and neither would they allow others to be ambushed easily. The next step was to lure the enemy. Yi Qian was to lure the enemy. She was a girl, and girls represented weakness in everyone's hearts. Following Yi Qian's low voice, the 2 mercenaries who had been hiding in the darkness and had not moved for a long time looked in the direction of the voice. A woman in front of them. Both sides surrounded and attacked. With daggers in their hands, they quickly approached Yi Qian's direction. Xia Jinyuan finished off the whistle in his hands and went to support Yi Qian as quickly as possible. He believed that Yi Qian could take on one of the mercenaries by herself. She would not have a problem taking on one of the mercenaries, but she did not have a high chance of winning against 2. The mercenaries who came this time were comparable to soldiers in the army. They were very professional, and Yi Qian lacked actual combat experience. If she really had to take on 2 of them, she would not be able to escape unscathed. The encirclement of the 2 men did not make Yi Qian panic. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunshots were heard, and the 2 mercenaries heard the sound of bullets breaking. There were no bullets in their pistols. Her gun had no bullets. Now was the time. While her gun was out of bullets, and she needed to change her gun or change the magazine, now was the time to attack. Xia Jinyuan ran through the forest and approached the shadow as fast as he could. One of the mercenaries turned around and fired in the direction where Xia Jinyuan was running, trying to stop him. Countless birds in the forest flapped their wings and flew into the dim night sky. On the other side, the dagger in his hand glinted coldly as he thrust it towards Yi Qian. What he didn't see was that Yi Qian was smiling coldly in the dark. The black figure leaped over, and Yi Qian rolled in the bushes to avoid the attack. Yi Qian had already loaded his other pistol. In the blink of an eye, he fired 2 shots at the black figure. His speed was so fast that the other mercenary holding down Xia Jinyuan was shocked. There were 2 sounds of fighting in the forest. Unable to shoot at close range, Yi Qian was once again confronted by a mercenary tonight. Punches and kicks required strength. Not only did they have to hit the opponent's weak points, but they also had to ensure that they wouldn't be injured or killed by the opponent. Fighting was the most exhausting thing. As a girl, Principal Chun and Uncle Jin had always planned for Yi Qian's physical fitness training. Her strength was not as good as the male soldiers, but her endurance was definitely better than the male soldiers. She leaped up and grabbed onto the branches. Relying on the lightness of her body, she lifted her feet and kicked the mercenary's head repeatedly. With a low growl, Yi Jian stepped on the mercenary and threw him into the bushes. Her aura was not inferior to that of the male soldiers. The mercenary who fell into the bushes had a ferocious expression on his face. He flashed his dagger, shouted, and jumped up again to stab Yi Qian. Chapter 942. The tip of the dagger flashed past his eyes several times. With his arm cut, Yi Qian silently grasped the silver wire in his hand. As he dodged, he looked for an opportunity to strangle the mercenary to death. At the final moment of the battle, Yi Qian grabbed the mercenary's outstretched wrist. When he took a step back, he stepped on a tree with 1 foot and jumped behind the mercenary. At the same time, he wrapped the silver wire in his right hand around the mercenary's neck. Fuck! The mercenary cursed in broken Chinese as he felt something wrapped around his neck. He threw a punch at Yi Qian's head. If Yi Qian was hit by his fist, he would definitely die at the hands of the mercenary. After 3 years of training, Yi Qian's sensitivity to danger was higher than in his previous life. His reaction was also faster. He jumped, grabbed a tree branch with both hands, and dodged the heavy punch. The silver wire wrapped around a tree branch, and as he dodged, it wrapped around another tree. That was enough. It was enough to eliminate the target in an instant. The silver wire was extremely thin. Once it was wrapped around the flesh, it would not be easy to pull it out. The neck was the most dangerous part of the body. Being wrapped around by anything would make a person feel fear. They would want to pull the scary thing away to free their neck. The more they thought about it, the faster they attacked, and the tighter the silver wire wrapped around them. The leaves rustled and fell like rain. One end of the silver wire wrapped around the mercenary's neck, the other end wrapped around the leaves, and then around the tree trunk. With one last punch from Yi Qian, the mercenary, who was half a head taller than Yi Qian, roared in pain. His fists swung even more fiercely. Yi Qian, who was covered in sweat, did not give his enemy a chance to retaliate. He kicked back. This was a real fight, filled with blood and death. This was a real battlefield, a bloody battlefield where it was either you die or I die. Sweat flowed into his eyes, but he did not have time to wipe it away. The dust on the leaves flew into his eyes. Even if his eyes hurt, he had to keep them open. Relying on his body's flexibility and agility, Yi Qian held the tree branch tightly with both hands. He attacked the mercenary's shoulder several times. The silver wire finally wrapped around the mercenary's neck. It was so deep that he could hear him gasping for air. The severe lack of oxygen in his brain made his movements slower and slower, and his reactions slower and slower. Gritting his teeth, Yi Qian hit the mercenary's chest one last time, causing his whole body to fall back. This was the moment. This was the moment to kill him. Yi Qian let go of the branch with both hands and quickly jumped down from the high place. The moment she jumped down, she also took out the pistol hidden in her clothes and aimed at the black shadow that turned over and shot. The sixth mercenary had been eliminated. Yi Qian leaned against a tree and slowly sat down with her back against the tree trunk. She panted heavily, as if she would suffocate if she didn't breathe properly. The smell of blood in the air was stronger than before. It was so thick that it could not be dissolved. His entire chest was filled with the rusty smell of blood. Xia Jinyuan used the cold blade to stab the mercenary's arm that was strangling his neck. He slashed down fiercely and directly cut the mercenary's arm tendons. In the darkness, his deep eyes were cold. Facing the enemy, his gaze was so cold that it could make one shiver in fear. The mercenary's arm tendons were cut, and the strength in his arm suddenly disappeared. Xia Jinyuan immediately grabbed the mercenary's head. He lifted his leg and hooked the mercenary's neck. With a sharp look in his eyes, he threw the mercenary to the ground. Chapter 943. The dagger in his hand was still stained with blood. The sharp blade instantly pierced the mercenary's heart. He twisted the handle so that the tip of the dagger could still move. Ah! A sharp scream became the last note of the battle. Xia Jinyuan had been using his iron arms to pin the mercenary's head in place. He then wrapped his legs around the mercenary's chest and locked his arms. Even when he heard the mercenary's screams, his heart did not soften. These people deserved to die. Xia Jinyuan maintained his killing posture. He wrapped his arms around his target. From the initial fierce struggle to the point of no resistance, Xia Jinyuan calmly let go of his arms and legs only when the sound from the mercenary's throat disappeared. He stood up. With him as the center, the bushes around him seemed to have been swept by a hurricane. Some of the bushes were even uprooted. Yi Qian, he raised his voice. His voice was calm and steady. He walked over step by step until he reached the center of the battle. In the dim light, Xia Jinyuan heard the sound of rapid breathing and found Yi Qian. She was sitting against a tree. Her slender body was one with the tree and the night. If not for the sound of her breathing, he wouldn't have noticed her. He walked closer and closer. Then he slowly bent down and squatted to look at her at eye level. "How are you? Do you have the strength to stand up again?" Both of them emitted a strong smell of rust. Yi Qian blinked and looked at the man in the dark. His eyes were as bright as stars. He smiled and said, "I'm fine. I just feel a little weak." "Not bad. Her voice was steady. There was no trembling, no fear, and no panic. She was even better than the last time in Pakistan. Xia Jinyuan, who was originally facing her, adjusted his position and sat down shoulder to shoulder with Yi Qian. He reached out to put his arm around her shoulder and let her head rest on his shoulder. Then he hugged her tightly. Rest for a while. Good efficiency. From the first target to the last one, we used 1.5 hours. You're counting the time. Yi Qian took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. You can still count the time. I've been thinking about how to get rid of him. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said gently, if you have time in your heart, you don't need to calculate to know. Turning his head, he rubbed the tip of his handsome nose against her hairline and asked, are you hurt anywhere? My arm has been through a lot this year. I had just recovered from my injury, but I cut myself again and hurt my right arm. Yi Qian looked up and saw his lips pressed against her forehead. How about you? Are you okay? At this moment, even the mountain wind calmed down. The crickets started chirping again, and the startled birds returned to their nests. Except for the smell of blood in the air, everything was so peaceful and leisurely. Xia Jinyuan gently kissed her on the forehead. At that moment, he could feel Yi Qian taking the initiative to get closer to him and offer her heart to him. She was looking for support from him, and he was also looking for support from her. He said, passing through the smoke of war between life and death, isn't this kind of interaction more unforgettable than those romantic interactions? It wasn't if, but if it was true, this kind of love could be soul-stirring in the smoke of war, but could also be indifferent in leisure. It wouldn't become dull with time, and it would only make them more and more compatible. They would become more and more dependent on each other and become each other's support. Chapter 944. They would never be separated. As long as they could still fight, they would always be together. They would go through life and death together and grow old together. This kind of love was stronger than a romantic relationship. Love was stronger than gold and unbreakable. The two of them leaned against each other. They had survived a life-and-death battle and leaned against each other again. The wind didn't want to disturb them and let them sit quietly and talk softly. I'm fine. I'm used to it. Xia Jinyuan moved his lips away from her forehead and held her shoulders tightly. He said softly, the gauze is in the car. Treat your wounds after you get in the car. His voice was steady in the wind, so steady that she felt at ease. Yi Qian's breathing gradually calmed down, and she no longer rested her head on his shoulders. She said calmly, the target in southern province has been dealt with. You and G3 can return to the battlefield to look for K7. She had her phone with her to maintain contact with the military. After the small envelope was sent, a series of text messages were sent back to the military. Clean up the scene before you leave. Xia Jinyuan stood up and let Yi Qian hold his outstretched hand. They stood up together, and the coldness in his eyes had not dissipated. His gaze swept across the scene like a knife, and he said calmly, bury them. After 2 hours of burying, Yi Qian's shoulders were so sore that she couldn't lift them up. Her shoulders had already been kicked in the hospital. After fighting and burying them, she suddenly lost all strength in her shoulders, and the soreness rushed up like needles. Sit for a while. I'll clean up the scene again. Xia Jinyuan helped her sit down on a brick. She didn't say anything, but he could tell. You don't have to force yourself in front of me, little fox. You don't have to force yourself in front of your comrades. Especially after a battle, when you need to rest and replenish your energy, you must replenish it in time. We didn't just fight once. We fought countless times. Yi Qian gritted her teeth and didn't force herself. She sat down and tried to relax her shoulders. My shoulders are sore, but I still have the strength to walk. Give me 10 minutes to rest. Okay, I also need 10 minutes to clean up. Xia Jinyuan patted her on the shoulder lightly. There was a touch of gentleness in his cold and hard eyes. You're great, Yi Qian. You're really great. Yi Qian raised his head and smiled at him. His smile was light, as clear and bright as the wind in the mountains. I still need to work harder. I can't become a burden to my comrades. How could this be? Are you now thinking that you've become a burden to me? Xia Jinyuan frowned slightly and said solemnly, our bodies are not made of iron. There will always be times when we are tired. Being tired does not mean that we will become a burden to our comrades. Sometimes you are tired because you are tired to protect your comrades. This kind of tiredness will never become a burden to your comrades. It's precisely because you exhausted yourself to protect your comrades and win victory for your comrades. This isn't tiredness, but glory. He did not want her to put too much pressure on herself. If there was pressure, she had to remember to face it properly. She didn't understand burden in this way. The correct understanding of burden was that she didn't do anything during normal times, delayed opportunities on the battlefield, and caused failure to control the battlefield. This kind of person was a burden. Think about it carefully, but remember, don't let your imagination run wild. Xia Jinyuan rubbed the top of her head heavily and reminded her in a gentle and serious voice, think about what a burden is. After he finished speaking, Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh as she watched his tall figure turn and leave. Chapter 945. Captain Xia really cared about her in all aspects, even her psychological development. She had never met such a man before, but she knew that she had met a very good and outstanding man. The night passed quietly when they returned to the car from the mountain. It was 5 o'clock in the morning in autumn. Xia Jinyuan took out the first aid kit from the car. Yi Qian had already taken off his jacket and was sitting in the grass wearing only a short-sleeved shirt. The knife wound was a little deep, but it was not so deep that the flesh was torn apart. However, because it was not bandaged, the area around the wound was red and swollen. Xia Jinyuan was no stranger to disinfecting and debridement. He disinfected, stopped the bleeding, sprinkled anti-inflammatory powder, wrapped the arm with gauze, and added another injury to Yi Qian's arm. This wound is not too deep. No wonder you can endure it. Xia Jinyuan did not ask if it hurt. There was no need to ask. It definitely hurt, but compared to staying alive, this kind of pain was nothing. He had seen too many terrible injuries. Facing Yi Qian's injury, even if it was his little fox who was injured, he did not feel the need to hug and comfort her. As a soldier, you have to be patient with pain and injuries. Crying out in pain is a coward in the team. Yi Qian picked up the bloody sports jacket and said with a pained expression, "It's brand new. You can't wear it again. I don't know how to wear camouflage. It's stained with blood. Soak it in detergent for a night. Then scrub it a few times the next day to make it clean." Xia Jinyuan looked down at the clumps of stains on his body and raised his eyebrows. "I can't wear this either." Their faces and bodies were covered in blood. Xia Jinyuan took the car keys hidden in the tree and laughed at Yi Qian, who was still holding the jacket. "Let's go find a place with water to wash our faces and hands. Aren't we going to find G3 immediately?" Yi Qian did not throw the jacket away. He hugged it in his arms and got into the car. G3 is still in the hospital alone. Should we contact him first? He started the car and turned on the headlights. The car drove into the foggy mountain road. His faint laughter came from the car. No need. He will take the initiative to go back to the hotel. The whole night's action made her bones sore. Standing in a small stream in the mountain, Yi Jian grabbed a handful of unknown water plants and washed the blood on her hands and between her fingers. A pair of slender hands that were also stained with blood reached over and held her hands. Using the grass that he had crushed earlier, he gently rubbed it between her fingers. The blood could be washed clean now, but there will be more and more in the future. Sometimes, you can even smell the blood on your hands. I've always thought that if I had a pair of hands that could smell blood, I would never be able to hold another girl's hand for the rest of my life. Sometimes, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but tremble when he saw it. Now, as he held a pair of blood-stained hands, he felt his heart soften. The girl beside him had a pair of blood-stained hands like his. She was not afraid and did not shrink back. Instead, she faced it bravely like him and even supported him when he was in danger. Just like G3 said, it was a blessing of 3 lifetimes to find a girl who could accept them. And he really found a girl who could accept his profession. It was a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Yi Qian frowned slightly. He didn't quite understand what he meant. He joked, "Why? Did you want to hold another girl's hand before?" Chapter 946. Although he was joking, Xia Jinyuan did not dare to take it seriously. He answered seriously, I never thought that you were the only girl I wanted to hold hands with. You were also the only girl who dared to take the initiative to hold my hands when my hands were stained with blood." His reaction made Yi Qian chuckle. "Not even when you were young and frivolous." Xia Jinyuan pretended to think about it. When she looked at him coldly, he said slowly, "When I was young and frivolous, I did all sorts of bad things. All I thought about was how to go against my father. How could I have other thoughts? After I was young and frivolous, other people were busy with their first awakening of love, while I was busy studying for the military school entrance exam." Xia Jinyuan spoke slowly. His low voice was like dancing music, gentle and cheerful. "After graduating from the military school, I was assigned to Fujian town. The army was full of male soldiers. Before I met you, the only hands I could hold were those of male soldiers. One day, I suddenly held a girl's hand. At that time, there was only one thought in my mind. Why is it so soft? So soft that..." Yi Qian, who had been listening attentively, realized that he was talking about her again. She immediately raised her voice. Okay, I believe you. You don't have to explain." If he continued to explain, it would make her blush and feel uncomfortable. "No, this concerns my innocence. I have to explain it clearly," Major Xia said seriously. Yi Jian looked at him with a faint smile and an ambiguous expression. She maintained her composure on the surface, but her heart was boiling like boiling water. "This concerns my innocence. I don't want to hear it. She wanted to cover her ears, but he was still holding her hand. She wanted to run away. How could she outrun him? Most importantly, he liked to make her feel embarrassed. The more she acted this way, the more excited he would be. The first time I held the girl's hand, I was really shocked. It was so soft that I felt like I could break it if I used too much strength. Little fox, why is your hand so soft? It's as if it has no bones. It's so soft that it even reaches my heart. Later, when I hugged you, I thought no wonder they say that women are made of water. I hugged you like this and really didn't want to let go. But you were still young at that time. I put you down and you pounced on me. You even straddled me. How tall were you then? Not even 1. 6 meters like a little bean." Yi Qian wanted to drown himself in the water. He said that he and a few other soldiers had received close-range combat training within 30 meters, and their opponent was a real sniper in the army. He didn't know why Xia Jinyuan appeared out of nowhere and accidentally encountered him. Yi Qian blushed a little when he thought about how he had been pinned down by Yi Ziheo. His voice sounded like it was overflowing with water as he reprimanded in a low voice, "You pervert." At that time, he was only 14. His thoughts were all over the place. "You're right. At that time, I also felt like a hooligan." Xia Jinyuan, who had always done things in an upright manner, readily admitted that he was indeed a hooligan at that time. "You were too bold. You straddled a male soldier all of a sudden. When I was scaring you, I even thought about whether I should kiss you. Fortunately, you angrily called me an old man. A basin of cold water was poured over me and woke me up. Otherwise," as he spoke, he leaned closer to Yi Qian's cheek and quickly kissed her with his thin lips. The noble and handsome major smiled so brightly that Yi Qian couldn't help but raise his leg to kick him. Major Xia, who had dodged to the side, finished his unfinished sentence along with the morning breeze. "Otherwise, I really would have kissed you back then. Now that it's like this, I can't help but want to kiss you." Chapter 9:47. When it came to how to get along with Yi Qian, Major Xia had always been aggressive. If he didn't take the initiative, this girl with a hard shell would never take a step forward. Only when he took the initiative would she be able to get closer to him. It was normal for her to be shy. He was shy too. "Xia Jinyuan, why are you hiding? You said so many crazy things about being a hooligan, yet you won't let me kick you." Yi Qian was only shy about his behavior, not angry. Her eyes were like water, and even when she glanced at him, they were still bright and beautiful. "I'm only 14 years old, and you're already having such thoughts. Your thoughts are too improper." He had long realized that his thoughts were improper, but realizing it and wanting to correct them were two completely different things. However, he was really glad that his thoughts were improper at the time, and that he didn't miss out on such a good girl. If you only act like a hooligan and don't take responsibility, then that's called improper. Mine doesn't count. My thoughts are proper, my attitude is serious, and I can withstand the test. Looking at Yi Qian, who was so shy that her face was as red as rouge, Xia Jinyuan's eyes were so gentle that there were whirlpools in them. His laughter gradually subsided. He held her hand tightly, stared at the girl he liked, and said slowly and seriously, "Yi Qian, you're the only girl I want to hold hands with. You're the only girl who doesn't mind holding my bloodstained hands and who is brave enough to hold them. As for other girls, if I were to hold out my bloodstained and reeking hands to them, I'm afraid they would faint before I could even open my mouth." His serious words made Yi Qian feel helpless and bitter. Who would dare to hold a pair of bloodstained hands? She lowered her head and looked at her own hands. They were also stained with blood, and even the gaps between her fingers were stained with blood. It took a lot of courage to hold a pair of hands that reeked of blood. After a few hours, the blood that had dried between the fingers was difficult to remove. It needed to be washed carefully. Yi Qian looked at the man who had been looking at her with a gentle expression. The invisible layer of coldness in her eyes slowly softened, and there was a hint of affection in her eyes. Let me tell you a real story. One day, after training, J5 mentioned something in the chat. He said that one of our retired soldiers had just returned to the company after completing a mission. Just as he was changing out of his bloodstained clothes, one of his comrades told him that a girl was looking for him. The old soldier was so happy that he ran out excitedly and saw his girlfriend standing at the entrance of the camp like a flower. The soldier held his girlfriend's hand, but before he said anything, he heard his girlfriend frowning and asked why he reeked of blood on his body. And then he saw the blood between his fingers, so he immediately retracted his hand. Later, the soldier said that he would never be able to forget the expression on her face at that time. She was disgusted, very disgusted. She was disgusted by the smell of blood on his body, the bloodstains on his hands, and even more disgusted by how dirty he was. The bloodstains between his fingers were gradually cleaned, and then she rinsed them with water. Xia Jinyuan held the hand that reeked of blood as well as his own. He slowly looked up and fixed his gaze on her. His sorrowful voice was as clear as a flowing stream, trickling over. Later, the soldier broke up with her and took the initiative to end their 2-year relationship. Later on, the soldier retired from the army. It was said that he found a nurse who also had to deal with blood. This was the story I heard on the 4th day I joined the army. It was a sad story. I've been thinking about what I would have done if it were me. Chapter 948. Yi Qian also looked at him and asked with his eyes, "If it were you, what would you do?" I thought about it for a week. At that time, all I could think about was you. I thought that I needed to find a girl like Yi Qian. I needed to find a girl who could understand me, and I could understand her. Otherwise, if I appeared in front of her one day covered in blood, how scary would that be? Yi Jian smiled. She thought of herself. If one day she appeared in front of the other him covered in blood, the other him who lived in peace would be scared half to death. Who would be willing to find a girlfriend whose hands were covered in blood and who was nowhere to be seen at the end of the year? Even if he could accept it at the time, after a long time, he would be annoyed and tired. He would not want to continue, and break up would be a foregone conclusion. A boyfriend who did not understand her, and she could not tell him about the hardships and dangers she faced. That kind of love was not strong and could hit the rocks at any time. Only by finding a boyfriend who understood her, who had experienced the smoke and fire of war, who had been tempered so many times that they were inseparable. Only this kind of love was true love. Suddenly, Yi Qian understood why Xia Jinyuan wrote in his love letter. They all said that the love of a special forces soldier was the most bitter love. It was a darkness that could not be seen under the sun. It could only struggle painfully in the dark and cold corners. Even if it was lovesickness, it would hurt to the bone. Because no one could understand them, no one could truly understand them, and no one knew how dangerous their profession was. All kinds of things such as this were because the Special Forces soldiers could not tell their loved ones that they were Special Forces soldiers. Therefore, their love struggled painfully in the corner, and their lovesickness hurt to the bone. Love that could not be seen under the sun was like a small bean sprout that sprouted in the dark. It was so delicate that it could be broken with a light touch. It was too tiring to protect such a love. It would be very, very tiring. The veteran soldier was tired. Secondly, he didn't want to implicate a girl and waste her youth. Furthermore, in their line of work, there was no guarantee that they would return. Since the other party couldn't understand him, he might as well let her go and have peace of mind. I won't be scared. Look at you, you're covered in blood. Your face, the tip of your nose, your eyebrows, and your forehead are all covered in blood. Yi Qian removed her hand from his and caressed his face with her clean hand. She stopped at the corner of his eyes and smiled. Also, I can see that my face, nose, eyebrows, and forehead are all covered in blood. The way you are is the way I am. We are all the same. We don't need to be afraid of anyone, and we don't need to carefully protect anyone. You brought me up, and I'll follow in your footsteps. This is our love. This is the love between the two of us. Xia Jinyuan felt his blood boil because of her words. In the past 23 years, he had finally tasted what it felt like to be touched by words of love. He felt as if there was a fire burning in his chest. Because of her words, he was willing to burn to ashes in a sea of fire. It was not over yet. Yi Qian's words of love were not over yet. She smiled and looked at him deeply. Her gentle voice blended with the wind and fog, and she whispered softly in his ear, "We won't struggle in the dark, and we won't cry in cold corners. The love that I want, the love that you want, is the kind of love that we have now." Chapter 949. I won't be afraid of you, and you won't be afraid of me. If you appear in front of me covered in blood, I will say, "Well done, my major." If I appear in front of you covered in blood, you will say, "Well done, my comrade." Look, neither of us will be afraid of the other. We understand each other, and we understand each other. You're right. Compared to romantic love, our love is much stronger. Xia Jinyuan, I believe that our love will always be this strong. Our love will always be this strong. Xia Jinyuan smiled. Little Fox really knew how to talk. Her words touched the bottom of his heart and sweetened his heart. That's right. This is our love. It can be exposed to the sun and wind. Our love is the kind of love that we have now. This is our love. It's a one-of-a-kind love. She wet her hands in the water and gently washed the blood off his handsome face. She saw the gentleness in his eyes and the bright smile on his face. Xia Jinyuan was really good-looking. He was as elegant as bamboo and as proud as a pine tree. His features were like an ink painting on a master's paper. There was a hint of his handsomeness, and there was also a hint of coldness when the ink was splashed. There was no part of him that was not exquisite and elegant. The young major who made her feel a sense of majesty when they first met lived in her heart just like that. No matter how unwilling she was, she could not resist his gentleness. She was washing the blood off his face, and, at the same time, he was washing the blood off her face. Both of their eyes were so focused that they could only see each other's faces in their deep eyes until they were clean. Xia Jinyuan's hands pulled the water grass growing in the stream and rubbed it until it was pulp. Then he washed the blood off his fingers bit by bit. Yi Qian washed his face very seriously. He pursed his lips slightly and gently washed the blood off his fingers. The gurgling stream washed the blood off his face and hands until there was not a trace of dirt left. Yi Qian looked up and smiled. It's very clean. It smells like green grass. In the faint morning light, her face was like a pearl with water droplets on it. It was bright and clear. Her dark eyes looked at him with a smile. The coldness in her expression had quietly faded, leaving only gentleness for him. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan felt that her gentle smile was branded in the depths of his heart. Xia Jinyuan, did you slack off during training? You're too fair, standing in the middle of the V8 team. Your face and hands are so fair. If I didn't know better, I would really think that you were slacking off. With his head lowered, Yi Qian teased him with a smile. Under the washing of the green grass pulp, his strong hands became even fairer. His fingers were delicate and slender. They were even prettier than a pianist's hands. Xia Jinyuan smiled and replied calmly, "This problem has been bothering me for a few years. When I first entered the military academy, I even thought about going to the hospital to get my skin tanned. Yi Qian, who was secretly praising him, did not notice the change in the owner of these hands. Because of her seriousness and concentration, Xia Jinyuan's eyes became darker and darker. You want to become darker when you want to become fairer? How hateful! Letting go of his clean hands, Yi Qian scooped up some water and splashed it on her face. Xia Jinyuan, who was squatting beside her, stood up and shouted in a deep voice, Yi Qian. Yi Qian smiled and looked up. I can. Chapter 950. No matter how fast she reacted, it was too late now. Xia Jinyuan, who was already mentally prepared, smiled and stretched out his long arms to hug her waist. His laughter was low and deep beside her ear. It was soft, sexy, and hoarse. You want to run away now? It's too late, my little fox. Xia Jinyuan, you're going crazy again. Yi Qian, whose legs were lifted into the air, struggled. The more he struggled, the tighter the arms around his waist became. It made it hard for him to breathe. Put me down. It's uncomfortable for you to hold me like this. Was it uncomfortable to hug her like this? Then changed to a more comfortable position. His arms were very strong. He lifted her up gently, allowing her legs to spread across his strong waist. His hands held her buttocks firmly, as if he was holding a child. How is it? Do you feel comfortable now? Indeed, it wasn't as comfortable as when he hugged her waist, but this made her even more embarrassed. I want to kiss you, can I? Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened as he took a step forward and asked, Can I kiss you right here? I really want to kiss you. I can't control myself at all. May I? May I? The autumn morning sun peeked out of the clouds, passed through the thin mist, and gently fell on his elegant brows, making Xia Jinyuan's gentleness even clearer in Yi Qian's eyes and heart. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qian bit his lip and said helplessly, How many more times do you need to ask? Ask until you agree. He hugged Yi Qian firmly. The smile at the corner of his mouth was graceful, and there was a hint of laziness that made Yi Qian's heart beat faster. What if I don't agree? Ask until you agree. Yi Qian was exasperated. He stared at him with his clear eyes. You're being shameless. Idiot. I've always been such a scoundrel. Did you just realize? Laughter seemed to come from his chest. Xia Jinyuan stepped out of the stream and walked to the flat grassland. Next, I'm going to do something that I didn't finish yesterday morning. As he spoke, Yi Qian fell into the misty grass. His gaze darkened bit by bit under the faint morning light, causing Yi Qian's heart to race and even his fine eyelashes to tremble slightly. Xia Jinyuan, you be careful. His voice was trembling. As he turned around, Yi Qian was completely flustered. I've always been very careful, but there are times when I lose control. The young major lowered his head and lowered his tall and imposing body. His hot and dangerous aura made Yi Qian hurriedly use her uninjured hand to support his chest. Even though her voice was trembling slightly, she still asked, How far do you want to go? Let's see how far I can control myself. Be good. Move your hand away. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. The sunlight shone through the mist. His dark eyes seemed to be shining brightly, burning both himself and Yi Qian. His slender hand grasped Yi Qian's hands that were pressed against his chest. Slowly, gently, and forcefully, he removed them bit by bit. Trust me, I'll control myself. I won't do anything that you can't handle at your age. He put her hands to the side and pressed them against the grass. The last thing Yi Qian saw with her eyes closed was his handsome face. His pitch-black pupils reflected the face of a woman with watery eyes. Chapter 951. That was her. That was her own face. Her eyes were like autumn waves, and her face was like the rosy clouds of the morning sun. Everything was silent. It was as if all sounds had been blocked out. She couldn't hear the gurgling of the running water or the chirping of the morning birds. All she could hear was her own heartbeat. It was so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. Relax, relax, be good, relax a little. I'm nervous too. It's our first time kissing in the wild. I'm nervous too. Xia Jinyuan didn't kiss her immediately. His slender hand held Yi Qian's slender fingers and intertwined his fingers with hers so that she could hold on tightly, to his hand. One by one, he kissed her lightly, starting from her forehead. Originally, Yi Jian was also very nervous. When she heard Xia Jinyuan say that he was also very nervous, she couldn't help but smile. It turned out that she was not the only one who was nervous. It turned out that he was also very nervous. Xia Jinyuan, who carefully avoided her injured arm, didn't kiss her with his eyes closed. When he raised his head slightly, he saw Yi Qian smiling. She seemed to like seeing him nervous. As long as she liked it, it was fine. He was nervous too. His deep voice was like red wine, intoxicating and intimate. Just now, it was a battle between the two of us. Only the two of us fought side by side. There were no other comrades supporting us. It was just the two of us fighting. His kiss landed on Yi Qian's earlobe. He even nibbled on it gently. Also, I found a girl who wasn't afraid of my hands being stained with blood. She even told me what kind of love our love would be. His voice was very warm. It was so warm that one would gradually relax from their nervousness. It was very gentle and warm. One could slowly let down one's guard. Yi Qian opened her eyes slightly. She saw his handsome face magnified in her eyes. He was so close to her. She also saw the joy in his eyes. Xia Jinyuan liked Yi Qian. There was no doubt about that. Hold my hand. Don't be afraid. Believe me. Believe that I won't lose control and do anything to hurt you. Close your eyes and enjoy our victory, the way we enjoy our love. As he lowered his body, the long grass rustled. Through the gaps in the grass, she could see that he had placed Yi Qian under his body and was kissing her passionately. His love would not grow in the dark and struggle in a cold corner. The love he wanted was to be righteous like this. It was just that open and above board. In winter, he could be his neighbor with snowy mountains. In summer, he could be his companion with the sea. In autumn, he could dance with the yellow sand. And in spring, he could spend time with the jungle. This was his love. There was no such thing as premature death, and there was no such thing as fear. She could wash the blood off his body, and he could do the same for her. They wouldn't ask why they were so dirty or why there was so much blood. They could understand each other and encourage each other. They wouldn't hide things because they were afraid, and they wouldn't run away because they wanted to hide things. Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian's love would grow in the sunshine and eventually become a towering tree that bore many fruits. Yi Qian had already closed her eyes and accepted his kiss. She could see her reflection in his dark eyes. She could clearly see the expression on her face. There was no resistance, no panic. In his deep voice and gentle kiss, her heart had already accepted him. Accepted the man who made her feel safe. Her heart, that had been tightly closed for 2 lifetimes, opened little by little. One day, she would completely accept him. Chapter 952. With the sky as the cover and the ground as the hut, Xia Jinyuan finally finished the bad thing he didn't manage to do last night. Without any resistance, Yi Qian followed her heart and accepted his passion. But this time, she could clearly feel how fast Xia Jinyuan's kissing skills had improved. Just a second ago, she was still thinking about reminding him not to laugh, but in the next second, she was kissed until she felt dizzy and her whole body went limp on the grass. The long grass was pushed down piece by piece, and the rustling sound told the world how intense the actions of the lovers who were in intimate contact would be. Occasionally, there would be a low moan that would make people blush in the midst of the gurgling stream, and those soft moans were as sweet as honey. Does it feel good? I can hear your voice. It's much softer than before. The diligent and studious Xia Jinyuan was used to asking questions shamelessly. When the sound of the grass rustling stopped, Xia Jinyuan ended the charming and gentle kiss perfectly. He let Yi Qian lie on top of him and opened his arms to hug her tightly, pressing their bodies together intimately. The restlessness didn't stop, but he controlled it. His chest rose and fell, and even the breath he breathed out was hot to the touch. Yi Jian had already carefully avoided the most obvious part of his agitation. Her upper body was close to his chest, and she quietly opened her legs and placed them on both sides of his waist. She was afraid that if she was careless, she would accidentally make herself flustered and cause him to draw in a breath of cold air. She was so careful and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Suddenly, when she heard him ask her this question, Yi Qian's eyelids trembled slightly, and she simply closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. She was asleep and didn't hear him. Bastard. He always liked to ask questions that made her feel embarrassed to answer. How was she supposed to answer him? She didn't want to answer. Her head was resting on Xia Jinyuan's shoulder, and her small movements couldn't escape his gaze. We kissed until your lips are red and swollen. Are you still shy? Then I'll have to answer my own question. It must be very comfortable. When I hear your voice, I also feel very comfortable, so much so that my body's reaction is a little big. You're so shocked that you don't even dare to lie under me. Xia Jinyuan, whose lower body was still tense and restless, quickly adjusted the rhythm of his breathing. He used his strong self-control to suppress the restlessness. Every word he said was to divert his attention so that the restlessness would subside as soon as possible. You must be tired. Now you can lay your legs down, and everything will return to normal. Everything had returned to normal. It wouldn't touch her lower abdomen again. Yi Qian didn't move. She was already asleep. He really fell asleep? Little fox, don't you know that it's best to take advantage of someone while they're sleeping? Xia Jinyuan's thin lips moved slightly with a hint of mockery. He admired Yi Qian, and his eyes trembled slightly. The prince will kiss the sleeping beauty awake. Let me be the prince too. Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian opened his eyes and glared at him. Now please shut up. I need some peace and quiet. Can you be a little more normal? She was a little embarrassed and angry. Okay. I won't say anything. Shut up immediately. Xia Jinyuan, who knew when to submit to circumstances, held back his laughter. He quickly patted her back and said, don't be angry. Next time I ask you, should I ask for your opinion first? I'm a studious person. I only allow myself to improve and not retreat. Sometimes I really can't help but want to ask you. I'm just afraid that if I get nervous, I'll hit or bite you. Chapter 953. Little fox, I'm nervous too. This is my first time interacting with a girl, so I'm not as relaxed as you are. However, I'm a man, and men have to take the initiative. I have to take the initiative. So, even if I'm nervous, I have to take the initiative. This is called accumulating practical experience. It's like fighting a war. There's no chance of winning if you only talk about it every day. Only by doing it can you accumulate experience, win every battle, and build confidence. Yi Qian, who had her eyes closed, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said that he was nervous, but she was the one who was nervous. You finally smiled. I was really scared when you scared me just now. It's good that you smiled. Let me catch my breath and calm down. Xia Jinyuan pretended to be shocked and looked at Yi Qian as if he needed to be comforted. He hoped that she would comfort him. He was really shameless. The phone vibrated against his pants. Xia Jinyuan didn't even need to blink. Xia Jinyuan's eyes were cold. The shameless Xia Jinyuan instantly entered the state of a soldier. His handsome face was piercingly cold, and there was no trace of gentleness from before. Yi Jian's movements were also quick. She immediately got off his body and looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was picking up the phone calmly, with her eyes full of emotions. The military called. The target in Southern Province was eliminated. They were to immediately meet up with G3 to rescue K7. K7 has been confirmed to be captured. Q King. The military hopes that as many of your comrades left the country at that time, you will return to the country. The Major General's cold voice sounded from a phone. The operation in Southern Province was perfect. The military gave Yi Qian a high evaluation of her ability. Tell her that even if she's just a student now, the military has recorded all her military achievements. We're just waiting for the day she puts on her uniform and serves the country. Yi Qian had been glued to his phone the entire time. She heard the Major General's words clearly. With a cold expression, she didn't care about whether she had any military achievements. She only cared about how dangerous Xia Jinyuan's mission was this time. I'll meet up with G3 immediately and head to the border. He didn't say much, but his short words were filled with a piercingly cold aura. The target in the Southern Province has been dealt with. Identity has not been exposed. Operation Storm Commander Q King is requesting backup. The Major General admired his resolute and fearless subordinate very much. He nodded and said, "Helicopter support, Southern Province Air Force Base. I'll give you 4 hours. The plane will land at the base in 4 hours. With the help of the helicopter, they will be able to rush back to the battlefield to rescue K7. 4 hours." Yi Qian roughly calculated the time. Although it was tight, he could still make it. Their time together began to count down. If they didn't have 4 hours, they would only have an hour and a half at most. The rescue of K7 is imminent. The military can provide you with convenience in the country, but once you're overseas, all contact information will be destroyed. Q King, K7 who entered ST, is very likely to have sacrificed himself. It'll be very difficult for you to find out his specific direction. ST Mercenary Group has always welcomed women. The Major's voice gradually trailed off. Xia Jinyuan's expression instantly turned cold. 1 minute later, he rejected without hesitation. "Sir, I reject the military suggestion this time. Rescuing K7 is our team's task. I don't want anyone else to get involved. You know how high the danger level is. We sent a total of 8 people, and now only 7 have returned. No one can guarantee that there won't be any accidents during the rescue." And Chapter 9:54. Xia Jinyuan's gaze fell on the figure walking towards the car, and his voice became even colder. Also, Yi Qian has never been in danger alone. Although she is excellent in all aspects, she is still a student. I object to the military suggestion this time. The military thinks that sending her abroad is not just to rescue K7. They also hope that she can provide. I don't agree. End of report. Without waiting for the Major General to finish speaking, Xia Jinyuan said, "End of report." Very forcefully, he ended the conversation. The Major General on the other end of the phone choked. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't. They had to discuss it. Q King, the military will not make a decision that is disadvantageous to your operation. Yi Qian has worked with you many times, and as a female soldier, she is the most suitable person to infiltrate the ST Mercenary Group. Why do you? Xia Jinyuan would gladly accept Yi Qian's participation in an operation like the one in Pakistan, but this time he refused without any discussion. The ST Mercenary Group is notorious around the world. Female captives who have fallen into their hands have never walked out in one piece. Major General, it is precisely because Yi Qian is a female that I don't agree. The ST Mercenary Group was a mercenary group that only worked for money. They were cruel, heartless, bloodthirsty, and tortured captives. Falling into the hands of such a mercenary group would depend on how many lives K7 could survive. Even male soldiers had to survive a few times, but female soldiers would always end up much worse than male soldiers. Not only would they be tortured, but they would also be humiliated. With such a mercenary group, Major General, I don't know why the military would make such a suggestion. Every word in the last sentence was mixed with hostility. He used a completely doubtful attitude to deny the military's decision. Luckily, Xia Jinyuan had good self-control. If he had a more explosive temper, he would probably directly say, "Did water get into your brain?" After he finished this sentence, he said, "End of report." Then, he unilaterally ended the conversation, letting Yi Qian go to the ST Mercenary Group alone to scout the way. How could he agree? In Pakistan, at least the other party was a group of people who had faith and would never humiliate a female captive. As for the ST Mercenary Group, as long as one knew a little about them, the color of their faces would change. After hanging up, Xia Jinyuan thought for a while and turned off his phone. Since the military had said that it was a suggestion, it was clear that they had discussed it carefully. They were only telling him to sound him out. Perhaps they wanted him to ask Little Fox. Xia Jinyuan could not help but shudder when he thought of Yi Qian's fearless attitude. If the Little Fox knew about this, she would definitely agree. She agreed, but he really didn't. After turning off his phone, Xia Jinyuan walked to the front of the car with a carefree expression. He patted Yi Qian's shoulder like a comrade and praised him with a smile. The military is very satisfied. They've recorded all your achievements. You now have 3 military merits. Well done, Little Fox. Once you graduate from the military academy, you won't be promoted to major, right? According to the military rank regulations of China, students who graduated from junior college or university would generally be given the rank of second lieutenant after they were assigned to a post in the military. Those who graduated from undergraduate studies would be given the rank of first lieutenant. Some would first be given the rank of second lieutenant, and after an internship period, they would be given the rank of first lieutenant. Those who graduated from graduate studies would be given the rank of captain. It was extremely rare for someone like Yi Qian, who did not even go to military academy, to have military merits directly. Her identity was special and could not be defined as an ordinary citizen. If they wanted to convert military merits into a substantial reward, Yi Qian would not accept it. Uncle Jin and Uncle Chun would not agree to it either. In order to retain an outstanding talent like Yi Qian, the military had miraculously reached a consensus without any discussion to record military merits. Chapter 955. Since it was recorded as military merit, according to the implementation of the 7th article of the Chinese military regulations, after Yi Jian graduated, her 3 military merits were already outstanding enough. So, it wasn't impossible. However, for Yi Jian, military ranks were a little far away from her. What she was thinking about now had nothing to do with herself. It was all about the major in front of her, who could still talk and laugh with her. Don't worry about me. Think about your matter first. K7 was captured, your identities are unknown, and you have to be careful of being hunted down. Captain Xia, I hope you can come back alive even if you're injured. Rescues were often more dangerous than breakthroughs. They knew this, and so did Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and pulled Yi Qian into his arms. Although she spoke frankly, her words were filled with concern. He quickly kissed her slightly swollen lips. No, I can't lose my life so easily. I'm still waiting for little Fox to hold my hand and attend your high school graduation ceremony after you graduate from high school. I still have to wait for my little Fox to go to university so we can be together. His voice was still high-spirited before, but in the end, he lowered his voice and whispered into her ear with a flirtatious expression. Yi Jian, who had finally calmed down from the passionate kiss, suddenly felt like a ball of scorching hot air was blowing against her face because of his words. It was so hot that even her fair earlobes were flushed red. He actually said, something about using condoms together? Xia Jinyuan, you're too indecent. Yi Qian lifted her leg. This time, she didn't hold back and directly stomped on his foot. I'm only 17 years old. You're indecent too? Was he really that indecent? Why did he feel that it was normal? 17 years old. Yes, a little young. A high school girl was underage. It was a little inappropriate for him to suddenly be so blunt. However, Xia Jinyuan endured the pain in his foot and maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. He said elegantly, your actual age is 17, so according to the nominal age, you're 18 years old. Also, little Fox, your maturity always makes me overlook your actual age. Your mental age is definitely 20 years old. Although it was painful, seeing the bashful look on her face made it painful again. It was worth it, because he had been holding a gun for a long time. His rough and slender fingers were gently caressing her cheeks. He looked at her with a deep gaze and said in a low and sexy voice, I'm not being indecent. It's all very normal. You're not 13 or 14 years old, at the age where you don't know anything. When you're 17 years old, you should know what you should know. I hope that I'll be the one to tell you these intimate things. I'll tell you openly, and I hope that you can accept it with a healthy mindset, because sex will become an indispensable thing in our lives in the future. I'm telling you now not because I'm not being serious. I just want you to know and understand. Don't you think it's more appropriate for me to tell you, little Fox? Yi Qian was speechless. What he said, she had no way to refute it. When it came to reasoning, Major Xia was extremely talented. Even if she had lived 2 lifetimes, she was still not his match. In terms of shamelessness, he wasn't as good as him. She was not as thick-skinned as him. When it came to reasoning, there was no one better at talking than him. Thinking about it carefully, Yi Qian was a little dumbfounded. She realized that in terms of life, She was no match for Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 956. Think about it carefully and see if what I said makes sense. Letting go of her hand, Xia Jinyuan opened the door and got into the car first. As he bent over, the young and scheming major, who had lured the innocent fox into his trap step by step, curved his lips into a meaningful smile. He had to let the little fox get used to it and know in advance. 17 years old was not young. How could she not know what she should know? Wait until she was in her 20s to understand? That would be a little too late. When they were in their 20s, success would come naturally. He did not want the two of them to experience any unpleasantness during normal physical interactions to enhance intimacy. He liked her and only wanted her to be happy from the bottom of his heart. Doing anything with him, such as kissing, caressing, or making love, was very pleasurable. All he wanted was for her to be happy. Yi Qian silently hid her head. She had lived for 2 lifetimes, and Major Xia in the 90s was more open-minded. In her previous life, she had made one mistake and then another. She had lived a useless life. In this life, she had finally won back the life that belonged to her. How did she meet Xia Jinyuan? She did not know how to deal with it at all. Looking at her secretly hitting her head with a vexed and conflicted expression, Xia Jinyuan started the car, and the smile on his face deepened. It was good to be a little reckless when you were young. When you were a little reckless, you would become thick-skinned. Once you were thick-skinned, you would be able to do anything as a matter of course and not feel guilty at all. After Yi Qian got into the car, the major stepped on the accelerator and instantly accelerated to 240 miles per hour. The whole car drove out of the mountain road like a race car and headed straight for the city center. After getting into the car, Yi Qian was still feeling uneasy. Condoms and whatnot. How could he say it so easily? The car drove very fast. As soon as she sat in the front passenger seat, she saw the shadows of trees on both sides of the car pass by from the corner of her eyes. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled several kilometers. Yi Qian, who had been slightly pursing her lips, looked at the man driving. That serious side profile. It was as if nothing had happened just now. There was still a gap. No. She had to calm herself down. What had happened was in the past. Why should she keep thinking about it? He was simply making himself uncomfortable. Xia Jinyuan, who was able to control his emotions, had already thought about the important matter. Since he had made a big fuss, he had to get down to business as soon as possible. He said in a serious tone, "Although the mercenaries lured to the southern province have all been dealt with, we can't rule out the possibility that there will be more mercenaries outside. You should stay in school for the next few days. It's best if you don't go outside." Yi Qian, who was also quickly calming himself down, replied with a slightly cold expression, "None of the 8 people we sent out survived. It's normal for them to come looking for us. But I'm safer than all of you. Captain Xia, you don't have to worry about me. Don't worry about me. Don't get distracted because of me. Don't worry about me. Don't get hurt because of me. I don't need you to worry about me either. Just focus on recuperating in school." Xia Jinyuan understood her unspoken words. He stared coldly at Xia Jinyuan in front of him, and his heart softened. They were like-minded lovers. They understood each other more and respected each other more. This kind of love was unique to Xia Jinyuan. You don't have to think about anything other than your studies in school. Just like me, you don't have to think about anything other than how to destroy the enemy on the battlefield. You take good care of yourself in school, and I'll take good care of myself on the front line. We have to be well, understand? When they were waiting for a red light, Xia Jinyuan held Yi Qian's hand. He gently rubbed the back of her hand with his thumb and looked at her with an incredibly gentle gaze. We have to take good care of ourselves. Chapter 957. Take good care of yourself and don't let him worry. I'll only be at ease if you're well. Yi Qian smiled and nodded. I will. You will too. Yi Jian hesitated for a moment before she lifted her right hand and held his right hand. She didn't dare to look at Xia Jinyuan anymore. She stared straight ahead. She didn't dare to look at Xia Jinyuan anymore. She wasn't used to taking the initiative. She always felt like she was doing something naughty. Every time she took the initiative, she had to be mentally prepared. She took a step towards Xia Jinyuan with embarrassment and shyness. She took the initiative, but Xia Jinyuan's gaze deepened. Yi Qian shifted uncomfortably and said dryly, "Drive, drive. Why are you looking at me? Little fox, even if I want to drive, I need to be able to drive." Xia Jinyuan looked down at his right hand that she was holding tightly. He was in a good mood and smiled. "For the time being, I can't shift gears and drive with one hand." Yi Qian immediately let go of his hand as if he had been electrocuted. How awkward. Since when did I hold his right hand so tightly? At this moment, she didn't look at the front, but turned her head sideways and looked out of the car window, leaving the back of her head for Xia Jinyuan, who was laughing in a low voice. He met a bold yet shy little fox. No matter how he looked at her, she was adorable. Her cuteness had a magical power that made him reluctant to part with her. Sometimes, he even felt that just listening to her voice could dissipate the fatigue of the day. Yi Qian listened to his deep chuckle and thought about her behavior just now. She couldn't help but raise her hand to her forehead. Why did she keep acting so childishly in front of him? He even kissed her neck by the stream. What was there to be embarrassed about? Neck. Yi Qian quickly touched her neck. It wasn't red from the kiss, was it? Her skin was a little sore from the kiss just now. She touched her neck to see if there were any red marks. Xia Jinyuan, who knew what was going on, smiled and said, "2 red marks, symmetrical on the left and the right. The size is even and the shape is not bad." "You did it on purpose, Xia Jinyuan." Yi Qian glared at him and immediately let go of her ponytail. Then, she parted her hair to cover both sides of her neck. That should be enough. Just now, it was indeed a bit intense. How did she let him kiss her neck? She even left a kiss mark on him. She didn't know when it would disappear. What if her classmates found out? Especially if Jiasen found out. How was she going to explain it? Xia Jinyuan did it on purpose. Why would he do that on purpose? Unable to control himself, by the time he realized it, there was already one. One strawberry will cause misunderstandings. Why don't we just leave 2 strawberries? With strawberries, people won't misunderstand. Xia Jinyuan's explanation sounded quite reasonable. His smiling eyes occasionally slid across Yi Qian's face. His eyes were so bright that they seemed to sparkle. Yi Qian was already thinking about how to make him leave a kiss mark on her. When she looked up, she saw the sparkle in his deep eyes, which were like stars, shining on her body. Yi Qian's fingertips trembled, and she felt her face heat up. The temperature in the car seemed to have risen by a lot. Her back was sweating slightly, leaving his mark on her body. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Leaving his mark, leaving his scent. It was as if he really wanted to meld her into his bones. Chapter 958. Xia Jinyuan, who had become restless after thinking about it for a while, took the initiative to put down the car window and let the cool morning breeze calm down his boiling blood. He did not want to be like a young man who was easily restless and restless. Yi Jian, whose back was sweating, also put down the car window at the same time. The 2 car windows were put down at the same time. After a few seconds of silence in the car, they looked at each other and smiled slowly from the corners of their eyes. They didn't speak anymore. One drove steadily and quickly, while the other sat quietly and occasionally made eye contact. Just looking at each other in silence was more than 1,000 words. G3 came out of the provincial hospital and drove the car he drove from the hotel yesterday to the rendezvous point as fast as he could. They had to reach the base in 4 hours and leave Southern Province by helicopter. The mission to return to China was over, and the next step was to rescue their comrade, K7. The last rendezvous point was at the entrance of the highway. Xia Jinyuan arrived 1.5 hours later. Before the car stopped, G3 opened the door and jumped into the car. There's still 3 hours left. If we take the highway, we will reach the base in 2 hours. He then looked at Yi Qian and saw the white gauze on her arm. G3 raised his eyebrows. More honor. Good luck, Yi Qian. Good luck, G3. Yi Qian turned around and smiled at him. I will wait for your safe return. The car stopped. Yi Qian took the car keys from G3 and said to Xia Jinyuan with pursed lips, "There's still about a month before the maple leaves turn golden. I hope you'll come back by then, put on your military uniform, and take me to see the mountain full of yellow maple leaves." G3's car was also borrowed from Ho Zi, and Yi Qian would drive it back to Ho Zi. It won't be long. It will be soon. It's still early. You can go back to the 23rd floor to rest after breakfast, or go to the library. You don't have to rush back to school. Xia Jinyuan opened the car door and hugged her gently. He reminded her again, I'm going on a long journey. You wait for me. We have to be safe. Yi Qian raised his hands and placed them on Wei Xiaobao's shoulders. His voice was clear and calm as he said, You're on a long journey. I'll wait for you. My only wish is that everything will be fine and that I'll wait for your return. This time, Xia Jinyuan did not even give him a military salute. Without any hesitation, he opened the car door and got into the car, leaving only the shadow of his car for Yi Qian to see. In the car, G3 turned around and saw Yi Qian standing by the roadside. He saw her salute their car slowly, like a comrade in the brigade, silently sending off a comrade who was on a mission. G3 silently raised his hand and saluted Yi Qian from afar. He waited until Yi Qian was out of sight before he retracted his hand and said to Xia Jinyuan, who had a serious expression on his face and was focused on driving, Q King, you've met such a good girl. When she grows up, you should find a chance to marry her. There are too many single people in the brigade. You should take the lead and let us all join in the fun. Who knows, maybe one day we can all get married. The comrades in the Snowfield Brigade did not dare to say who they wanted to marry. They only dared to say who they wanted to marry. However, the point was that they all hated marrying and could not get married even if they wanted to. No one dared to marry them. For example, J5 and K7, who were so well-to-do, whenever they were free, they would yell and shout every day that they wanted to marry themselves off. However, after yelling for a few years, there was no response. As for the other comrades, they were all well-to-do and had good family backgrounds. No one dared to marry themselves off. The danger of their profession made them very cautious when it came to choosing love. Chapter 959. G3's teasing made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows slightly. He tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel and said calmly, G3, don't think that I don't know about you. Let's go back to China together. I'll go back to the provincial capital, and you'll go to Hongkou City. Why? Didn't you meet your teacher after walking on the mountain roads for a few days and nights? I did. I sneaked in her room to take a look and killed 2 rats before coming out. G3 admitted openly. When Xia Jinyuan asked him to go to Hongkou City, he vaguely guessed what he meant. Since his comrades had given him a chance, how could he let them down? Everyone in the team acted like monks. It wasn't that they didn't like girls, but because of the special nature of their profession, they didn't dare to pursue them. Xia Jinyuan's initiative really taught them a lesson. If they didn't pursue the girl they liked, were they supposed to wait for the girl they liked to put on a wedding dress and marry another man? That was too cruel. You only killed 2 rats and didn't do anything else? You didn't even have physical contact? When Xia Jinyuan saw G3's stiff face from the rearview mirror, he smiled knowingly. He had the intention, but didn't have the guts to do it. He had to continue working hard. He had to be like him. He didn't regret his actions and fell head first until he got the girl. When it came to the topic of girlfriends, it had always been a sore spot for his comrades. G3 closed his eyes to rest and didn't want to ask for more trouble from Xia Jinyuan. When Yi Qian got out of the car, he clearly saw a fresh little red mark on her neck. It was bright red. It was obvious that it was planted not long ago. No wonder he was so proud of himself. He even kissed her neck. The all-round Soldier King was at the forefront in all aspects. He even had to be at the forefront when it came to girlfriends. Yi Qian was too honest. He had to get J5 to teach her a lesson. How could he always give in to Q King? He had to at least consider his single comrades. After G3 thought about Q King with jealousy, he thought about the girl he liked. After a while, he sighed faintly in the car. K7, I wonder if you regret not going to see a girl properly? Using such a topic to mention his comrade, he seemed to feel that his comrade was right beside him and had not been captured. Xia Jinyuan chuckled and said, No, but I'm sure he'll find a way to fall in love with a girl when he comes back. But I think it'll be difficult for K7 to find a girlfriend. He's a clean freak and he's a soldier. I can't imagine how he'll kiss his girlfriend. K7's obsession with cleanliness was so serious that his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade protested. Once, J5's water bottle ran out, so he took K7's water bottle and poured it into his own. The mouth of the bottle wasn't even a finger's distance away. K7 poured all the water to J5. In the end, he said something that made J5 want to vomit blood. "The water with your smell is dirty." J5 flew into a rage and yelled, "Why the fuck would I drink water with your saliva on it? I don't even think it's dirty. That's your problem. What does it have to do with me?" K7 replied casually like a fairy. J5 was so angry that he pounded the ground several times. Complaining about the smell of water? I don't have bad breath. K7's obsession with cleanliness was a headache. During training, battles, exercises, and long-term training, there would be times when they didn't have enough water and needed to share some with their comrades. However, K7 would never share. He would rather die of thirst than share water with his comrades. Chapter 960. K7's obsession with cleanliness made G3 and Xia Jinyuan fall silent. After a while, Xia Jinyuan said in a low voice, "Do you think this kid will die of thirst?" After he said that, the car was silent for a while before G3 sighed and said, "It's possible, so we have to speed up. From what I know about him, he doesn't drink water, sleep on the same bed, or eat in the same bowl with others. Damn it, I didn't think anything would happen to him before, but now that he's in trouble, why do I feel like his obsession with cleanliness is going to kill him? Punches and kicks, underwater kicks, snakes, insects, rats, and ants, electric shocks, injections of all kinds of drugs such as cardiac stimulants, capsaicin, and so on. They weren't worried that K7 couldn't handle it, but they were worried that K7 would die because of his obsession with cleanliness. Dying of thirst. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Both of them were thinking silently in their hearts until the G3's phone, which was used to maintain contact with the military, rang. The screen showed that there was no incoming call. Before G3 could say anything, Major General Liu's voice came from the phone. "Have you met up with Q King yet?" Why did he sound like he was questioning them? What did Q King do to make Major General Liu question him? As a Special Forces soldier, G3's senses were also very sharp. He could tell that something was wrong with one sentence. He looked at Xia Jinyuan and said in a low voice, "Sir, Q King is driving. You drive. I have something to tell him." After drinking 3 bowls of cold water, he finally suppressed the anger in his heart. After thinking about it from another perspective, Major General Liu decided not to pursue Xia Jinyuan's disobedience. G3 covered the phone's microphone, leaned back, and asked softly, "Q King, what bad things did you do? You made Major General Liu call me to question me." "Nothing. I just hung up on Major General Liu." Xia Jinyuan, who had been driving on the left, gradually moved to the right lane. Now that Yi Qian wasn't with him, he had no choice but to answer Major General Liu's call. "We're on the highway and need to find a temporary parking spot. Please give us some time." Over. G3 gave Q King, who dared to hang up on the Major General, a thumbs up as he reported their current situation with a serious expression. The Major General grunted and said, "Keep in touch. If you dare to hang up on me again, you'll be punished by military law." Fortunately, he was slow and did not hang up. G3, who was rejoicing, was prepared to throw this hot potato out at any time. He really didn't have the guts like Q King to hang up on a Major General. Xia Jinyuan parked the car at the temporary parking spot and took the phone from G3. "I'm Q King. Brat, you got guts. You even dare to hang up on me." The Major General was still breathing fire from his nose, but his voice was relatively gentle. Xia Jinyuan was a proud man. If you really went against him, the more you pushed, the more he would twist you. A tiger had to be pacified. Now he had to pacify Tiger Xia's fur. The Major General lowered his voice again and advised, "I know what you're worried about, but you have to believe in Yi Qian. We all believe in her. Why don't you believe in your own comrade? Yi Qian isn't just anyone. She's your comrade. K7 isn't just anyone either. He's Yi Qian's comrade. Now that K7 is in trouble, Yi Qian won't just stand by and watch. We also hope that she can join us. Why does your brigade need female soldiers? You know the reason. Female soldiers have characteristics that male soldiers don't. She can lower the vigilance of the ST mercenary group and achieve unexpected results. Also, Yi Qian is steady and courageous. The possibility of her being disturbed is very low. With her participating in the rescue, the military has more confidence in your safe return. Chapter 961. Q King, the Snowfield Brigade is the embodiment of our country's blood, sweat, and tears. You are the country's sharp knife. If there is even a small cut on the knife, our heart will ache. War makes women go away is no longer the truth. Sometimes, female soldiers are more powerful than our male soldiers. Actually, the Major General could have just called Yi Qian to join the operation. The reason why he tried to reason with Xia Jinyuan was so that Xia Jinyuan and the others could accept Yi Qian. They shouldn't think that Yi Qian couldn't do it. That was what the Major General thought, but Xia Jinyuan didn't think that way at all. His thoughts were simple. The ST mercenary group was too cruel to the female captives. He could accept Yi Qian's injuries. As a soldier, it was normal for his body to be injured. He could also accept being captured because his military skills were not up to standard. But he definitely couldn't accept the psychological damage. Xia Jinyuan's eyes were filled with coldness. He waited for the Major General to finish his words before he said calmly, "Major General, I beg the military ministry to give us a chance to redeem ourselves. I swear on my military uniform that I will try my best to rescue my comrades." "I say, you stinking brat, why are you so stubborn?" The Major General slammed the table in his office and stood up. He gritted his teeth and said, "A soldier's duty is to obey orders. You've forgotten all about it." Xia Jinyuan put one hand on the steering wheel and said casually, "Major General, it's not that I don't want to obey orders. Yi Qian is not a soldier. She doesn't need to obey orders." He raised his hand to look at the time and said, "We are still some distance away from the base. We can't waste any more time. I can't chat with you anymore. Don't you dare hang up on me again." In the face of such a stubborn subordinate, the Major General felt that his hair was about to turn white. What the hell? Based on his understanding of Q King, it was impossible for him to refuse such an order that was beneficial to his comrades. Why did he refuse so strongly today? Case 7 was sent in. For safety reasons, they couldn't send in any more members of the Snowfield Brigade. More importantly, Yi Qian needed to get a list of names from the ST mercenary group. No matter what, Yi Qian must participate in this operation. Fine, since I can't do anything to him, I can only ask Commander-in-Chief Xia to step in. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not object to Yi Qian joining the operation. Let G3 drive. Wait for a call. This time, Major General did not give Xia Jinyuan a chance to hang up and hung up the phone first. The G3 was already waiting by the driver's seat. As soon as Xia Jinyuan moved the phone away from his ear, he immediately opened the door and said, "I'll drive. You can rest in the back. How dare you hang up on a Major General? When I get back, I'll write the word convinced on a piece of red paper and nominate it for you. I'm not interested in your convinced word. If my little fox writes the word convinced, I'll put it in a waterproof bag and put it next to my chest to look at every day." Xia Jinyuan pushed open the car door and got out. He seemed to be smiling, but the expression between his brows made G3's heart sink. What did Major General say to make Q King so cold? Hearing this, he immediately mocked back, "You're so useless. Why don't you get a red string and hang the word convinced around your neck? That's a good idea. I can even add a bullet case and wear my little fox's authentic calligraphy every day." G3 heaved a sigh of relief. The omnipotent king's skin was already as thick as a brick. No one could win against him in an argument. He then asked casually, changing the topic, "Major General is looking for you. Why did he look for me first?" Chapter 962. I turned off my phone. Xia Jinyuan said calmly. He took out his phone from his pocket and turned it on. G3, who was about to start the car, almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. "Q King, our entire team respects you. You're too strong." Only Q King could have done something as tough as hanging up on the Major General and turning off his phone. Faced with his comrade's praise, the tough major replied calmly, "Thanks for letting me win." "Thanks for letting me win? We can't have a proper chat." G3 shut up completely and drove the car back on a highway. The imported Mercedes-Benz performance was pretty good. He stepped on the accelerator and the car sped off. The scenery on both sides of the road flashed by rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they were a few kilometers away from the distant southern province. Xia Jinyuan wasn't in the mood to talk. His fingers unconsciously rubbed his phone. His deep eyes were locked in front of him. He seemed to have something on his mind. It's only 7 in the morning. Little Fox wouldn't have gone to the platoon for training, right? Before getting into the car, he specifically reminded her to rest well, go to the hotel or the library, not to return to school early, and not to rush to the platoon for training. He was afraid that the military wouldn't be able to help him, so he had to change Little Fox's mind. Little Fox wanted to carry out her mission, and the two seniors beside her hoped that she would be able to accomplish something and train at any time. What else did she have to do? She didn't have to do anything. She agreed to everything. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was silently praying that Yi Qian would either return to the hotel or go to the library. That way, the military wouldn't be able to find him within the day. Their car drove on the highway for at least half an hour. Yi Qian stood on the side of the road until the sun was dazzling. He moved his body slightly and looked at the maple trees on the side of the road. They should be able to return when the maple leaves turn yellow. After standing there for at least 5 minutes, Yi Jin carried her school bag and the bag with her school uniform and walked to the side of the G3 car. She opened the door and started the car. After making a right turn, she turned around and headed in the direction of Caesar Hotel. It was still very early. If she didn't want to go back to school, she might as well go to the training ground. She would drive back and ask Z if she could borrow his car for a day and return it before 6. Hosey happened to be in a room on the 23rd floor of the Caesar Hotel. She didn't look well and seemed a little gloomy. Last night, he didn't manage to find Xia Yiwei. When he rushed to the Riverside coffee shop where they used to meet, he found out that Xia Yiwei had changed her mind at the last minute. She wasn't in the southern province and had taken a plane back to Beijing with a man accompanying her. When he received the call from the lobby manager, he happened to be packing his clothes. He was about to kill his way to Beijing to snatch the person. He said to the lobby manager, "You can return it whenever you want. Let her use it without worry. Oil card. Prepare an oil card for her. Keep it in reserve." Xia Jinyuan had done him a huge favor, so he had to take extra care of his girlfriend. He would need Xia Jinyuan's help in the future. Hosey quickly borrowed the car, saving Yi Qian a lot of time. When they arrived at the location where Xia Jinyuan had sent her that night, Yi Qian handed the car to the sentry and entered the underground training ground. Lu Tuan and Political Commissar Yin were having a meeting with several instructors. Yi Qian didn't disturb them. Instead, he went to his locker and took out the camouflage uniform from the training ground. He changed into it to hide the injury on his arm and quickly went back to training. After the meeting, Lu Tuan came out and heard that Yi Qian was here. He smiled at Political Commissar Yin and said, "She hasn't trained for more than 10 days. Do you want to see if she's rusty?" Chapter 963. I believe that little Yi won't be out of practice. She hasn't been here for more than 10 days, and she's still thinking about it. Political Commissar Yin didn't stop and went straight to Yi Qian's training. She's a natural soldier and can fight. She won't be out of practice. She won't be out of practice. The blowers blew loudly, and the off-road vehicles and sedans sped across the large training ground. The tires screeched as they rubbed against the ground, and the smell of rubber and gasoline filled everyone's nostrils. They didn't find the smell unpleasant, and each and every one of them was focused on wiping away their sweat and training hard. The Great Dragon Country of the late 1990s was no longer the early 1990s where they had to swallow their pride after being wronged overseas. The Great Dragon Country had been dormant all this time, waiting for the 21st century to come and roar again. The reason why China's military power could roar and rise was not only because of the weapons secretly developed by the various bases, but also because of this group of secretly trained, respectable, and cute soldiers. Yi Qian drove a jeep this time. She didn't slow down and directly swooped down from a high slope. Then, She went over a high platform and rushed past rows of iron nails. She turned the steering wheel tightly and went through a 180-degree turn. Yi Qian was on an S-shaped training path. When she fought with the mercenaries in the hospital, she said that she was a Chinese soldier. The mercenary obviously didn't believe her and even denied that she was a Chinese soldier with a disdainful attitude. He said that Chinese soldiers weren't that powerful. That's right, they didn't think that Chinese soldiers were that powerful. They weren't even as good as the mercenaries. What did this mean? It meant that in their eyes, our country was a weak country. A weak country that couldn't cultivate outstanding soldiers. No wonder they were so arrogant and came all the way here. It was because they looked down on us and took it for granted that our country was a weak country and couldn't do anything to them. Couldn't do anything? It wasn't that our country couldn't do anything to them. It was that we were secretly accumulating military power. One day, we would shock the whole world and let the whole world know what the rise of a great country meant. We have excellent, advanced, and unsurpassable weapons. We also have a group of brave, fearless, and heroic soldiers. The rise of a great country and the awakening of the great dragon. Let's see who still dares to be arrogant. The car passed by in a flash. Regiment Commander Liu sat in the car and looked at the figure that passed by him. He said to Political Commissar Yin, "This girl will finish her apprenticeship in December. It's a pity that we're not an armored unit. Otherwise, we could take her to drive an armored car or a tank. That way, she wouldn't have to wait until she gets into the military academy to go on missions. Haste makes waste. Everything has to be done slowly." Political Commissar Yin was not as anxious as platoon leader Liu. Instead, he hoped that Yi Qian could take each step steadily and lay a solid foundation. A series of gunshots came from the front. It was Yi Qian walking in an S-shaped path. At the same time, he fired at the live targets that were lying in ambush along the S-shaped path. Empty cartridges were fired continuously. Every time a shot was fired, a DDD sound would be heard. Only when a bullet was fired and the shot hit a live target, the sound would be heard. Yi Jian fired a series of shots, and the sound continued to be heard. Needless to say, all of them hit the mark. The car went down the S-shaped path. The brakes were steady, and the car stopped precisely at the designated spot. 2 hours of training had made her sweat profusely and her blood boil. She had arrived at the training base at 10 in the morning. It was now 12 in the afternoon. The long-awaited training had ignited all of Yi Qian's passion. If she hadn't seen the final parking spot, she probably wouldn't have let go of the steering wheel. Chapter 964. Lu Tuan and Political Commissar Yin walked over and saw that Yi Qian was still sitting in the car. Not only did she not get out, but her hands were still touching the car. She was reluctant to get out. This made Lu Tuan laugh out loud. He opened the car door and said loudly, "Girl, why are you still not getting out? It's time for dinner. Get out and eat. Rest for a while before you practice again." She was not unfamiliar with it at all. She was very familiar with it. Come. Eat some cabbage and potatoes with us. Don't be so reluctant to get out. You're giving my soldiers a hard time. At least let the male soldiers catch their breaths." She drove the Jeep at high speed and took an S-shaped curve. She held the steering wheel with one hand and shot at live targets with the other. She fired a series of blank bullets that made everyone's blood boil. Yi Qian jumped out of the car and said embarrassedly, "I overdid it. I'm not in a hurry to eat. I'll go check on my results first." "Not bad. All your shots hit the forehead, throat, and heart." Political Commissar Yin smiled and looked at Yi Qian. He observed her for a while and asked, "Girl, you're so hard-working. What happened?" Political Commissar Yin was observant. He could tell that something was wrong with Yi Qian. Yi Qian did not know what was wrong with her. That Political Commissar Yin noticed. She smiled and said, "When did you get a pair of discerning eyes? You usually start eating when it's time. You're never later than the male soldiers. Today is different. Why do I need to use my discerning eyes? I can tell just by looking at you." Political Commissar Yin narrowed his eyes slightly. After carefully observing Yi Jian's expression, he could not help but frown slightly. "You look a bit angry and thoughtful. What happened?" "Girl." When Lu Tuan heard this, he also looked at her carefully. There was indeed an angry look in her eyes. Did you meet someone who needs to be taught a lesson again? Tell me what's on your mind. Don't keep it to yourself. I didn't meet any difficulties. I'm just angry. It's fine as long as it goes smoothly. Putting aside the matter with Xia Jinyuan and the others, Yi Qian was still upset that the mercenaries thought that the Chinese soldiers were not strong. How dare you look down on the soldiers of our country? She didn't want to talk about it. Political Commissar Yin and Regiment Commander Lu looked at each other. There was no hurry. It was not a bad idea to ask later. That's good. That's good. Political Commissar Yin gently patted Yi Qian's shoulder and adjusted his collar. He smiled and sighed. Little Yi, we all want to see you in military uniform as soon as possible. Why don't you skip a grade and directly enter the 3rd year of high school? When he was in the army, he often told the soldiers that if they had time, they should study more and increase their knowledge. But when she came to Yi Qian, it was the opposite. He felt that studying in school was a waste of time, and that it would be better for her to join the army early. Look, just now, you were criticizing me for being too impatient and saying that I had to take things slowly. Now that it's your turn, you're asking Yi Qian to quit his studies and join the army. Regiment Commander Lu glanced at the political commissar who said, only the officials can do whatever they want, but not the common people. He said to Yi Qian sternly, don't listen to his nonsense. We have to study. Not only do we have to study good books. Political Commissar Yin has been busy recently. His brain is probably a little rusty. He's lying through his teeth. Don't pay attention to him. He was usually lectured by the political commissar. Now that he finally had a chance to lecture the political commissar, how could Regiment Commander Lu let go of such a good opportunity? He seized the opportunity to say all the things that he usually couldn't say. People who do ideological work have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. You're not allowed to read minds. You're misleading people. Chapter 965. We need to study and we can't delay our training. But we need to take care of our bodies. Now, we can eat according to the time. How can we miss the time to eat? Yi Qian's eyes turned into crescents when he heard that. It was always Commissar Yin who told Regimental Commander Lu to pay attention to his words. Now that he finally had the chance to lecture Commissar Yin, how could Regimental Commander Lu let it go? I'll give you a chance to lecture me. Stop taking advantage of me. Commissar Yin smiled and shook his head. He said gently to Yi Qian, that's right. You need to study. Learn well before you join the national defense. Let's go. Let's eat first. We can practice in the afternoon. To be honest, Yi Qian really didn't have the mood to eat. It was already midnight. She didn't know if they had arrived at the base or if they had caught the support plane. She also didn't know how they would rescue K7. She couldn't help but think about all these things when she was quiet. She could only forget about them temporarily when she focused on her training. She only hoped that each of them could come back safely. Even if they were injured, it didn't matter as long as they could come back safely. There was an hour-and-a-half break at noon. Yi Qian didn't rest after eating. She put away the plates and chopsticks and walked towards Training Area B. Regimental Commander Lu chased after her. You're too hardworking. I told you to take a break. Why didn't you listen? Yi Qian was drinking water as she walked. When she heard Regimental Commander Lu's question, she quickly turned around. I can't relax. My steering wheel slipped when I was driving on Route S. Also, the soldiers under you will be going to Zongnanhai for a change of camp at the end of December. I need to hurry up and learn more. Regiment Commander Lu's car soldiers would train throughout the year without any breaks. Now that the training of this batch of soldiers had entered the final assessment stage, it was also the most rigorous stage. Learning from them would also be beneficial to improving Yi Jian's ability. Don't give yourself too much pressure. You're not a soldier yet. Commander Lu was just saying that. In reality, he hoped that Yi Qian could excel in all aspects. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come over to monitor Yi Qian's training from time to time. Yi Qian waited for Lu Tuan to come up and continued to walk towards Zone B. He had no intention of stopping. He devoted himself to training so that he could fight back and not think too much about Xia Jinyuan's operation. He then said seriously, although I'm not a soldier now, I've always regarded myself as a real soldier in my heart. If I don't put my life on the line during training, it'll be too late when I really have to. Take advantage of the time when you can fight for your life. Fight for yourself, fight for your future, and fight for your life. I think that's pretty good. Oh no, the little girl had become like a political commissar. She had a set of words that sounded like a tongue twister. You have class at 7 o'clock. When it's time to rest, you have to take a good rest. You don't really have to risk your life. However, you're right. If we don't work hard during training, it'll be too late when we really have to. Lu Tuan didn't force Yi Qian to rest. It was rare to see a soldier with such a high level of awareness. How could he discourage him? When Yi Qian went to Zone B, Lu Tuan turned back to look for Commissar Yin. The little girl has a lot on her mind. Talk to her. She's used to hiding her thoughts. You can't ask her directly. Old Yin, give her some real advice. I'll find a chance to ask her after training in the afternoon. She'll drive over herself. I'm going to the military headquarters anyway. I'll rush back to the regiment early tomorrow. You don't have to arrange a car to send me. I'll take her car into the city. It had become a habit to go to the military headquarters at the end of the month. Chapter 966. That's fine too. Ask her properly. I don't feel confident seeing her like this. You go and keep an eye on her. I'll go to Area C to take a look. After saying a few words, Lu Tuan adjusted his training cap and strode away. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Qian's day of training ended. Political Commissar Yin, who had been waiting for a long time, smiled as he watched her complete a few difficult maneuvers to avoid obstacles. He clapped his hands and walked to the front of the dead jeep. The afternoon was more exciting than the morning. You were completely in training mode. The training can't be interrupted. It has to be continuous. I feel much better in the afternoon. Yi Qian jumped out of the jeep. The tall military jeep made Yi Qian look even more petite, but the valiance of the military's red makeup hit her in the face. A green towel was handed over. Here, Political Commissar Yin and Lu Tuan took care of Yi Qian like parents. They would take care of Yi Qian in all aspects. When she smiled and said, "Thank you," and took the towel, Political Commissar Yin said, "Come again tomorrow night. It's getting late. Go change your clothes. I'll take your car into the city today." He could talk to her in the car. She was still young, so she shouldn't be so worried. She should be more angry too. He should ask her clearly what was going on. It was indeed getting late. Yi Qian shrugged and accepted the arrangement without any objections. But her clothes she really couldn't change. She wiped the sweat off her face and smiled. "Go back to school and change. I'll send you to the provincial military base first, and then return the car to someone else. It'll save time to change clothes. Okay, you go up first and ask the sentinel to drive the car over. I'll go get a document." Walking out of the underground training ground, Yi Jian, who made all the male soldiers blush with shame, stood in the sunlight that was as thin as gold powder. Her slightly thin figure stood straight, revealing the piercing coldness of a steel gun. It was autumn, and the scenery outside the area was even more bleak. The autumn wind blew, and the branches of an unknown tree swayed. A few withered leaves were gently blown to the ground, and then a few more leaves fell together. This year's autumn seemed to come quickly. Could the thousands of maple leaves in Mount Dalian wait until Xia Jinyuan came back? Political Commissar Yin, who walked out one step later, looked at the slender figure standing motionless like a sculpture in the golden sunlight. His eyes were a little serious. This girl did have something on her mind, and it was very serious. There were skills in asking questions and trying to get information out of her. Political Commissar Yin was the best at doing ideological work. He did not directly ask Yi Jian if she was unhappy. Instead, he asked her indirectly and found an entry point. Chinese. This question could not be answered in a short time, and it was also a very sharp question. Do you think our Chinese soldiers are weak? Political Commissar Yin asked in return. Could it be that Yi Qian had something on her mind because of this? Did someone say that our soldiers were weak in front of her? Yi Qian shook his head. His eyes were firm. No, I have never thought that our soldiers are weak. Yes, our soldiers have never been weak. We practice and learn every day. We protect our country as protectors. We don't need to prove to anyone that we are strong. The value of our existence is not to prove anything to others. Chapter 967. Why do people say that our soldiers are weak? That's because what they see is a facade. Look at modern warfare. Whether it's developed countries, developing China, or those poor and backward countries, war can break out at any time. Since the end of the Sino-Vietnamese border war in February 1990, our country has been keeping a low profile. We don't want the people to lose their homes and live in misery and suffering. We have been secretly accumulating military strength along the strategic direction of peaceful development. We don't act in a high-profile manner, but we are always ready. We don't take the initiative to fire a single shot, but if there is an attack, our army is ready to fight. If we fight, we will win. We don't need to prove the strength of our soldiers to anyone. We just need to remember that it's not us who are weak, but us who are waiting for an opportunity to strike. If someone says that our soldiers are weak, you can treat them as a mediocre person. If our country's strength is seen through by a mediocre person, then there will be a big problem. Weakness is a facade. How can the rise of a great country be judged by a few words from a mediocre person? As long as Yi Qian didn't come into contact with this, she wouldn't understand it even if she lived another life. Political Commissar Yan's last sentence woke Yi Qian up like a bolt of lightning. That's right. How can the rise of a great country be judged by a few words from a mediocre person? If our country's military strength was seen through by a mediocre person, then it would be a joke. I understand. Thank you, Political Commissar. Yi Qian saluted the Political Commissar who had enlightened her. She said calmly, "Your words made me understand that as a soldier, we don't need to deliberately tell them that we are not weak, and we don't need to care about what those mediocre people say. We just need to remember to hold the steel gun in our hands well. If we call, we will fight. If we fight, we will win." That's right. Our country needs to develop peacefully, and development requires stability. The rise of a great country takes time. As soldiers, we work hard for the rise of our country. Weak? We are not weak. We have been training hard. If anyone dares to fire the first shot at our country, the first shot will be when we move out. We will fight to the end to protect our country. Political Commissar Yin didn't mind giving Yi Qian a good lesson. An outstanding soldier must know what our country's strategy was. The country was not weak, and the army was not weak. Wait for an opportunity to strike, and it was earth-shattering. Seeing that Yi Qian's furrowed brows had loosened, Political Commissar Yin smiled and said, "In the future, if you encounter any soldiers from other countries who say that our soldiers are weak, I still hope to see you use your fist to tell them who is weak and who is strong. When a scholar meets a soldier, there's no way to reason with him. Why don't we just fight and take it down a notch? Then you'll know what weak means." That was indeed the case. Previously, she had used her fist to show the mercenary who looked down on the Chinese how powerful a female soldier was. Let's see if he still dares to say that Chinese soldiers are weak. However, he didn't have a chance to say anything. He was burned to ashes by Ho Zi's men. If there's a chance, I'll beat him up until he's too ashamed to return to his own army. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and smiled. He looked up slightly and saw Lu Tuan's secretary jogging over. "Political Commissar, Lu Tuan's secretary seems to be looking for you." Reporting, Political Commissar, Lu Tuan asks Yi Qian to come back to the office immediately to answer the call. The person he was looking for was not Political Commissar Yin, but Yi Qian. Moreover, it was an extremely urgent call. It was a call from the military. The person who called was someone who made Yi Qian absolutely terrified and terrified. Commander-in-Chief Xia. Yi Qian said, "Hello, I'm Yi Qian." The voice coming from the other side of the phone made her immediately stand at attention and relax. Chapter 968. Xiao Yi, you've made us look for you for hours. Commander-in-Chief Xia's voice came from the other end of the phone. He asked her, "How have you been? Is everything okay?" Yi Qian couldn't help but gulp. She maintained her reporting posture and answered seriously, "Reporting, everything is fine. Why did I hear from my rascal that you're injured and not well? That rascal probably likes to make a mountain out of a molehill." Yi Qian, who only dared to say this in her heart, maintained her voice and continued to say seriously, "I'm slightly injured, but it's not a big problem." "Slightly injured? Where? Lu Tuan and political commissar Yin, who were standing on either side of Yi Qian, immediately looked at Yi Qian. They didn't see where she was injured. Her neck? She didn't even tie her hair up during training today. Her neck was injured? Lu Tuan glanced at political commissar Yin and said softly, "No wonder the first thing you said when I received the call was to invite the military doctor over. I thought you were going to ask the military doctor about the injury rate down there." Stop talking. Political commissar Yin also glanced at his old partner. This was a little strange. Commander-in-Chief Xia nodded with a smile and gestured to Major General Liu. Major General Liu took out his phone and said coldly, "Q King, we've already contacted Yi Qian and confirmed that her injuries are minor. She can carry out the mission." No matter how well-mannered Xia Jinyuan was, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. However, his attitude was still very cold. "Major General, it's too late now. We've already gotten off the plane and we'll be heading to the border soon. I won't give up until I reach the Yellow River. Little Fox, we have to be telepathic this time. Don't agree." It was impossible not to agree. He could already foresee that Little Fox would agree immediately. This was also called telepathic. He could even guess what she would say. She would say, "Okay, I'll leave right away." Too late? No, V8 will be late. Tell him to wait for Yi Qian. As for you, go do whatever you need to do. The Major General hung up and left Xia Jinyuan with a beeping sound. Commander-in-Chief Xia was still chatting with Yi Qian, and he seemed to be quite interested in the conversation. "Are you sure your injuries aren't serious? It would be better to let the military doctor take a look." The rascal was used to being injured all over. When he saw other people's injuries, he would think that they were just minor injuries. Let the military doctor take a look. Whether it's serious or not, the doctor has the final say. On the phone, the rascal had said that Yi Qian's arm was about to be broken. Even though she knew that he had said it was serious, she was still scared. Since he had been injured by ST's mercenaries, it was true that they couldn't treat him casually. They had to let the military doctor take a look at him and report the situation. Whether or not Yi Qian could go would depend on how serious her injuries were. The military doctor had already arrived. Yi Qian took off his camouflage jacket and revealed a section of white gauze on his arm. It was already overflowing with dried brown blood. The military doctor took out the gauze and scissors and carefully examined it. He said, "You didn't hurt the skin. It's really not serious. It's just a minor injury. No matter what, it would require at least 5 stitches to be considered a serious injury." Commander-in-Chief Xia confirmed that it was a serious injury and began to talk about business. He first asked Yi Qian to ask Regiment Commander Liu and Political Commissar Yin to leave. Then he began to talk about the operation. "I'm sure you know that this operation is mainly to rescue K7. However, we received news that ST's mercenaries have a name list. This name list is very important. We hope that this name list will be kept by our country. We know where the name list is, but it's very difficult to enter ST's mercenaries. If we have female soldiers to support us, not only will we be able to help them rescue K7 as soon as possible, we might also be able to get the name list and bring it back to China." Chapter 969. We have female soldiers, but none of them have worked with Xia Jinyuan before. Yi Qian, the military hopes that you can temporarily drop your studies and support them. What do you think? Don't be in a hurry to agree. The military has the responsibility to tell you what kind of existence the ST Mercenary Corps is. Commander-in-Chief Xia would not let Yi Qian go to the front line without knowing anything. He had to make it clear to her and let her understand the danger of the mission. Only by understanding the danger could she better avoid it and protect herself. The ST Mercenary Corps is a group of mercenaries who value money over life. Their top organizer has close ties with a country in South Asia and has the support of the government. They are hired to carry out all kinds of assassinations, kidnappings, and battles. The source of the mercenaries is mainly from South Asia and Namibia. They have a reserve force of thousands and have hired military experts to train the mercenaries. The phone call lasted for a long time, mainly because Commander-in-Chief Xia wanted to tell Yi Qian what kind of existence the ST Mercenary Corps was. In 1994, the ST Mercenary Corps sent out a mercenary force with air protection and armor. It only took a few days for them to quell the danger in a certain country. In 1991, a civil war broke out in Sierra. The anti-government forces attacked fiercely, and the government forces hired the ST Mercenary Corps. Within a few months, the anti-government forces were utterly defeated. There were more than 1 or 2 incidents about the ST Mercenary Corps. Just these few incidents made Yi Qian understand how difficult it was for Xia Jinyuan to rescue K7 from the ST Mercenary Corps. These are national affairs. The ST Mercenary Corps is notorious for being inhumane, especially when it comes to female captives. They torture them physically and mentally. Yi Qian, I'll give you 10 minutes to consider. You can choose to refuse. This morning, the Major General contacted Xia Jinyuan and told him about the military's proposal. However, he strongly rejected it. I'm guessing that he didn't mention it to you. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not leave Yi Qian with no choice. Instead, he gave the choice to Yi Qian and let her make the decision herself. As for whether Yi Qian would choose, Commander-in-Chief Xia already knew the answer. At 5 o'clock, the sun was setting in the west. The faint golden light shone on the entire Ta County, enveloping it in a golden world. Xia Jinyuan watched as the blood-red sun gradually disappeared into the clouds. His handsome face, which looked like it had been dyed with gold powder, was piercingly cold. If Commander-in-Chief Xia stepped forward, he would give Yi Qian a chance to choose. But in reality, he already had an answer in mind. Drink some water. Maybe there will be a turn for the better. G3 handed over the newly bought mineral water. His gravelly voice was a little heavy. Maybe she won't agree. If he were to agree to something like this, Yi Qian's guts would be so big that he could pierce through the heavens. But being a soldier required guts. Without guts, one would be a coward. If he really agreed, G3 would concede defeat. Xia Jinyuan took the bottle of water, twisted the cap open, and drank a few mouthfuls. The water flowed from the corner of his mouth, down his chin, and down to his neck. It had the rough and sexy taste of a man. He said in a low voice, "When Commander-in-Chief Xia steps forward, there's nothing he can't accomplish. Yi Qian, I know her. Even if Commander-in-Chief Xia doesn't exist, she will still agree to the military's request. So, I've already accepted the truth and am ready to welcome her." G3 raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You resisted so strongly before. Why did you suddenly accept it? Didn't everything you did before become useless?" Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "Brother, how can I go against the military with my own strength? A wise man submits to circumstances. If I resist again, I'll be labeled as disobeying orders. It will make me lose all face and make my little fox laugh at me." Chapter 970. Xia Jinyuan adjusted his clothes elegantly. He went from strong opposition to acceptance and said in a very noble manner, "Since my strong opposition is ineffective, I'll just adapt." Fuck, your ability to adapt is too strong. G3 muttered in his heart, then slowly said, "You've adapted, but I haven't. Let me take a breather first. Thinking about asking Yi Qian to go on a mission with us, I feel a little pressured." Q King adapted and accepted. He, who just found out, hadn't. "Don't worry, there's still time for you to take a breather. We'll march at 5:40 in the morning. The two of us will find a place to take a nap and leave a mark for our brothers to find us." Xia Jinyuan, who had an extraordinary ability to adapt and accept, said cheerfully. It was impossible to tell from his handsome face that he was so adamant about not letting Yi Qian come over that he hung up the phone and turned off his phone. The military had to go around G3 to find him. He was so adamant before, but now? How can anyone tell that he had objected before? G3 looked up. "Can you sleep?" "Why can't I sleep? The black cars can't come over for a while, and our brothers didn't come over either. I'll sleep if I can." Xia Jinyuan smiled and walked out of the bus station. When they got off the plane and came to the bus station, they didn't find a regular car to leave the country. Instead, they found a black car. A black car was good, but it took a little longer. G3 looked at his back and was a little amazed. "Why can't I sleep?" Was there a need to ask? Yi Qian was going on such a dangerous mission with him. Wasn't he worried? G3 caught up with him and didn't say anything else. What was done, and there was no turning back. It was good that Yi Qian joined. It was easier for him to get into the ST mercenary group. As a soldier, there were many things that had to be accepted unconditionally without a choice. Xia Jinyuan had already understood the uniqueness of his profession. Since he had to accept it without a choice, then he would accept it. He would accept the person he loved unconditionally, go into dangerous places with him, and fight together with him. The person he loved had the same faith as him. He would fight for his faith and share the glory with her. The last ray of the setting sun disappeared, and the sky finally darkened. Yi Jian, who had been speeding all the way from the southern province, got on the highway at 6:30 in the evening. Her speed was so fast that the cars she overtook were amazed. His speed was so fast that he could not even see the car in front of him in the next second. She rushed to the base and took a transport plane to meet up with Xia Jinyuan, who was already waiting for her in Ta County. Time was tight, so she didn't even go back to school. She didn't even ask for leave from her teacher and drove all the way to the base. If they missed the time set by the military, the next transport plane would have to wait until the next day. K7 was still waiting to be rescued. She could not wait until tomorrow. Principal Chen already knew that Yi Qian had gone to war again. After he finished the call, he sat quietly for about half an hour. Principal Chen chuckled softly and then sighed softly. "Girl, you have to work hard." The military only said that Girl Yi had to leave school for a period of time, and the date of her return was uncertain. The date of her return was uncertain. Principal Chen picked up the calendar on the desk, picked up a red pen, and made a tick on the date of October 19th. From today onwards, he would wait for Girl Yi to come back. He also had to ask for leave from school for her. What excuse should he use? Chapter 971. He didn't know how dangerous this mission was. Although he and Uncle Jin were training Yi Qian to be a special forces soldier, it was inevitable that they would be worried if they encountered a mission with an uncertain return date. It was a good thing that the military valued Yi Qian, and it was also what he and Uncle Jin hoped for. However, if they really sent their own child to the front line, they would be reluctant and worried. After all, he was young and inexperienced. He couldn't be compared to a professionally trained special forces soldier. He only hoped that Yi Qian could successfully complete the mission and return to the country safely. The military didn't say what mission Yi Qian participated in, but Principal Chen used to be a world-class sniper and had carried out countless infiltration missions. He could see the danger of the mission just by looking at the uncertain return date. Principal Chen was responsible for the school, so Yi Qian didn't have to worry about it. At 8:14 p.m., Yi Qian parked her car outside the base. A sentry trotted over with a gun on his back. They had already been notified that they needed to quickly let in a car from the southern province. After the sentry saluted, he took Yi Qian's identification from the provincial military and her student ID. 3 minutes later, he confirmed that Yi Qian's identity was correct and waved his arm to open the valve. Yi Qian, who couldn't even say thank you in a hurry, calculated the valve's opening speed in her mind. When her car sped past, the valve's opening width was just enough for the car to pass through. There was only a gap of 1 centimeter between the left and right sides. Looking at the car speeding into the base, the sentry carried 5 live bullets on his shoulder and muttered, "Amazing. It's like a fighter jet missile hitting the ground." It hit the target perfectly. From a southern province to the base, Yi Qian precisely timed the journey down to the second. She didn't take a sip of water or rest for even a second. At 8:25 p.m., she was ready to board the transport plane to meet up with Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan's boarding time was 8 in the morning. Yi Qian received the call at 5 in the afternoon, which was the time when Xia Jinyuan got off the plane and arrived at the bus station. Therefore, Yi Qian now boarded the plane at 8:30 a.m. After an 8-hour flight and an hour-long car ride, it would take another 9 hours to meet up with Xia Jinyuan. They would arrive at 5:30 a.m. She would arrive at 5:30 p.m., which was enough time for Xia Jinyuan and the others to get some sleep and rest up while waiting for her. It was difficult to fall asleep on the transport plane, even if she wore earmuffs with good ceiling. Yi Jian forced herself to fall asleep for 4 hours. When she opened her eyes, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. There was still half an hour before the transport plane would arrive at the landing point. Yi Qian, who was awake, looked down through the window of the plane. It was pitch black, and there was not even a single light. They were flying over a mountain range, so it was normal that they couldn't see any lights. The landing location was a field airport. As the speed of the transport plane decreased and the angle changed, the pilot reminded the plane to prepare for landing. The power was slowly decreasing, and the whole process took less than 3 minutes. The transport plane won't be late. It should be here by now. 6 young men, who were dressed differently and looked a little frivolous, sat together in the dark. They looked casual, but in fact, their eyes were like eagles, constantly observing their surroundings in the dark. The man who spoke had a handsome baby face, mainly because of his big and bright eyes. He didn't look old, but he also looked harmless. T6, the elite soldiers selected from the military. They looked harmless on the surface, but when they were ruthless, they could kill until their eyes turned red. Chapter 972. From time to time, he would raise his head to look in the direction of the bus station to see if the shabby car from the field airport had arrived. In V8's words, was this guy thinking of Yi Qian? Xia Jinyuan glanced at the time. It was 5:20 in the morning, so he should be arriving soon. The sound of a car could be heard. The 6 of them raised their heads almost at the same time and looked in the direction of the car. He's here. Yi Qian had arrived. Dressed in camouflage, he appeared more military-like than the 6 people who had come to greet him. It turned out that the 5 of them had done the same thing. They subconsciously adjusted their collars and tugged at the hem of their clothes, waiting for Yi Qian to come over, as if they were waiting for a review. Except for Xia Jinyuan, his comrades were waiting in place. As for him, he held a large backpack filled with thick clothes and went over to greet him. We meet again less than 24 hours after we parted, little fox. It was unclear if he did it on purpose, but his tall figure blocked the view of the people behind him. When Commander-in-Chief Xia is involved, there is no target that he can't take down. Little fox, you're really brave. Yi Qian took the large backpack from the man who was dressed like a traveler. He raised his eyebrows and said with a half-smile, "If you had told me this morning, I wouldn't have been so nervous and would have come over together. That would have saved me 9 hours. It was different then. Let's go and get to know our brothers. You know G3, T6, V8, and Z7, but there's one more comrade that you haven't met." Xia Jinyuan immediately changed the topic, in case she wanted to settle the score with him later. He opened the backpack and took out a thick coat for her. "You must be cold. Put on the coat first." "A little, but it's still okay. Let's go. Don't let them wait too long." Yi Qian put on the thin coat inside. It was much warmer to wear a windproof coat. Xia Jinyuan zipped up the coat for her. His eyes were full of tenderness. This little fox. She really dared to come. He tried his best to stop her, but it still ended up like this. "Then, my lover, my comrade, it's time for us to protect each other's lives." Z7's Han Zheng had already waved at Yi Qian, but unfortunately, he was blocked by Xia Jinyuan. When Yi Qian came over, he stood up and said, "He's not nice. He's deliberately blocking our enthusiasm. I'm giving you time to tidy up your clothes. Don't let Yi Qian see your ugliest side." Xia Jinyuan retorted with a good reason. He said to a man who was about 186 meters tall, "Pigeon, he was in charge of the leader's internal security last time." "Hello, Yi Qian. I'm Dove. I met you before. You're a very outstanding female soldier. I'm looking forward to fighting alongside you." It was 5:30 in the morning, and the sky was still dark. Yi Qian was stunned by Dove's voice when he opened his mouth. His voice was so pleasant to the ears. Just like the ancient musical instrument Sun, one sentence had an elegant softness and a touch of sadness. It would make people want him to say a few more words so that they could savor his voice. "Hello, I'm Yi Qian. It's my goal to be able to fight alongside you." Yi Qian reached out and shook his hand gently, then politely let go. "That's why I'm here to pursue my goal." This was the first time he heard a girl say that her goal was to fight with the Special Forces. Surprise was written all over Dove's face. It was so strange. Fighting as her goal. Wasn't she a little too courageous? Chapter 973. How is it? I told you Yi Qian is interesting, didn't I? V8 raised his hand and put it on Pigeon's shoulder. He smiled until his white teeth looked like a beast's teeth under the faint sky. It was fine when he didn't smile, but when he smiled, he gave off a ferocious aura. Pigeon looked at Yi Qian for a while and smiled. You are indeed interesting. Pigeon was a special forces soldier. He joined the army because he had a good voice. After singing a song, he immediately became a special forces soldier. Xia Jinyuan, who was beside him, sensed Yi Qian's surprise at his voice. He chuckled and said, after that, it took him a year to get back to the position he wanted. In the army, he first became a special forces soldier and then a special forces soldier. He became the most incredible member of the Snowfield Brigade. That was indeed incredible. Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. That was my dark history. I applied to go to the border, but I was screwed by my own voice. When I received the notice of enlistment, my parents laughed and I cried. Pigeon was a talkative person. He was the assaulter and explosives expert in the army. Yi Qian did not know him, but he had heard of Yi Qian. Therefore, he did not feel unfamiliar when they talked. He had met his other comrades before and had even fought side by side. When they met again, they both punched Yi Qian. They smiled at each other and felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. At 5:30 p.m., the small county was still asleep. Even the street lamps on the narrow streets were lit up, making the small county seem even quieter. It was as if the night had just begun. The sound of a truck came from afar, breaking the silence at the station. The truck is here. Cover Yi Qian and get on. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand slightly. G3 quickly picked up the travel bag and ran towards the truck that flashed 3 times. They stumbled as they ran, as if they were not fully awake. They were not very fast either, which made the driver in the truck curse in a low voice. Now, they were bold stowaways who wanted to make money from the war. The truck driver had seen many such people. When he saw them, he counted them and took the money from Xia Jinyuan. He pointed at the back of the truck and said arrogantly, "There are 6 seats in the middle for you. Listen, you're not allowed to move my goods. Do you hear me?" His Chinese was not good. Based on his accent, it was obvious that he was a local. The 6 of them carefully tried to please him and said softly, "We know, we know." The bearded driver glanced at the 6 of them with what he thought was a fierce gaze and snorted softly. Until the truck started moving again, the driver didn't notice that there was an extra person in the truck. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still dark, he headed towards Princess Castle. A total of 8 of our comrades went to Operation Storm. K7 was captured. J5 was injured and hospitalized. Now, the 6 of us, including you, are going to St. Xia Jinyuan first told Yi Jian the number of people in the previous operation. Then, he spread a map on a nylon bag that was filled with something unknown. He drew on the map with his finger and said, "From here, follow the Zhongba Highway for 60 kilometers and enter the Karachi Ancient Mountains. There's a border guard post in the middle. We need to hide here. After leaving the Karachi Ancient Mountains, the truck will go directly over the frozen river. 30 kilometers to Princess Castle, then enter the walking corridor." As Xia Jinyuan pointed out the route one by one, the 6 of them looked solemn. The walking corridor was their only way out. The walking corridor is about 400 kilometers long. The truck driver can only send us out of the 100-kilometer walking corridor that belongs to the Chinese side. We need to find our own way out of the remaining 300 kilometers. Chapter 974. Q King. We have to find a shorter route for a 300-kilometer journey. Otherwise, it's impossible to make it on foot. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the T6 combatant who asked the question and smiled faintly. That's true. So, I asked around and found out that there's a place where we can go. He pointed at the mountain range on the map. We'll go from here. Someone will lead the way for us. Several pairs of eyes stared at the mountain range he pointed at. They needed to hike up an iceberg 6,000 meters above sea level and cut into the desert country, where the ST Mercenary Corps was located as quickly as possible. The time is 1 day, 24 hours. What do you think? When he finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan's gaze slid past Yi Qian's face. Little fox, you chose a mission that was difficult from the beginning. Do you regret it? Regret? Yi Qian's lips curled into an extremely light smile, and there was a hint of provocation in his eyes. Major Xia, when she was running for her life, her endurance, leg strength, and perseverance had been accumulated over 2 lifetimes. Climbing icebergs was no problem for her. In the days in the no man's land, she and Principal Chun had climbed icebergs and snowy peaks the most. Sometimes they would walk through the snow all night while carrying a 13-kilogram sniper rifle on their backs. That was how she got through it. After preparing for so many years, it could be said that she had been preparing from her previous life to this life. She had walked through her previous life with tears of blood. Even if there was a way out, she would still look down on herself. Receiving her provocative gaze, Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curled up slightly. Good girl, the more she fought, the braver she became. Can we choose to ride a horse? Look for a Kyrgyz rider? Han Jing, who was holding a flashlight, whispered, "We can ride a horse first. At least it'll save us some time." G3 shook his head and said, "The ST Mercenary Corps is a disaster in the eyes of the civilians. We can't bring disaster to them. I'm in favor of walking. Also, the iceberg is not suitable for riding a horse. No, I mean to ride a horse in the walking corridor. We can borrow the local nomads' horses." Before Han Jing could finish his sentence, G3 interrupted him. "The walking corridor belongs to the high and cold mountains. Every year, except for the 3 months of June and August, the mountain is covered by heavy snow. The nomads' horses have already been fenced up and raised. Where can we borrow them? Even if we do, the horses won't be able to pass through the deep snow. In the end, we'll be wasting our own time. We have no choice but to hike the iceberg." "That's right, so we have no choice. Right now, there's a civil war in this country, and the savagery of the ST Mercenary Corps makes the civilians even more afraid. Choosing to walk on foot can hide our identities, and we won't implicate the civilians." V8 Chenling said. The store mission was not in the battlefield that they were heading to. This time, in order to rescue them, they had entered the war-torn countries that the soldiers of various countries did not want to enter easily. Therefore, caution became the first choice for everyone. The strategy of this rescue operation was to not alarm or implicate them, to only ambush them, and to quickly retreat. Han Jing's expression turned solemn as he nodded and said, "All right, I agree to walk. I'm in favor of walking. I'm in favor of walking." Several voices rang out in succession, low and steady. Yi Qian's voice was also among them. Xia Jinyuan did not ask Yi Qian if they could walk the iceberg at night. There was no need to ask at this time. Since they were here, they had to accept the hardships and dangers of the conditions without any conditions. He had already sorted out the entire route, and the follow-up arrangements and operations had all been drawn up. In a shaking truck, the low voice clearly reached everyone's ears. "We need to disguise ourselves as locals. After entering the war zone, we need to quickly count our equipment, enter the black market to buy weapons, and rent a car to go to Registan." Chapter 975. His voice was low, like a moving blade. It was frighteningly sharp. G3, Z7, V8, T6, and Pigeon all listened with serious expressions. They didn't miss a single word he said. "We need at least 3 days on the road. K7 won't give us that much time. We also don't think that the ST mercenaries and the government behind them will have enough patience to deal with K7. So we don't have much time. We can't delay the progress of the entire team because of personal problems. Do you understand?" "Understood." Several voices came in unison. Their morale was high, and there wasn't a trace of fear in them. Yi Qian's dark eyes reflected the cold light of the flashlight. It was as if a thin layer of frost had been dyed in his eyes. "Yi Qian, you're in charge of infiltration. The military will send someone to bring you into Saint. You only have 2 days. One day, find out the exact location of K7's imprisonment. One day, find out where the name list is. The remaining day, launch a sneak attack. Everyone will retreat the next morning." After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, he looked up at Yi Qian. There was no longer any gentleness in his deep eyes. There was only impartiality and coldness. He didn't give Yi Qian any special treatment because of her identity. "Is there a problem, Yi Qian?" "No. I'll listen to the command." Yi Qian's expression was cold and resolute. He didn't hesitate to answer. Since he chose to come, how could there be a problem? "Uncle Chun said that the moment you picked up a sniper rifle, Yi Qian, you had no way out. You could only move forward. The firm and fearless voice fell into the ears of the male soldiers. It was like a touch of coolness on a hot summer day. It had a wonderful effect on everyone's spirits. G3 and the others were fine. They had worked with Yi Qian many times. They knew that the young but military-like Yi Qian was definitely a trustworthy comrade. No one was more surprised than Pigeon. She was already surprised when she said that she was chasing after the target. Now, she didn't feel any pressure at all. Instead, her calm tone shocked him even more. He had never worked directly with Yi Qian before, so he didn't feel unfamiliar with Yi Qian when they first met. It was all because Yi Qian had the same military aura as them. At this moment, they vaguely understood why their comrades who had fought side by side with Yi Qian were looking forward to her joining them. This kind of girl, this kind of female soldier, this kind of outstanding, this kind of courage to be able to fight side by side with her was indeed something to look forward to. He was looking forward to seeing her brilliance, looking forward to seeing her outstanding performance, and even more so looking forward to seeing her return from the flames of war with them. This is Yi Qian, a true soldier and our comrade. The T6 combatant nudged the surprised G3 with his shoulder and said with a chuckle, "A true comrade isn't a comrade who wears the same uniform. They were comrades who dared to go through life and death with them, who dared to risk their lives for them, and who had the courage to trade my life for yours." Pigeon's gaze made Yi Qian look over, and the two of them looked at each other. His cold gaze also allowed Yi Qian to clearly see the appearance and characteristics of Pigeon, whose code name was different from Q King and the others. He had a very good-looking and dashing eyebrow that made Yi Qian take a second look at him. At first glance, his facial features didn't look very outstanding, but after looking at him for a long time, he felt like he was a very outstanding man. He looked like a soldier from a painting who had gone to war and had a reserved temperament. The two of them smiled and looked away. Pigeon said, "Her gaze is very sharp, and she vaguely has the cold aura of Q King. Why do I feel that if she were to join our team, there would be a possibility of two kings standing side by side?" Chapter 976. The members of the Shuiyu Brigade, who used letters and numbers as code names, were in charge of sudden attacks, while the members of the Shuiyu Brigade, who used Chinese as code names, were in charge of sneak attacks. The combination of the two groups was a double-edged sword for China. The Snowfield Brigade had yet to have a king so far. Seeing Yi Qian's attitude, Pigeon suddenly felt emotional. However, Xia Jinyuan suddenly looked up and glanced at her coldly. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if reminding Pigeon not to say anything more. His gaze made Pigeon straighten her back, and she immediately stopped talking. It was best not to talk about things that had yet to be revealed. The truck was loaded with supplies that needed to be transported to Princess Castle, so the space for the 7 of them was very limited. However, it was good that they didn't have to lie down. They had to memorize the entire map. If they accidentally fell off the ice mountain, they could still get up and find the rendezvous point. Xia Jinyuan and G3 were already familiar with each other, so he passed the military map to Han Zheng for him to memorize first. The rest of them could rest for the time being. Yi Qian was the last to receive the map. After receiving it, he passed the flashlight and map directly to Xia Jinyuan. He asked in a low voice, "I will also hand over the firing point of the ST mercenaries as soon as possible. Q King, who will contact me when the time comes? Or can I send it to someone else?" Just now, Xia Jinyuan had spread out the map, and Yi Qian had already memorized it. No one can contact you. You can only send it to the designated location. Yi Qian, your time is even more urgent than ours. It's very, very urgent. Xia Jinyuan pursed his thin lips. His eyes were as dark as the night sky. There was only endless darkness. "I will also go in with you and be in charge of the rescue deployment of K7. Yi Qian, once we enter ST, if you are in danger, I may not be able to rescue you in time. But remember, we will not give up on any of our comrades." Yi Qian smiled and said, "We are going to rescue K7. How can we let ourselves be discovered? We'll come back together." Han Zheng, who was lying on his stomach, reached out a hand and placed it on top of the nylon bag. Then, several large hands were placed on top of each other. Finally, Xia Jinyuan took Yi Qian's hand and placed it on the back of his own hand. His deep voice was as cold as a steel gun. I won't give up on any of them. I won't give up on any of them. I won't give up on any of them. 7 low and shallow sounds came from the bumpy truck. We are comrades. We are fighting to save our comrades. We are not giving up on any of them. He would definitely not give up on any of them. Xia Jinyuan glanced sideways at Yi Qian and said with a smile, "Your challenge will begin tomorrow at noon. I look forward to every new challenge, especially with all of you." It's very rare. Yi Qian's expression did not have the slightest hint of gloominess. Instead, his eyes sparkled with a dazzling brilliance, as if they were filled with water. When he saw the other 5 people, he was slightly stunned. Then, he silently shifted his gaze away. A good girl will always belong to someone else. You. As the flashlight suddenly went off, Xia Jinyuan sighed. Then his warm lips gently kissed Yi Qian's cheek. Are you stupid? Why did you chase after us? Because all of you are my targets. I'm chasing after my targets. Yi Qian's fearless laughter came from the darkness. It was faint and gentle, and it floated into Xia Jinyuan's ears. Then, it slowly fell into his heart and was engraved in his heart. The girl he liked was just that outstanding. She used her own fearlessness to write a magnificent legendary poem. Her name would not be forgotten with time, even if 100 years had passed. Chapter 977. Yi Qian didn't expect him to be so bold as to turn off the flashlight and kiss her in front of so many comrades. She glared at him in the dark and wanted to move away from him, but there was only so much space. He was on her right, and G3 was on her left. If she moved, she would have to move closer to G3. Yi Qian had no choice but to bury her head under her arm to prevent another kiss. Not only did he steal a kiss, Major Xia, who was acting like a boyfriend in the dark, put his arm around Yi Qian's shoulder and let her lean on him. Rest for a while. At least you can lie down. Yi Qian froze. He was so stiff that he didn't dare to move at all. He even held his breath, afraid that his 5 comrades would notice something. This bastard. How dare he? Not only that, his warm lips were pressed against Yi Qian's earlobe, and his breath was hot. Old Luo, who brought us into the iceberg, told me to give you more money and suffer less. Brothers, the money you took out just now won't be reimbursed. You know that the money a man saves is for his wife. Remember to return it all to me. It's not much, just 5 fingers. I'm sleeping. Wake me up when we reach. I don't think we've reached the plateau yet. Why do I have altitude sickness and tinnitus? You too? Me too. Do you want to take some pills? I'm already deaf. I can't hear what you said just now. After the 4 people in front of them finished talking, they heard faint snoring sounds. G3 seemed to have slept for a long time. Fuck, this is a real master. 4 pairs of eyes looked over at the same time. They all agreed that G3 was too cunning. Yi Qian buried his head in his arms and laughed until his shoulders trembled. It would be difficult for Xia Jinyuan to get back the money he took out from his personal wallet. Who would want to marry him and be his wife? Dream on. Just as he thought this, he heard Xia Jinyuan's soft voice that only the 2 of them could hear. You have to marry me and be my wife. There are 5 of them. Each of them is 500 yuan, so 2,500 yuan. It's all for my wife's money. If I don't get it back, my heart will ache. What should I do? My heart aches. Why don't you rub it for me? My heart won't ache anymore if I rub it. At a time like this, Yi Qian was even more helpless against him. She couldn't do anything to him when they were together. Now that there were so many people around, she couldn't do anything to him. Sleep. Ignore her. Fortunately, Xia Jinyuan knew the gravity of the situation and didn't say anything more. His fingers on her shoulder tightened slightly, and his deep eyes were dark and turbulent, as if the sky had changed color and the sea had surged with waves, vaguely containing a ferocious force that could destroy the world. Follow in our footsteps, little fox. You will become a very outstanding female special forces soldier, the best in the military. After at least 10 minutes, when Yi Qian was about to fall asleep, Xia Jinyuan suddenly said, I'm waiting for you to become my comrade in arms. a comrade in arms who can really fight side by side with me and command the battle. Yi Qian's gaze paused for a moment, and he finally lifted his head from the crook of his arm. Aren't we comrade in arms now? We are comrade in arms now, but not the kind of comrade in arms I want. I want a comrade in arms who can stand at the same height, in the same position, and who can sweep away thousands of enemies. Xia Jinyuan said softly, "This is the kind of comrade in arms I want. I want you to become this kind of comrade in arms. Can you do it, Yi Qian?" His gaze was close to Yi Qian's. Although he couldn't see, Yi Qian could feel it. Chapter 978. That gaze was like a pair of hands that forced you to move forward and not back down. It also gave you the feeling that you had boarded a pirate ship and couldn't get off. Don't give up. Don't abandon me. I will always take you with me. I will never let go of your hand, even if we have to overcome all obstacles until we reach a height that belongs to both of us. Do you dare to continue like this with me? For me, for you, for the sake of not letting down this life. Do you want to continue like this? Originally, he wanted to give her some time to slowly understand him, to let her know what kind of unit he was in, but it seemed like that was no longer possible. She knew in advance how dangerous the situation he was facing was, so he had no choice but to bring it up quickly so that she could understand and accept it as soon as possible. Yi Qian didn't say anything. She didn't know how to continue. One thing was for sure. Even if he wasn't holding her hand, she wouldn't let down this life. He was her goal, and she once wanted to surpass him. And now, this goal was telling her that he wanted to bring her to the same position, to the same height. Think about it. It wasn't that it was difficult to think about. Instead, it was that a flood had formed in her heart. She couldn't calm down, and her entire body was boiling up. In her previous life, she was mediocre for too long. In this life, there were so many opportunities, and she didn't want to miss any of them. She didn't want to lose any of them. Yi Qian nodded, gently, and then slowly nodded. He said, "Okay, but I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for myself, so that I won't let down this life. I'll stand beside you, and you'll stand beside me. The same place, the same height. We'll be comrades for life. Comrades for life, brothers for life. Never leave, never abandon, never give up." All the members of the Snowfield Brigade swore that they would be comrades for life. No matter what, they would never give up on their comrades. Never leave, never abandon, never give up. K7, who was tied up and tossed in the corner, raised his eyes slightly and looked towards the narrow window. Someone was coming. Not just one, but more than 10 people. The footsteps got closer and stopped outside. K7 closed his eyes again, pretending that he was still unconscious. It was useless even if he opened his eyes. Blood flowed into his eyes and stained his eyelashes, blurring his vision. He even saw double when he looked outside. The next day, other than drinking a mouthful of water, the captives did not eat anything else. It had been 52 hours since he woke up from his coma and struggled to open his eyes that were covered with blood. There was no interrogation or interrogation. It was so peaceful that he could not hear any clues, nor could he determine whether his comrades were coming. K7 was heavily injured. Even so, ever since he woke up, he had been on high alert. He had been looking for a chance to escape, and he had been trying to figure out a way to escape. The only weapon he had on him was the belt that was still tied to his trousers. However, this thing had no way of cutting the rope. It was more like strangling someone's neck. His ragtag military uniform was torn in many places, and his flesh was covered with fine sand. As he breathed, the fine sand seemed to be grinding against his charred flesh. No matter how strong his body was, if the fine sand was not washed out, there was no hope for his wounds to heal. K7, who hadn't moved for 52 hours, moved his head slightly. It was this slight movement that made people feel like he was still alive. Chapter 979. Damn thing, he still hasn't said a single word? You guys are the worst mercenaries I've ever seen. You guys are the most useless interrogators I've ever seen. Someone yelled angrily in English. It was already the third day, and his patience was running out. He was about to explode at any moment. The man with a beard that reached his chest looked at the government official who was yelling angrily at him. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Oh, so it seems that your government has a way. Then, sir, I'll hand him over to you. The man was wearing a white robe and white, wide-legged pants. His facial features were Central Asian. He just raised his hand, and a few mercenaries wearing desert camouflage bulletproof vests walked over. They were tall and strong, and all of them were holding AK-47 assault rifles and standing behind the man. When the government official saw them, he immediately took a step back and looked at the high-ranking ST mercenary warily. With a serious face, he said, "No, we don't need him. We just need to ask which country he's from. Sakura, that's all we need to know. That's all. I know, I've been working hard, but sometimes we can't get what you want just by working hard." Sakura was still able to smile as he spoke. He pointed at the captive behind the closed iron door. "See, sir, it's hard for him to even open his eyes now, let alone talk. His wounds aren't treated." "Oh yes, you're not allowed to treat his wounds. Of course, we're all in favor of making him suffer a little. But now, he doesn't even have the strength to speak. How do we know which country he's from? Judging from his skin color, hair color, and eye color, we think he's Asian. That's all we know." Sakura's words made the government official squint his eyes. After a while, he smiled coldly. "Trust me, I'll find a way to make him talk." He waved his hand and ordered his personal guard. The viciousness in Sakura's eyes deepened. After the government's personal guard left, he sneered. "Since you want to interrogate him personally, I think we can collect our commission in advance." When the commission was mentioned, the government official immediately laughed. "Sakura, with our cooperation, I don't think we're in a hurry. Right now, please wait a moment. We will soon hear that guy's voice. There is no need to consider anything when interrogating a captive, especially a captive who couldn't possibly return alive. As long as he got what he wanted, he would immediately end the captive." There was mistrust in their employment relationship, and their cooperative relationship was unstable. It seemed that it wasn't Sakura who had lost his patience, but the government who had lost their patience. 10 minutes later, footsteps were heard. Then, the locked iron door creaked open and 4 people came in. "Wake him up." When he saw the wound on K7's shoulder, a cruel smile appeared on his face. He lifted his leg and stepped on the wound with the heel of his leather shoe. Then, he twisted his ankle and let the heel of his shoe crush the wound. This wound had originally stopped bleeding, but after being crushed by the hard heel of the shoe, the bright red blood and the layer of scab were crushed into wisps of blood, revealing a bright red, ferocious wound. K7 did not move. It was as if he had lost consciousness, but his brows were furrowed. It was as if he was frowning in his sleep due to discomfort. Chapter 980. Did you see that, Sakura? I told you he would wake up soon. Wait, he will wake up soon. The dark-skinned, typical Middle Eastern man smiled viciously. With the cold-bloodedness of a soldier, he signaled his guard with his eyes, and K7 heard the sound of glass breaking. 2 minutes later, an unknown drug was injected into his arm. After the needle was pulled out for less than a minute, K7 opened his eyes like a wolf trapped in a bush. Pain, his whole body was in extreme pain. All of his wounds felt like they were being pricked by thousands of needles. It was so painful that the veins on K7's neck were bulging. It felt like his blood vessels were going to explode from his skin. They had injected an unknown drug into his body, causing the pain all over his body to increase by dozens of times, and the pain was amplified and amplified. That kind of pain wasn't enough to make K7 pass out. His wounds hurt, his bones hurt, and his organs hurt. Rapid breathing didn't lessen the pain. Instead, it increased the sensitivity of the pain. Some people said they were in so much pain that they didn't want to live anymore. Some people said they didn't want to live anymore. Some people said they didn't have a good day. What they said was just empty talk. The real pain wasn't to the point where you didn't want to live anymore. It was to the point where you couldn't fight back. You were in so much pain that your muscles were spasming. Sweat the size of beans kept dripping down into your wounds. Which country did you come from? Tell me, buddy. The officer used his leg to kick K7's bleeding shoulder. K7, who was lying on his side with his hands locked behind his back, was forced to lie on his back. That way, the officer could clearly see what happened to the man who was injected with the pain-increasing drug. Thanks to the pain, K7's tears washed away the blood in his eyes. Through the intense pain, K7 saw a ferocious East Asian face. K7 focused his gaze and quickly observed the other person's expression. His heart was in pain, but he had to stay awake to observe the other person's expression. If he wanted to live, he first needed to know what the other party wanted, how long he could endure, and whether he could kill him in a fit of rage, or if he could endure it for the time being. The man was in a hurry. It wasn't a hurry that came naturally. It was a hurry that was urged by someone. That was right. The man they beheaded was not a normal person. If they wanted to find out the truth, how could they let a captive go so easily? Very well, as long as he knew that the man wouldn't kill him now. After he used up all of his energy to stay awake, K7 growled like a trapped beast. His body couldn't help but twist. He stuck his tongue deep in his throat. He wanted to vomit. If you want to get information from him, you had to make sure he was still alive. The special forces from Shuayu Brigade were invincible. They could return in triumph, or they could die without hesitation. They could face being captured calmly, and they could overcome their fear of death. To die for one's country was an honorable death. Fuck, bro. K7, smile for me. We've known each other for a year, and I've never seen you smile before. Fuck you, I even drank your saliva. Hello, I'm Q King. Nice to meet you. And my brothers I make was Chapter 981. K7 forced himself to vomit until his tongue almost got cramps. Only then did he feel nauseous. He had developed a resistance to the drug, which could be seen from his vomiting. He was a forensic doctor, so he had to know what he needed to know. Since the other party couldn't do anything to him, then the real game had just begun. On the ground, K7, who was tied up in a bow shape, was convulsing violently. When he started to vomit from the pain, the military officer panicked. Quick, quick, save him. He didn't despair anymore. As long as there was a chance of survival, he wouldn't despair. He wouldn't give up. As long as he could stand up, he wouldn't give up. But this thing was really fucking painful. The sandstorm was so strong that it was blinding. The sun outside was so bright that it made him dizzy. It took a total of 6 hours to travel from Ta County to the walking corridor. The Snowfield Brigade packed their luggage and took the supplies that the military asked the border guards to store in the Princess Castle towards the iceberg. Since the military is providing the supplies, they should at least give me a gun. Z7 Han Jang rummaged through his backpack. There were windproof and cold-resistant items in his backpack, but there were no weapons. He picked up 2 wooden sledges that could be used to ski on the iceberg. He wanted to say a few more words, but when he turned around, they were all gone. Fuck, it didn't wait for him. He put on his windproof hat and chased after his comrade, who didn't even check what was in his backpack. Yi Qian caught up to Xia Jinyuan with a wooden sledge. I need to learn how to ski. I've never skied before. Okay, you only have 10 minutes. If you don't learn how to ski, grab the rope and I'll bring you down. Xia Jinyuan, who was using a compass to determine the direction, said faintly. He was wearing a windproof suit and standing in the snow. His figure didn't look bloated. He was still tall and straight. Yi Qian smiled. No, give me 10 minutes. Uncle Chun taught me the basics. It's a pity I didn't bring a sledge. Looks like you did learn a lot in the no man's land. Not bad, we can use all this. And it won't be just one time. My little fox is indeed knowledgeable. I haven't found anything you don't know yet. Xia Jinyuan smiled at her. The curve of his thin lips made Yi Qian look away. She didn't want to see him smile. After a few hours of driving, he really, whenever he had time, he would kiss her and shamelessly say, "Relax, relax." Was there anyone who could calm down and relax like him? Did he still need to calm down and relax? He's obviously being shameless. Yi Jian's reaction made Xia Jinyuan smile so much that the corners of his eyes turned soft. Silly girl. He was not joking when he said that he wanted to calm down and relax. He was indeed letting himself relax and suppress the irritation in his heart. He could easily tell G3 that since Yi Jian was here, he would accept it. But in his heart, how could he accept it instantly after such a strong objection? She still needed more time to grow. Would she be able to adapt to the sudden increase in danger of the entire mission? Was she enough to handle? One had to know that Yi Jian was truly fighting alone this time. After a few hours of settling down and seeing that she was calm and normal, he gradually suppressed the irritation in his heart and slowly relaxed. Follow closely. There's snow leopards in this area. Xia Jinyuan seemed to be very familiar with this area. He walked along the snowy road without stopping. He walked quickly and calmly. Along the way, they didn't see any snow leopards. Instead, they saw a few Marco Polo sheep jump and disappear. Chapter 982. Normally, they might even go hunting sheep, but at this moment, they were all focused on marching forward. There are no birds above, no beasts below. Everywhere is vast and unpredictable. Only the sun can guide the east and west, and human bones can guide the way. The journey described by F.A. Schur, a monk from the Eastern Jin dynasty, was now the journey of the Snowfield Brigade. Between heaven and earth, there were boundless snowy mountains. Walking at the foot of a snowy mountain, everything seemed small. Old Luo is here. Walking past a pile of weathered rocks, Xia Jinyuan saw 4 stones neatly placed. The smallest stone was facing the direction of an iceberg 6,000 meters above sea level. The person leading the way was very reliable. During the Civil War, Old Luo was the first to escape to China with his eldest son on the iceberg. When he went back to pick up his wife and 3 children, he took the iceberg again. When he escaped to China, he took the iceberg again. The 2 of them went back and forth once, a total of 4 times. He was the most familiar with this route. The 7 of them headed toward the iceberg like stowaways. The deeper they went, the deeper the snow became. When they reached the bottom of the slope, the 7 of them tied wooden sleds to their feet and rushed down the valley. Yi Qian was very slow at first. His upper body was relaxed, his center of gravity was forward, his knees were bent, his eyes were looking forward, and his ski poles were pointing outwards. He didn't even need Xia Jinyuan's guidance. After he went up, he started to paddle. Yi Qian was not proficient in paddling from top to bottom. With Xia Jinyuan escorting him, he was a few minutes later than the other members. Before he reached the bottom, he suddenly saw a few horses raising their front legs from time to time in the snow. Horses? How can there be horses? Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. He, who had been at the back, took the lead and whizzed past her. With a beautiful turn, he stopped beside a nomad. This was their guide, Old Luo. Old Luo was Tajik. When he saw Xia Jinyuan, he immediately opened his arms warmly. He didn't look like an elder, but more like a brother. Without too many warm words, Old Luo looked at Yi Qian and pointed at the 7 horses he brought. If you had told me earlier, I would have prepared another horse. No need, this is good enough. Xia Jinyuan was pleasantly surprised by the fact that he had brought a horse that could travel on the ice mountain with him. The pigeons had already mounted their horses. Let's hurry up and set off before dawn. They had to travel a night to night, but it was better to travel early in the morning than late at night. Past the snowy mountain at 6,000 meters above sea level was another country. At the end of October, the walking corridor was still quite sunny, and the bad weather had yet to arrive. From day to night, they stepped on the snow and braved the knife-like wind that could cut their faces as they persisted in entering the war zone. The ability of the special forces to withstand harsh conditions was not something that ordinary soldiers could imagine. They could stay on a snowy mountain for a year and a half, just like the locals. At night, the horses could not walk as well as they could during the day. They walked on gray stones that were not covered by snow, and their legs were numb from the cold. When their blood reached their hearts, it was still cold. The people could not rest, and neither could the horses. With the horses riding during the day, the whole day and night journey was shortened to no more than 20 hours. Yi Qian walked in the middle from the very beginning. At 4 o'clock in the morning, she was still walking in the middle. Her thighs were wrapped in Old Luo's fur jacket and tied with straps. She pulled one foot out of the snow and then the other, and walked like this for less than half an hour. Chapter 983. Half an hour of rest was because the horse was disobedient. The path they took was not the most difficult one. Old Luo had climbed the iceberg at night 4 times. He took off his gloves and put some snow into his mouth. His tongue was frozen stiff, but it also stimulated his brain to wake up. We'll be there if we go from here. At 7 o'clock in the morning, when there was a glimmer of light in the sky, old Luo, who was standing halfway up the iceberg, laughed and said, "It's still the same path I took 4 years ago. The weather is very cold, and it didn't snow at night." Once it snowed at night, the march would only be slower due to the strong wind and heavy snow. Looking at the endless winding road below, Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes narrowed slightly. Rush down in one go, rush to the bottom of the mountain, and rest for an hour before we set off. They chose the most difficult path because they were all illegal mercenaries, because they couldn't expose themselves and let the country they were protecting have a trace of stain. From 11:40 p.m. to 7 o'clock a.m., a full 20 hours passed through the iceberg 6,000 meters above sea level and arrived at their destination. Old Luo didn't go back immediately. He went to Tajik House to rest, except for Yi Qian, who just shook his hand and said, "Thank you." All the members of the Snowfield Brigade gave this 43-year-old brother a warm hug. 84 hours after K7 was captured, the members of the Snowfield Brigade changed into the local clothes of this war-torn country and drove a jeep to the desert. From the snow mountain to the desert, this was their journey of war. They arrived at Registan in the early morning of the 6th day after K7 was captured. The 7 of them couldn't be seen as human anymore. They were covered in yellow dust, and a layer of dust could be seen in their hair. Registan, the arid plateau area in the southwest, was divided into deserts and sand ridges, and there was a desert plain in the middle. There was no vegetation and no rain. Yi Qian separated from the Snowfield Brigade at 4 o'clock in the morning on the 6th day. She jumped directly into a truck and entered the ST Mercenary Corps, leaving the Snowfield Brigade with a slender and fearless back. "Yi Qian, she is a good soldier," Dove said softly. The dove spoke softly as tears began to form at the corners of her eyes. This journey was filled with unpredictable dangers, yet she had chosen to leave without a trace of hesitation. His low voice fell into the ears of his comrades, and they all looked up at Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in the middle of them. "Why are you looking at me?" Xia Jinyuan retracted his gaze, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. His handsome face was cold as he quickly ordered, "Z7, establish communication. Explosives personnel, prepare more explosives. G3, follow me to the market. The rest of you, stay alert." He was worried about Yi Qian, but he still needed to be one step behind Yi Qian to enter Saint. The sun had just risen, but the desert still seemed to be shrouded in darkness. There was no vibrant green, only endless desolation. Fine sand and dust were blown over by the wind. Yi Jian blinked slightly and raised her hand to rub her eyes that had gotten into the sand. She was now a local nomad in Helmand. Her family had sold her to the ST Mercenary Corps for money, and she had officially become the lowest member of the ST Mercenary Corps. She wore a white gauze dress and a headscarf of the same color. She held freshly baked naans and gave them to the mercenaries from different countries. It was the 10th hour of entering the ST Mercenary Corps. Yi Qian had already started her work at 5 o'clock that day. The low adobe house was much more square than the adobe house in Pakistan. In Yi Qian's eyes, it was like a cage. The entire ST mercenary base was huge. When Yi Qian saw a few mercenaries dressed in miscellaneous military uniforms appear, the white gauze gently swept past and hid behind a mud house. She had to wait until it was completely dark before she could take action. Chapter 984. Holding the metal locator in his hand, Yi Qian rushed to the southwest corner as fast as he could. To ensure that they could safely rescue K7, the Snowfield Brigade marched 24 hours a day from the southern central province to this country that was in constant civil war. They crossed 5 provinces of this country and were the first to arrive in Helmand. 80% of the families in Helmand grew opium poppies. They smuggled the opium poppies out of the country to earn high profits, and most of the money was used to fund the local rebels. A portion of the money was given to the ST mercenaries. In Helmand and Registan, the ST mercenaries became the protection of some civilians and officials, but they also became the nightmare of the poor civilians. They only stayed in Helmand for 2 hours. T6, a member of the Snowfield Brigade, obtained information in fluent Farsi. He found out that the ST mercenaries kept the criminals and disobedient local civilians in the southwest corner, and the executions were also carried out in the southwest corner. Now, Yi Qian only had one thing to do, and that was to hand the metal locator to K7. V8 and the others would then secretly rescue K7 based on his location. Xia Jinyuan would act alone like Yi Qian. He would create an explosion in ST to create a diversion so that Yi Qian could obtain the name list. Then, he would cover Pigeon and the others to rescue K7. They would not engage in a fight with the ST mercenaries. Unless they were stupid enough to think that they were invincible, they would not do such a thing. To put it more elegantly, this operation was mainly about fishing in troubled waters as the vanguard, and then secretly crossing Cheongsong as the escape route, successfully rescuing K7. Using G3's vulgar words, they were doing something big and secret. The entire ST base was built with a mixture of ash, clay, and gravel. Every time Yi Qian laid down in a corner, her white gauze would be stained with a large amount of yellowish-brown dust. If she could, she wanted to roll in the dirt and turn her white body yellow. It was late at night, and wearing a white gauze that fluttered when the wind blew, it was too conspicuous. What's the situation? Is there any movement? 12 hours after Yi Qian entered ST base, the Snowfield Brigade established communications. The comrades on standby started exchanging information with each other. They were asking the T6 combatants closest to ST base. An hour ago, Z7 had set up a very small ultra-short wave radio base station. Although it was small, the transmission signal was stable. It could even transmit images and data through infrared scanning. The location data of the metal positioning device had already been downloaded onto the portable computer purchase from the Hellman market. As long as Yi Qian found K7 and turned on the positioning device, they would immediately be able to pinpoint K7's exact location. There was no response from the radio waves. Z7 said in a low voice, "Nothing. Let's see if Q King is doing anything. He's in electromagnetic silence. We can't contact him for now." Electromagnetic silence meant that the connection with the radio waves was cut off. Xia Jinyuan was afraid that ST base had an electromagnetic interference system that would capture their radio waves. The operation had not yet begun, but they would be directly exposed. "You guys stay here. I'll go to the southwest corner to check out the situation." She's been in there for 12 hours, and it's been dark for 4 hours. Based on her efficiency, she should have found something. The T6 combatant did not keep watch in the front anymore. He slowly pulled himself out of a pile of sand and said after a while, "It's so cold." Burying himself in the sand, there was no cold wind blowing against his body to warm him up. The temperature difference between day and night was already very large, so when he came out of the sand, the cold wind scraped against his skin and seeped into his bones. The location of the ST Mercenary Regiment's base was not bad. In front of it was a desert, behind it was a mountain and a river, and further ahead was the desert of Registan. The ST base, which was built on a gravel hillside, had an excellent view of the front, back, left, and right. The sentries stood directly on the high walls and could see anyone coming in and out below. Of course, this would have to be done during the day. Chapter 985. At night, the power grid was destroyed. The ST mercenaries, who lacked power, could only rely on a few strong lights that had been charged during the day. Even the sentries were extremely undisciplined. This was their territory. Even the government forces had to be polite to them. So far, no one had launched a sneak attack on the base. The rebels did not dare, and neither did the government forces. In a country with the most chaotic internal enemies, the ST mercenary base had become the safest place. T6 bent down and ran straight towards the southwest corner. V8, who was in charge of ground observation, said softly, 20 meters away, 3 patrols, make way. A military base that's even more military than a military base. This is already the 3rd wave. No, there's something wrong. T6 bent down like a groundhog and crawled behind the sand pile. His whole body clung to the yellow sand and blended into the darkness. The 3 patrols were obviously dressed much more formally. They wore formal uniforms, but their guns were not as good as the other two. After walking away, T6 shouted excitedly, "Great news! There are government forces guarding this place. Brothers, I'm afraid there's a big shot inside." It was indeed great news. If Q King encounters the government forces, he'll find a way to stir up trouble. Done, brothers. At present, we see a 10% chance of victory. Pigeon pressed his body tightly. He was also lying in the sand, motionless like a rattlesnake, waiting for its prey to pass by. The ST Mercenary Corps, the government forces, and the rebels were in a triangular relationship. The ST mercenaries would not interfere with the rebels for the sake of the government forces, nor would they interfere with the government forces for the sake of the rebels. It had become a delicate triangle in Registan. It seemed that the ST mercenaries had gained the trust of both sides, but in fact, no one could fully trust each other. If there was any movement, the government forces in the ST base, as well as the high-ranking official, would definitely suspect that the ST mercenaries were colluding with the rebels. This suspicion had always existed, and it was not just today. Xia Jinyuan knew about the news that was beneficial to the operation 10 minutes earlier than T6 and the others. He even saw the high-ranking official's face clearly. Now, he was at the place where the government soldiers were resting. The skilled and bold all-rounder was laying out the yellow stripe explosives. Yellow stripe explosive was a relatively safe type of explosive. It could withstand impact and friction, and the detonation point was a sudden explosion caused by heat. At the same time, the poisonous gas released would cause chronic poisoning. No matter what the situation was now, his brother had definitely suffered. Since he had suffered, he had to get some interest back. After everything was done, he turned on the communication device. His low voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. "I've finished the deployment. There are government soldiers inside. Place the yellow stripe explosives at the door where they sleep. What's the situation on your side? Have you received the location yet?" Z7 stared at the receiver and clenched his jaw. "No. T6 is scouting the southwest corner." Just as the low voice finished speaking, a small red suddenly flashed on the receiver that had been quiet all this time. "Holy shit, it's coming. I'll locate him in 1 minute." Z7, who was wearing a piece of anti-cold cloth to hide himself in the dark, typed rapidly on the keyboard. "T6 retreat. It's not in the southwest corner, but in the east." The T6 combatant immediately turned around and came back. "Q King, it's about time. It's about time." Yi Qian threw the HKP-7M8 pistol he had brought over from China into the building through the window together with a dagger. She, who was lying prone on the roof, quietly retracted the dagger without alerting the guards. She lay prone on the roof of the bungalow and exhaled slightly before quickly leaving. Chapter 986. K7 wasn't in the southwest corner. He was in a medical room similar to Saint. If it wasn't for the secret code that connected to K7, she would have suspected that the person inside was K7. From the southwest corner to the east, it took them 2 hours to confirm K7's location. Now, it was up to Xia Jinyuan and the others. After Yi Qian gave K7 the necessities, she didn't stop for a second. Using her petite body, she nimbly rolled across the roof of the bungalow. The roof wasn't made of cement. It was made of pebbles and clay. As she rolled across the roof, the sharp pebbles made her skin hurt. After rolling to the edge of the roof, Yi Qian lightly patted the dust off the white gauze. She still needed to use the gauze as a disguise, so she couldn't take it off yet. She gripped the edge of the roof tightly and jumped down lightly. Like a cat, Yi Qian leaned against the wall as soon as she touched the ground. She only left after she confirmed that there were no patrols. There was no light in the room, so she couldn't confirm whether K7 was seriously injured or not. However, from the coughing that he transmitted to her, he was fine and could save himself. His cough was low and hoarse, like a broken tempered glass surface. It sounded fragmented and unstable. Just by listening to the sound, Yi Jian couldn't help but feel her heart tremble. Her breath was stuck in her throat, and she felt a dull pain in her chest. How could K7 be fine? The criminals in the southwest corner were all beaten to a pulp. They didn't even have a single piece of clothing to cover their bodies. Everyone's eyes were filled with despair. They had been tortured to the point that even death was a luxury. In such an environment, K7 was a captive who had just killed an important person. How could he be fine? How could he be fine? She sent in all the guns and daggers. Hopefully, K7 still had the ability to protect himself. After completing the first part of the rescue plan, Yi Qian avoided the 4 teams of patrolling mercenaries. Hearing the screams coming from the southwest corner, Yi Qian walked silently like a cat towards the most heavily guarded area. That was the location on the stolen list provided to her by the military. There were 3 floors in total, 2 above ground and 1 underground. She needed to enter the first underground floor to retrieve the list. However, whether the list was really in the first underground floor, the person who provided the information couldn't confirm it, and neither could the military. Regardless of whether it was true or not, she had to try. At night, the temperature in the desert dropped drastically. Yi Qian felt like she was back to the time when she trained in the desert with Principal Chun. The wind brought sand and dust, and her entire chest felt like it was covered in it. Yi Jian, who was leaning against the wall, was silently calculating the time in her heart. 20 minutes. Xia Jinyuan could only give her 20 minutes. 20 minutes to detonate the bomb, and she would take advantage of the chaos to enter the basement. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1. Boom, boom. Less than 200 meters away from the central area, there were continuous explosions. As the ground shook, the entire ST area was in chaos. In less than a minute, it was complete chaos. Damn it, who's there? Come out. Quick, there's something sneaking in. Alert, alert. Sharp whistles were heard. Countless mercenaries locked down the exits of the base. Rows of machine guns were set up. Whoever tried to rush out from the inside was shot to pieces. Not even a whole corpse was left. The smell of the explosives was terrible. As the wind blew, a large number of mercenaries were knocked down. Chapter 987. This type of explosive didn't have much lethality. Explosives Master V8 added a little more fuel to it, and the resulting chemical reaction caused the mercenaries who breathed in the smell of explosives to choke and cough. Their snot and tears flowed down their faces, and they couldn't even open their eyes. There wasn't a single person on the roof of the room that she needed to sneak into. When the explosion came, Yi Qian saw several mercenaries rushing into the room. They immediately found cover and set up their guns to lock down the surroundings. There were 4 soldiers on the roof and 4 below. She couldn't be sure how many soldiers were in the room. It wasn't easy to get the name list, and she only had half an hour at most. She rushed past several patrols and headed towards the central area where Yi Qian was. Xia Jinyuan couldn't let Yi Qian carry out another dangerous mission alone. With the support of the pigeons and the support of mercenary and ST, he could free up his hands to help Yi Qian. Her military boots left footprints in the wind and sand, but the footprints were covered by the sand when she lifted her feet. She looked for a possible spot where Yi Qian could break in, but she didn't see him. Instead, she saw a mercenary on the roof flapping his hands as if trying to grab something. Yi Qian went up to the roof. What a bold fox. She actually wanted to break in from the roof. On the roof, she made a collar out of the silver wire and quickly and fiercely wrapped it around the neck of a mercenary. As she jumped down, a black-skinned mercenary didn't even have a chance to struggle. His hands flailed in the air, and his legs kicked a few times before his limbs drooped down and he stopped breathing. Letting go of silver wire, Yi Jian quickly caught his body before he fell to the ground. She held him firmly and slowly let him fall to the ground. She did it quietly and did not alert the other 3 mercenaries who were armed with guns. Xia Jinyuan stomped his feet, and his military boots stepped on the wall mixed with gravel. He quickly flipped onto the roof. Before he could touch her, he felt a sudden chill on his neck, scaring Xia Jinyuan into grabbing Yi Qian's wrist. The moment the silver thread tightened around his neck, Yi Qian was startled and quickly withdrew his strength. Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian mouthed the words to express his fear. If she had pulled back just a little bit later, there would be 2 marks on his neck. The man who flipped himself over was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He almost lost his life just now. What a fast move. Her hand strength was also very strong, and it was very easy for an adult man to lose their life. He gestured with his hands to the left and right, then pointed to the mercenaries in the west and south corners. He made a horizontal cut across his neck to express, "You take the left, I'll take the right, we'll take the west and south. In the middle, close the rope." Yi Qian gestured an OK sign, and the two of them flanked the mercenary from about the same distance. This time, Yi Qian didn't use the silver wire in her hand. If she wanted to strangle someone's neck within a second and make them lose the ability to resist, she would have to rely on external forces. At a time like this, it would be better to use a dagger to solve the problem. It would be faster. On the right, Xia Jinyuan's hands were around the man's neck. After the sound of bones breaking, in less than 2 seconds, he twisted the man's entire cervical vertebrae in a strange 180-degree angle. It was quite terrifying. Yi Qian forcefully withdrew his dagger from the back of the man's neck to his throat. The dagger had to grind against the cervical vertebrae before it could be pulled back. Chapter 988. To strike from this angle, one had to be fast and accurate. They had to cut through the nerves at the back of the neck and pierce through the throat. The trachea would also be cut in half. This kind of assassination was filled with blood, but there was no need for a second stab. It could be done in one go. Sensing danger, the mercenary who had been staring at the east corner turned his head. He saw that his comrade was still half-squatting in the west. Just as he was about to speak, Xia Jinyuan approached from the south. Like a ferocious beast that specialized in biting people's necks, he clamped down on the mercenary's neck at the fastest speed. Then, with a forceful twist, the 4 mercenaries on the rooftop were taken care of by the Chinese soldiers just like that. Were the Chinese soldiers weak? No, the Chinese soldiers were never weak. The members of the Snowfield Brigade weren't just special forces. They were specialized in anti-terrorism, decapitation, assassination, and other high-difficulty operations. This type of soldier was definitely not inferior to the special forces of the American Delta State. The generator below is generating electricity. I'll cut the wires. Bring this with you for communication. Xia Jinyuan's breathing quickened. He placed the infrared imaging device in Yi Qian's hands. Then, he took out a receiver and earplugs. He placed the receiver on her waist and placed the earplugs in her ears. Z7 made his own ultra-short wave radio base warfare device. It can ensure that we can communicate normally. The Snowfield Brigade was filled with talented people. They could make simple wireless communications, explosives, and so on. As long as they had simple materials, they could establish communication. Yi Qian fastened the receiver and opened a channel. He pressed the earplugs with his hand and said something. Z7's voice came from the receiver. Work together with Q King. Finish the mission as soon as possible and come out. The pigeons have already gathered with K7. The STs are now searching for K7. Yi Qian, you, and Q King should finish the mission as soon as possible and support them. The two of them looked at each other. Then they picked up 2 submachine guns and entered from the rooftop. The wire cutters cut through the main wire, and then there was the sound of someone pulling the trigger. Yi Qian jumped up from the top of the stairs and approached the place where the smell was the thickest. Without the help of infrared and night vision goggles, Yi Qian could only rely on his own intuition and judgment of the source of the smell. He cooperated with Xia Jinyuan at the fastest speed and headed down to the basement. Yi Qian's combat ability was not inferior to a grown man's, and she also had the upper hand in terms of physical strength. However, she still had a shortcoming. Her strength still needed to be improved. If they fought head-on, they would win at the beginning, but they would definitely be at a disadvantage later on. She knew that as well, so she chose the most bloody and direct method of assassination. As time passed, Xia Jinyuan stood there like a guardian angel. He was waiting for Yi Qian to come out of the basement. Countless footsteps came from outside. Someone kicked open the door and shouted in Farsi, "Open the door! Get out!" Yi Qian did not come out. Xia Jinyuan did not move. He raised his submachine gun and aimed at the entrance. "Let's go." Yi Qian's voice came from behind. He said it clearly and hurriedly. Then, he ran up the wooden ladder and ran up to the rooftop. Retreat, retreat. Everyone retreat. Xia Jinyuan, who was covering the rear, contacted everyone, including Pigeons. The location is there. Hurry. Pigeons carried K7 with one hand. The two of them hid in a corner of a bungalow and reported the location. She smiled at K7 and said, "Brother, you can't be a weakling now. Q King and Yi Qian are here to help us. If you came half a day later, I would have died. Sakura is fighting with the government forces. Damn it, I got the advantage, but you got the advantage." K7, who was running a high fever, opened his cracked lips and said coldly, "I didn't want to die here. Since I'm here, I want to go out with you." Chapter 989. Pigeon listened to his brother gritting his teeth behind his back and couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, you're really lucky to have encountered ST and the government. I'll let you rest for a few days in vain." But a few figures flashed past his eyes. Pigeon shut his mouth and signaled K7 to hide. The running ST soldiers were all wearing military boots. Pigeon squinted his eyes in the dim light and smirked. "The government is here. Looks like we're going to have to fight Saint Brother. Even if you want to sacrifice yourself, you won't have a chance." "When did I say I wanted to sacrifice myself?" K7 suppressed the itch in his throat and pressed his fist against his Adam's apple. He tried to suppress the itch that was about to come out of his throat. "Save my life. I still have a lot of things to do." Being willing to sacrifice yourself did not mean that you had to sacrifice yourself. The country did not raise you to be a soldier for you to think about sacrificing yourself all the time. Even if you were captured, as long as there was a slim chance of survival, you had to try your best to survive. K7 had never given up on him, but he had never thought about asking his comrades to come back either. Therefore, when he heard the familiar secret signal, his entire brain had a 3-second lapse in thought. It was all an ST. Why would he send a fake message? It was because he knew they had entered ST's base. He did not expect that after he sent the message, they would come back. That's what I call guts. If he really died, then our trip would have been for nothing. Pigeon signaled K7 to keep an eye on the window while he went to the door. Someone was coming their way, and they were flashing lights. The sound of footsteps passed by the door. Pigeon, who was hiding behind the door, let out a sigh of relief. That was close. The place they were hiding in was not a good place. There were a few dead bodies inside. The window was the best place to watch. Pigeon, whose alarm was lifted, returned to K7's side. Just as he took a breath, K7's cold voice came into his ears. "How many of you are here?" "Including Xiao Yi, there's 7 of us." J5 had a bit of a bad back. But was injured, and his thigh ligament had to be stitched up 14 times. He insisted on coming over, but the brothers who stayed behind to take care of him knocked him out with a backhand chop. In the dark room, only his eyes seemed to emit a cold light. "Never leave, never abandon, never give up. Brother, we have sworn an oath to the war flag. We are just short of swearing blood as an oath." K7 smiled. He finally smiled in the dark. It was not the kind of smile that came from the corner of his mouth. It was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. "Never leave, never give up. Thank you, brother." No matter how rugged the road was, no matter how dangerous it was, and no matter how deep it was, he came with the determination of the peak of a snowy mountain. He was not afraid that he would die in another country. He came to his side just for the oath under the war flag. "Thanks. A lifelong comrade in arms. Thank you. Brothers for life." Pigeon turned his head and smiled at K7. His low voice was like a sun falling into a low and deep tone. "What are you thanking me for? This is called following through life and death. Do you understand? If you really want to thank someone, you should thank Yi Qian properly after we get out of here. This little girl." Pigeon paused as if he was thinking about how to describe Yi Qian. After a while, he said, "This little girl is not simple." What kind of words could he use to describe her? Even the most beautiful words couldn't describe it. No amount of words could express his appreciation for her. He could only use the simplest 3 words to express his thoughts. Chapter 990. Not simple. Everyone knew how complicated Yi Qian was. It was still a mess outside. The entire ST mercenary base was in a state of high alert. All the generators were turned on. As the generator roared, it started to spin faster and faster. The lights in the ST mercenary base did not come on as expected. It was still pitch black. Two silhouettes stuck close to the base of the wall, stepping on the soundless footsteps as they jumped in through the window, landing on the ground and rolling in the air, sticking close to the wall. Yi Qian, be on guard. Xia Jinyuan did not even catch his breath when he came in. He immediately asked Yi Qian to be on guard while he hugged K7, who was panting heavily. He then put his hands on K7's shoulders and said in a low voice, "You gave us fake news. Go back and write the report for us." He was still alive. Even though he was injured, he was still alive. As long as he was alive, it didn't matter if he was injured. K7's mouth twitched. He was not used to it and wanted to force a smile. His chest heaved up and down as he said anxiously, "I had no choice." Later, when I wanted to send a text message, I smashed my phone into pieces. Trying to be brave, Pigeon chuckled and said to Xia Jinyuan, "How is it? Did you get in touch with them?" "I found them. Draw a map for me." Xia Jinyuan took out an extremely small flashlight. He turned on the red light and shone it on the ground. He then used a dagger to draw an escape route on the ground. G3, T6, and V8 will create chaos in the front. We will climb out from the back. There's a 90-degree slope at the back. It is 900 meters away from the exit. Yi Qian will cover the rear. I will attack. Pigeon will take care of K7's retreat. Xia Jinyuan turned off the flashlight and looked at K7's face. "Can you walk on your own? I want to hear the truth." K7 opened his mouth and frowned. 900 meters is not a problem for now. Let Pigeon carry me. I will be a burden if I run on my own. I was injected with a strong nerve pain agent. There are some side effects, muscle weakness. Hearing this, the three people's faces darkened. Xia Jinyuan bit his cheek and said to Pigeon, "I'll leave it to you." "Okay, no problem." Pigeon nodded. In the darkness, her eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You two, be careful." The ST and the government forces did not trust each other at first, but an explosion directly shattered the fragile layer of trust. In addition, a government soldier said that he saw a mercenary in a military uniform leaving before the explosion. The two sides directly confronted each other with guns, and no one believed it. When Sakura found out that the captive he was holding had gone missing, the firepower of the entire scene escalated again. The T6 combatant who was mixed in with the government troops cursed in official Persian and fired a few shots in other directions. And when the high-ranking government officials who were still sitting in the room heard the gunshots, their expressions changed drastically. They took out their guns and pointed them at Sakura. This was the kind of scene that Xia Jinyuan and the others were happy to see. This was also why they said it was great news when they saw the government troops appear. How could it not be great news when a third party retreated while the two armies were in a confrontation? What's more, the Chinese side did not think of directly using firepower to fight ST head-on, nor did they think of becoming enemies with Saint. At least for now. Of course, the premise was that ST did not provoke the Chinese side. Chapter 991. The fight was a little fierce. Hearing the gunshots behind her, Yi Jian raised her hand and knocked down a mercenary who had rushed out and bumped into them. She covered the mercenary's mouth and nose and used the military dagger, Big White Lackey, she bought from the black market to cut the mercenary's aorta on his neck. Then, she cut into his vocal cords and moved the blade upwards. The struggling mercenary's body twitched violently. As Yi Jian withdrew the dagger, one of the obstacles was removed. "Keep up, Yi Qian." Xia Jinyuan's cold reminder came through the earpiece. He didn't want Yi Qian to fall too far behind them. He didn't want the four of them to split up and allow ST to take the lead. They saved one, but lost another. Yi Qian grunted softly and dragged the corpse in the middle of the road to a dark corner. His feet swept across the blood-stained ground and covered the bloodstains with a thin layer of yellow sand. He didn't stop at all and chased after the pigeon that was protecting K7. "Dodge to the right. Dodge." Xia Jinyuan, who was in charge of assault and reconnaissance, saw a strong light coming from the corner. He rolled on the ground, and hid behind a pile of protruding gravel. The pigeon was a bit slow with K7. It didn't jump or roll elegantly. 1 second before the strong light shone on it, it jumped into the darkness with K7. He didn't even know where he landed. Move another 10 centimeters to the left, quick. Yi Qian's urgent voice came into their ears. Based on the maximum width of the strong light, the pigeon and K7 had to move another 10 centimeters to the left to avoid being hit by the light. K7 rolled on the ground, and the gravel hit his back and shoulders. There were multiple wounds on his body, but he didn't even make a sound. It was a group of 3 mercenaries. They were probably a patrol team. They rushed out from the back to support their comrade, who was firing from the front. Their footsteps were hurried. The strong light swayed left and right and shone on K7, who was 1 step slower. Yi Qian was like a leopard, pouncing from the darkness. He grabbed the barrel of the K7 and twisted it violently. With the help of the pigeons, he knocked out the enemy's flashlight. All that could be heard was the sound of fighting coming from the dark corner. They shouted loudly, trying to attract the attention of their companions, but the sound of gunfire in front of them drowned out their shouts. Yi Qian stabbed a mercenary's inner thigh with his big white lackey military dagger. As the mercenary screamed in pain, Yi Qian quickly pulled back the hunting knife and used the full, sharp edge of the knife to cut the mercenary's thigh artery. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots were heard. The pigeon that fired the gun shouted, "Take the K7 and leave." In front of them, Xia Jinyuan dragged 2 mercenaries to death. Yi Qian's eyes darkened. He said angrily, "I'll drag these 2 obstacles away. You take K7 and leave. Quick, Q King, speed up." If they were discovered by the patrolling mercenaries, they would be in danger. Xia Jinyuan's face was covered in blood. His eyes were bloodshot. He clamped a mercenary's neck with his legs and twisted it. He broke the mercenary's neck with the strength of his legs. After getting rid of the 2 mercenaries, he smiled in a low voice and said in a warm voice, "I've finished cleaning up here. There's still V8 and T6 fighters disguised as government soldiers and mercenaries behind. They will clean up for us while they are at it. So there's backup." Yi Qian was relieved. Pigeon helped K7 up. His heart was beating wildly. "Brother, we finally got out. Don't fucking die like this. Hang in there. Hang in there." Chapter 992. My throat is so dry that it's on fire. Don't make me talk all the time. K7, who had his arm on Pigeon's shoulder, spoke in a hoarse voice to show that he was still alive and wouldn't die so easily. 900 meters wasn't a long distance, but at this moment, it wasn't an ordinary distance. Alert, clearing, hiding, and avoiding. After countless encounters with the mercenaries, they finally reached the bottom of the wall where they could retreat. 1, 2, 3, jump. Xia Jinyuan half-squatted and placed his palms on his knees. He let Pigeon step on his palms first. As Pigeon rushed up, he raised his hands to help Pigeon jump onto the 5-meter-tall wall. K7 gritted his teeth so hard that the roots of his teeth were rusted. Suppressing his pain, he prepared to step on Xia Jinyuan's palms and jump onto the wall. "Sit on me." Xia Jinyuan supported himself on the wall with both hands. His tall and slender body was half-squatting as he gestured for K7 to sit on his shoulder. He would then send him up. It wasn't easy to save your life. Don't give us a shock attack again. Yi Qian had been holding the assault rifle he snatched from Xia Jinyuan. When he heard countless footsteps in the sandstorm, his eyes turned sharp and he shouted, "Hurry!" At the top of the wall, Pigeon caught K7's hand. His palm was so hot that it made his heart tremble. As the footsteps caught up, he hugged his comrade and fell down the wall. "Why are you so slow?" "Fuck, where are the others?" Z7, Han Jing, and G3 worked together to catch the 2 falling people. Without waiting for anyone to appear at the top of the wall, they rolled down the 90-degree slope like a ball. Pigeon didn't forget to reply, even after rolling down a mouthful of sand. "There are pursuers. Q King and Yi Qian didn't manage to escape in time. Protect your base station well. Don't let the brothers inside lose contact." How did it feel to stuff a mouthful of sand into your mouth? If you ate too much, you wouldn't feel anything. Rolling down the slope, you wouldn't even have time to vomit. Yi Qian had also eaten a mouthful of sand. At this moment, she secretly used her tongue to clear the sand. The pursuers suddenly appeared. She pulled Xia Jinyuan and ran wildly. When she saw a cover, she didn't think much of it. She jumped into the pile of sand and ate a mouthful of it. No one knew where the pursuers had gone. After some noise came from the earpiece, V8 said, "Fuck, someone took advantage of the chaos to escape. T6, and I thought our identities had been exposed. How are you guys doing?" The message wasn't very good, and he couldn't hear it clearly. Xia Jinyuan crouched down and held a submachine gun. His eyes were cold in the dark, and when he looked ahead, his eyes were filled with hostility. "Escape to your 11 o'clock left, 400 meters to your 10 o'clock. You guys retreat first and catch up with Pigeon and the others. Yi Qian and I will be there in 10 minutes. No, it's fine now." With a mouthful of sand stuck in her mouth, Yi Qian couldn't even speak properly. She felt pain in her mouth. The man beside her had been holding back his laughter. After the call ended, he turned to look at Yi Qian, who was still spitting out sand with her head lowered. He raised his eyebrows and leaned over to her, chuckling softly. "Just drink some water. You don't have to work so hard." "You brought water?" Yi Qian looked up. It didn't feel good to have a mouthful of sand in her mouth. Without any light, Xia Jinyuan, who was surrounded by darkness, leaned closer. The tip of his handsome nose gently rubbed against her cheek. He lowered his voice and said steadily, "It's fine to drink some water." Yi Qian, whose lips were blocked, widened her eyes. "This bastard. Drink some water. Drink the water in your mouth."